and gentlemen, boys and girls, what is going on? Today is a bit of a day. We've dressed up for the occasion. Look, it's all dressed up. Some strange things have been happening around the back of us. Now, I'm going to be completely honest with you. We got some pre-game show coming your way. And that's all we're going to be doing for the next 2 hours. The first game starts at 1400 GMT. I don't really want to sit here and talk about it anymore. So we're just going to jump into our first interview and we're going to go straight through them all. For people who've never seen Age Mythology, who are you and what would you describe your playstyle as?
I am Husk Sober, and I come from Denmark. My name is Mads in real life, like Mads Mikkelsen. And my play style is, well, I like to sort of analyze the meta, and then I like to come up with good counters to the meta and playing unorthodox and coming up with unexpected ways to counter the meta.
Yeah, I mean that's like that's what makes it so fun to watch you. Like you've got this, like there's two types of players, right? There's the player that creates the meta, and there's the player that copies the meta. And then there's you sitting off in this little, well, there's a couple other people with you, but sitting on this other kind of like fun place where you're just like, what about this thing you guys haven't thought of?
Right, exactly.
All right. But to move into something completely different, is there something you do fun outside of gaming, outside of competitiveness?
So I work as a teacher, English teacher, and I think a lot of people know that probably.
Yeah.
But that's pretty fun. But yeah, my big hobby is AOM.
Okay. I'm so sorry. Just apologies always for my Australian. I know I don't speak real English, but what drew you to Age Mythology originally?
So I played AOM something like 20 years ago by now, and I got actually more, it must have been more, because I had the demo for Age of Mythology, the Titans. A bit delayed, it wasn't at the release, but I had the demo for that game, and I remember playing Kronos on Acropolis versus a Titan AI. Couldn't beat him at all, of course, but I remember doing that, and then I played AOM for like 4 years back in the day. And I had a big break, didn't play AOM for 10, 15 years, and then I came back during COVID. Did you ask what drew me to AOM? What was the question again?
What drew you to Age of Mythology? What's like the big draw card for this game for you?
So I think the mythological aspect was definitely a big part of it, because I've always had an interest in mythology, history, old civilizations, and me being Norse myself, it's pretty cool that Denmark, Vikings represented like in Age of Mythology. It's rare that that happens.
You are the Norse man. You're the epitome. We are you started it all. Kind of.
Yeah.
Right. Seeing as we're running through to the Champions League finals here, to take us back through your Champions League run, now that it's unfortunately come to an end, what were the biggest highs and the biggest lows for you?
So I played versus Sukolo Kvoth B in the group stages, and I beat Sukolo, I beat B, and I lost to Kvoth. So I ended second. I think that was about fine. That's what I pretty much expected. And then I lost to Mista in the winners quarterfinals, it gotta be.
Yep.
And I lost. Wait, how did it go? I beat Nyan in the losers bracket, and then I lost versus B, who I beat before. So what were the highs? Probably beating B 3-0 in the group stages, cause he's such a RTS monster.
Yeah.
He's so good. But then the lows, what was that? I mean, I can't say losing to Mista because it's pretty much expected, right? It's gotta be losing to B. Having beat him 3-0 and then not managing to beat him again when it really mattered, that kind of sucked.
Yeah, like we were talking about it before, but you have that that big like thing you were focusing in on, like whatever you were using before. So it was like you played two completely different series versus B. You had one with a patch where there was certain things that were quite strong, and a lot of those things actually got slashed back, and then some other things maybe started to get very strong. Like what happened in one of those games? You got, I don't know, surprised by something. Maybe you can walk us through that series and what made that series so hard for you.
Yeah, so the first series, I won two of the games with China, who had the ridiculously OP Coapo. So I kind of relied on that for two of the wins. So the 3-0 kind of felt a bit, felt kind of bad for it because, yeah, I didn't outplay him necessarily so much. It's just abusing the really OP stuff. For the second series, yeah, he had some interesting strategies he threw at me. Like for example, the last game, I was playing Uranus and he played Amaterasu
Yeah,
and nothing much was going on. So I felt like I was doing just great because I was heroizing citizens, I was expanding my economy, so on. But then he just hits me with like 5 1-Udos, archers, and horses, and I was just ill prepared for it. And the worst part is, he's got 1 Udo, so he's slowly sieging down my production buildings. So even when I really need my production out, I just never manage to because they get taken down by the 1 Udo. So that was, yeah, that wasn't great for me. I
mm.
was really surprised by it.
Yeah. He's always cooking up something. That boy.
Yeah.
It's really fun, and it's like equally fun. Like from my perspective, watching that specific game, watching you do something that is off meta, which was like full heroized citizens, which is not something that has quite caught on yet. I think it's very strong, but I do think it's like strong in its own way. And then you see this completely different style, which no one else is doing, which is like, what if I just build this unit that everyone thinks is terrible? And you're like, hang on, actually no, everyone is wrong yet again. This is another unit that is perfectly buildable in specific situations and does amazingly. Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
I think I've underrated it a bit because I tried building it versus Greeks,
yeah,
and let me tell you, the Greek heroes melt those things. They can pass right through any other unit,
yeah,
and then they get on top of them on Udo, and it's like 3 hits and they die.
yeah. They can
But
get.
yeah, I was playing Atlantean. It's harder for me to get my heroes in the fray of things, so yeah, it worked quite well against Uranus.
It was funny because it's like you were spending all your favor, right, with the Valors on citizens.
Yeah,
So you didn't have the favor for heroes anyways. So
yeah,
yeah, it was like a almost like a counter. It was like a meta game on the meta game, so to speak.
yeah. I'm sure he had no idea what I was doing either, but it just so happened that
Yeah,
whatever he was doing was better than whatever I was doing.
yeah. All right. Now that you've had some time to sort of decompress, so to speak, is there something you would have done differently in that last series?
I think I was just not on top of my game. I played yesterday at the time of the interview versus Rappel and Recon. I played really well. And I was
Mm,
just thinking to myself, this sucks. I'm playing so well versus like these top tier players, Rappel and Recon. And yeah, I just didn't feel like that versus B at all. So it's just in these tournaments, especially we're in the playoff stage, it's all just about being good on the day and feeling confident, doing it, having in the back of your mind all the things you gotta remember. And I did so many stupid, silly mistakes in that series. It's
yeah.
just I don't know what to can't pinpoint anything in particular other than I shouldn't suck.
I mean, it's that tournament thing. I don't know what it is. Like you play. I think everybody plays a level higher in their practice games or on the ladder or just like randomly messing around. Even like just messing around in a random custom game. I feel like the level can be, it's just high. And then you jump into tournament, and for whatever reason, I notice people like forgetting villages, like just making some really weird decisions with their army movements that they would never normally make, and just ending up throwing random games. It's really wild. But I guess that's the whole tournament experience thing. And you
I know
just
that I know other top players, they first of all write down their build orders, like that's the most basic thing
yeah,
to just read up on the build order before you start a game. But other than that, I think something maybe I'll try to do in the next big tournament, whenever that is. I'll try to just write things in particular. So, for example, when I played Tsukuyomi, I make the mistake, and I made it several times throughout the tournament, where I built my lumber camp watermill forward
yeah,
when I can easily build it backwards. So, whenever I'm being pressured early, Yeah, my gold mine is exposed. It is what it is. I can't defend myself against that. But my wood is getting disrupted too. And that just means that I cannot get to build my production. I forget houses and everything just starts to crumble. So a minor mistake like that, just have it on paper. Don't
Yeah.
do that when you start the next game.
Yeah, yeah, that's actually so true. And I think that's like true for everyone. Learning the game is if you're playing a game and you lose and you go, well, wow, why did I lose that game? Oh, that guy did that one thing. Well, why don't I just write that down when I'm playing versus Zeus? Just be aware that there's a Heracles coming for you, and you have to do something about it. Like, and then that's how you're gonna get to like that next level really, really quickly. So you don't have to
Yes.
play like 1,000 games to learn everything. You just play one and you go, okay, this happened. All right, now we know that. We can look at it
Here's
next
the
time we see
teacher
it.
in me,
Yeah.
teacher in me says, whenever you write things down, you don't necessarily have to look it up later on, but just the process of writing it down sort of prints it in your mind too, right?
Yeah. All right. So there's a couple players remaining here. Is there someone who, if everything goes right, there's nothing you can do, or do you think that it's going to be it's all going to just come down to the day, whoever plays the best is going to win type deal, or is there a favorite? What are you thinking?
Well, there is a clear favorite. Snow getting around it. The Mista is the clear favorite. Undefeated so far. He's looked so good. But we have also seen Recon take plenty of games against the Mista. And Recon looked like when he wins, like the game where he's winning and
Yeah.
he's playing his best, where there's not just some things that Recon does extremely well. When he gets to do those things, and if he finds good matchups, finds if he's playing good on the day, he can challenge Mista for sure.
Yeah, I
And
totally
we
agree.
also saw Rappel it was a 3-0 sweep for the Mista, but he certainly dragged out the games, and it was not easy 5-10 minute victories for the Mista. He had to work for it.
Yeah, that series was, I think, probably the ultimate for me as a spectator. It was like the ultimate. Yeah, you won 3-0, but this was not domination. We're not saying that. This is not like all the other games that Mister's had. It was like, yeah, Mister. There was moments there where he looked like, oh, he might lose this. Oh, he's losing. Oh, no, okay, no, he's pulled it back. He's pulled it back. He's okay, 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 okay. It's okay. That type of stuff. That's what it felt like for the majority of that series to me. So there's definitely some kinks going on, and you just got to play a really good game. I think that's the takeaway.
Yeah, good preparation and be good on the day, and then anything can happen.
Alrighty. Can you explain to me your main god and what makes them fun or strong?
So I don't, in retail, if you play tournaments, you cannot have a main god. But insofar as I have one, it should be Loki because I used to main Loki back in the old days on ESO, and I was kind of making a name for myself doing the Heimdall rush. And when I came back to Woobly like 5 years ago, I did the Heimdall rush again when everyone else had forgotten about it.
Yeah,
So that was kind of cool. I had a main strategy back then, and then I could bring it back 10 years later on. And then for Retold, Loki is quite different. He's kind of the same, but he's also quite different. Um, but I really like him in Retold. I think the Reeks Tula and Safeguard technologies that Heimdall has
yeah,
are very interesting.
it's really fun.
And yeah, yeah, he's just a cool god. I like him a lot.
Yeah, I think that just one thing for me with Loki that's really, you've been doing it recently as well, is using those ox carts. They're really cheap, and of course you can use them to go and grab hurtables early, which is kind of like that little, I don't know how troll you are doing with that or how serious you are with it, but the fact of the matter is those things are effectively obelisks once you get, or even better than obelisks once you get the Eyes in the Forest technology. So you've got ox cart map hacks.
Yeah, they are expensive obelisks, though. Keep in mind,
Yeah,
like it takes time to build the cow, and then you have to pay 50 for them as well. So it's like 60 resources for an obelisk. You
yeah,
can't just spam them.
no.
But if you're playing aggressive versus 1 TC versus 2 TC,
Hmm.
I think you got to sort of say in your mind, get 2 ox carts out on the 2 gold mines on the left side, and then you place your army on the
Yeah,
right
that's
side, something
that's
like that.
that's right. Yeah, it's like I guess that's kind of like all of the scouting ideas in the game. It's like if you've got control, Just go and look at everything. Make sure you can see everything. And like Loki does that nicely. Yeah. All right. Now for some fun ones. If you could delete one unit from the game, what would it be?
The Earth Wall segment unit.
Okay.
I
What's
hate the Earth Wall.
I'm with you on that one. What's the most annoying thing an opponent can do?
I think what Kvoth did versus Rebel in one of the tournament games, or was it a tournament, whatever, high stake game, where he took a Kitsune and he was dragging the hunt around where Rebel was hunting, so he couldn't. So he had his granary in one spot, and then all the hunt was being dragged around in the
Yeah.
initial starting hunt. That was super tilting for Rebel, obviously, and yeah, that's so annoying.
Okay. Who has the most interesting style on the tournament?
Interesting style. Probably the Mista.
Yep.
If you're someone who, like me, I think about the game and I analyze it, and then watching the Mista play is really interesting.
If you could rematch anyone from the tournament, who would you pick?
I would want to rematch Beam. So I won a series, I lost a series, and I felt like if I played better, I could have won that last series for sure. So yeah, one loss, one win. Let's have a final
Hash it out.
deciding.
All right. Any final thoughts for the community watching?
Yeah, so I want to say if you are enjoying watching the tournament and if you are also enjoying playing AOM, I really implore you to sign up for the next tournament because it's really cool. It's so much fun participating. And especially if you take it seriously, where you sort of you prepare your best picks and you prepare your build orders, you prepare the maps you want to play on, and so forth and so on. It's playing the game. The game is the same, of course, but it's on another level, and it's really, really fun, and you should try it out. Plus, also for participants like myself, the whole thing just looks more legit if a lot of people sign up, and yeah, it's a whole community thing. So just you can sign up. Worst that can happen is you lose after 10 minutes, but
Yeah.
still fun.
Okay. And where can people follow you?
You can follow me on Twitch or YouTube. Husk Sober, HUSKSUPPE.
Wonderful. And any final predictions for the finals before we let you go?
Yes, Mista is going to beat Recon 4-2 in a close series, but in the end, Mista is the better player.
Wonderful. Okay. Thanks for joining me, Soup.
My pleasure.
All right. So, for people who are watching at home, who are you and how would you describe your Age Mythology playstyle?
Hello, everyone. I am Recon. I'm from the UK, and people tend to describe my playstyle as very defensive, although I don't know if I agree.
You know, I feel like you're the most misunderstood pro player because I feel
I
like
think so.
you just play what you think is the best way to play. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I would say. Like
Yeah.
whatever logically makes sense, I'll play it.
Yeah. All right. Just as a little fun one, is there anything outside of gaming that you think is a little cheeky fun fact?
Mm, Honestly, not really. I'm like kind of boring, but I'm a dad now, I guess, so that's something. I have a 1-year-old daughter.
That's kind of a fun fact. Congratulations on that as well.
Thank you.
I've seen some pretty cute photos.
Yeah.
All right. If someone has never played Age of Mythology, how would you describe it? What do you think makes it unique and sort of what drew you to it in the first place?
To be honest, like there was nothing that drew me to the game. I just happened to get the game when I was a kid, and then I enjoyed it like a lot. I used to play, well, back in the days on ESO, I used to play like a ton of custom scenarios rather than like competitive. Although I was playing the custom scenarios very competitively, I guess.
What were some of those custom scenarios?
Like I played a lot of Settlers and World Map Fish, which I know you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were really fun. There's like so many like really weird sort of like alternate ways to enjoy Age of Mythology. Even now in Retold, there's like an amazing community of map creators like Notad and I said Yibargoon, and a proper gentleman doing a whole bunch of custom content as well. There's like you can check them out in the mod workshop. Enjoy and all that other good stuff. Anyways, let's jump back into some tournament shenanigans here. It's been an insane Champions League so far for me as a viewer. I've been really enjoying it. Is there like walk us through your tournament so far and yeah, what's the storyline people should know?
I don't know. It didn't go as planned, I guess, when I lost to Mosca, and then I really didn't want to play through the entire losers bracket, but here we are. Yeah, I guess it's going okay again now. But
yeah, the group stage went really well, right? Like you didn't drop any series. You had like one sort of tough-ish, one sort of scare. Can you tell us what that was about? It was a Nyan Racing Cat versus Recon matchup.
Yeah, the 2 games I lost though, I don't feel like they were bad games to lose, if that makes sense. Like one of them was a Kronos Leto rush against my set, and it just felt impossible because I didn't open properly or something. Like I took pickaxe and a monument, and this is like I'm just dead. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, it's a little bit on that greedy sort of thing versus the god that is known as the aggressive god. Makes it tough. Of course, Kronos can do like a million different things, right? So it was almost like the start of this Kronos meta. Hey, speaking of which, do you think that of every single tournament I've seen so far, this might be something completely off the side, every tournament I've seen so far seems like the meta sort of switches around about now in the tournament as to like, you know, what everyone's going to be picking, what the matchups you're going to be seeing are. Do you think that sort of thing will happen again, or is it going to continue down the current path that it's in?
Actually, I think it might, because obviously I know, or I figured out things myself, right?
Yeah.
But for example, I'm playing Rappel.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he'll know, so
yeah,
maybe
of
it will
course.
stay the same for now.
It's actually, I mean, it's super interesting because you're in this practice group. We talk about these practice groups. We had like Kavoth and Matador and their little group. There was like a Tunis and Mosca sort of group, and then you have this Mista, Recon, Rappel group, and your group is doing so obscenely well. Is there anything that goes into that like, apart from the fact that you guys are just really, really good at this game, is there anything that's going into that sort of practice thing? You don't have to reveal anything, but is there anything you want to say about it, or?
I don't know. I feel like it's kind of annoying, but Mista's just like a genius, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like that's just honestly the truth. He just is too smart. And I'm quite creative, so I'll come up with ideas, and then usually what I do is I have a new idea for something, and then I just DM Mista and be like, "Do you think this works?" And he's like, "No, that's stupid," or maybe we'll try that out next.
That's good. That makes sense. Like, I mean, being able to bounce ideas off somebody who knows so much. I mean, like, I know both of you have been playing this game. When did you start playing Age Mythology?
Oh, the first time I played was like 2006, but
yeah,
was
you guys have
like
been playing forever. So it's like the
yeah.
amount of like just even though it's a different game now, but this is like still all this random knowledge you draw on to some degree, to come up with this stuff is just kind of wild.
I don't just feel like new people coming into Retold. The game Retold as a game is like way different from Legacy, right?
Yeah.
Like you have to like completely relearn most things.
Yeah.
But I was thinking about it. It's like I already know all the minor gods for the old civs, right? Like
Yeah.
who has which minor god, and brand new player would have to learn
there's
all
lot.
this stuff and what all the texts do roughly and everything like this. So it's quite a big advantage, I think.
I think so too. I mean, it's obviously learnable, and there's a couple of very new players on the scene who have done really, really well. But it's cool to see you guys playing. All right, let's try this one. what's your prediction for the finals? You got to back yourself, right?
I mean,
Surely.
yeah, I mean, my realistic prediction would be like Mista just wins. But my
You got to give us a bold one.
prediction I want to make is like I go through to the final and then I take down Mista.
Yeah,
Let's
back
go for that one.
yourself.
Yep.
Okay. For new viewers, do you have a main god? And is there something that you? I mean, if it's not a main god, is there like a type of strategy that you just kind of enjoy playing more so than other stuff?
Mm, I don't, in Voobly, on the old game, I used to play a lot of Zeus
Yeah.
and Norse, and now they're like my least played divs. I kind of like Isis a lot now, or like
Yeah.
Egypt. Egypt's are good.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, whenever I watch, like, it's always really interesting. Whenever I'm watching, you guys, I say you guys inside of this practice group, but there's also everyone, all these top players playing Egyptian. It's always like there's all these little details that is going on that you go, okay, well, I mean, it makes so much sense why they're enjoying this Civ, because there's like so much little stuff you can do to give yourself advantages.
Yeah, and you basically get to play with map packs, with just other lists everywhere.
There's actually I was talking with Soup, actually. There's actually quite a lot of sort of map pack ideas, but you do need to have that map control in order to have that, right? And it does seem like
you're going to be talking about putting your ox carts on the forest.
Well, you got ox carts, you got the pioneers, you've got the oracles, which like normally you see them quite defensively placed, but like all these ideas are kind of similar, right? Like
I don't know if you've noticed, but I think I might be the only person getting the lantern tech where the lanterns last longer, and I send them all over the map every single time I'm China.
Yeah, no, I noticed this with the Mista, you, and I think everyone else caught on to it as well. So I'm now starting to see it happen.
Oh, really?
I think it's a really it's a really cool tech that for whatever reason it's like, why didn't we just grab this? This is just so good.
It's quite cheap, and I don't know, it's like you send a lantern somewhere and then they just start auto scouting by themselves.
Yeah,
it's so good.
Yeah. Okay, so what's the most you moment in a match? Like when do you feel like this is the thing that I do and I do really well? Like what's that? What is your opponent terrified of? What should they be terrified of?
Honestly, I feel like when I get into a situation where I can freely gather resources without being harassed, like once I've secured like 3 gold mines or something.
Yeah, that seems to be the case for a couple of players. I noticed this with like Kavoth, right? That's just a random example. He'll be like so contained in what he's doing, and then all of a sudden this like thing just snaps and he's everywhere. And it seems like the same with you and with
I don't
with
like
Rappel.
playing Kavoth.
Not many people like playing Kavoth. He's very, very, very good. It was a great series with you guys. All right, let's move on. Did you have you already kind of touched on, do you have a favorite god? Not main god, but just a favorite god? Maybe just not even age mythology, just mythologically.
I don't know. I'd probably say Isis these days.
Yeah. All right. Is there a AOM meme strat that secretly works, but you'd never pull it out because it's too memey?
Not really. They're your thing.
Okay. Who's the hardest player to prepare for?
I had a hard time preparing for like Mosca and Tunis actually, because I don't know how they play or what they do much. I haven't played them a lot compared to like obviously Rappel and Mista and like Kavoth. I played a ton on the ladder. So
yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, like I think Mosca, as just a random aside, this guy, I don't know where he was for the first couple of tournaments, but he was in Mythic Wars and he had to drop out. And I think he was like a favorite. He was like one of the big contenders in that tournament and no one really knew it. It was kind of like a dark horse for no good reason. But yeah, he's a monster. I'm really excited to watch him. But all right, if you win the whole thing, which we're backing ourselves. What's the celebration going to be?
Oh, celebration?
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll probably go out for dinner or something, but it'll be like a dinner we're already going to. Nothing. Probably like no celebration really.
All
I don't
right.
know.
Is there anything you want to say to fans or anyone in particular? Anything you want to say in particular?
Not really, but thanks to everyone who supports me. Obviously, that's really cool. And my team, TAG, Taiwan AOE Gamers. Thanks for having me as well, I guess.
And where can people follow you?
I do have Twitch. I haven't streamed for a long time. I'm actually still waiting for my internet to get upgraded, sadly. Yeah, I have a Twitch stream with AOL. Or is it? It's AOM now, _ Recon.
Yeah, AOM _ Recon. Cool. All right.
Yep.
Thanks so much, Recon, for your time. Good luck in the finals. I'm very much a Recon fan.
Oh, thank you.
All right. So for people watching on the front page, people who are just kind of new to the game, who are you and how would you describe your playstyle?
I'm TheRapl. I'm a high-level Age of Mythology player, and usually I would describe my playstyle as micro-intensive and high APM, action all over the map. That's usually my playstyle.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, you're a very, very quick boy. I've been enjoying the little sending things everywhere and all that fun stuff. If there's something outside of gaming that you like doing, like some sort of one little cheeky fun fact you can give.
I think I'm very into marketing and digital business. I know it's part of my job, but it's also something I enjoy doing. So that's what I like.
Yeah, I've been saying you've done a great job with all that stuff. This is like one of the hardest things, like for creatives, because I don't know if we call what we do creatives, but it's super hard to do the marketing
Well,
side.
I enjoy.
Yeah.
If you enjoy it, then yeah, it's no problem.
Yeah. All right. If someone has never played Age Mythology and they're just wanting to dip their toes in, like what would you describe that makes it unique?
What makes Age of Mythology very unique is the god powers and the myth units. Makes it very exciting and way different than the rest of the strategy games. It adds up something extra that you will not find anywhere else.
Yeah, I as a random thought with that, like was having I don't know, I was just having this thought about the whole thing, and it's like this god power dynamic in Age Mythology and how you use those god powers is like just as impactful as like how you spend your resources, where you move your army, like where you build your buildings and things. It's like everything is kind of it's super important when you say.
Of course.
Okay, so is there like a moment when you started playing AOM that was like, no, this game is so cool, got you hooked?
Yeah, I think what got me hooked with AOM is I'm from Greece, so we study mythology at school. So I would listen to all of these stories about the Minotaur and the Medusa and things like the Trojan War and everything, which is quite exciting, especially when you're a kid. And then I played Age of Mythology for the first time, and visualizing all of these stories and books we studied at school actually made me fall in love with this game.
Yeah, it's the stories are just so iconic, right? Like you got even just in the campaign, man, you have that siege of Troy, which just I, I don't know if you call that mythology or history or whatever you want to call it, but it's just like,
Call it whatever.
yeah, it was
Yeah.
I don't know, for me, I was just like, man, I wanna know more about this. So you said you studied in school. Was that like an elective, or did that just kind of like, did you choose to study ancient history, or? or mythology, or is that just
No,
something that's in Greece?
kinda it is mandatory,
Okay.
but it's not like you don't do that late. Like it's not a high school subject. You do that when you're like around 10 up to 14 years old. That's when they teach mythology, and
All
that's
right.
when it's the most exciting.
Okay.
Hearing these stories. Yeah.
So what we need to do is we need to sort of slip in that Age of Mythology CD with everybody's book in when they're 10, right? And that's
Oh
that's
yeah,
it.
yeah. That's the dream.
All right. Okay, let's talk about Champions League a little bit.
Mhm.
What's the storyline people should know about your journey so far through the bracket and the group stage?
There's nothing special about it. I think I have just been practicing. I play with the highest level of players daily, and it's just boring stuff, like just practicing. It's mostly about performing at that point because
Mm.
my practice always goes very well. I have one of the best practices out there, but at the end of the day, it only matters if you manage to do exactly what you do in practice out there in the tournament.
Yeah. A lot of people like to say that you get a little nervous. Is that actually the truth, or is it just tournaments is a
For
different type of thing?
I'll be honest, yeah, I got nervous plenty of times in the past, but
Yeah.
the last two tournaments, I have actually managed to fix that issue. I don't get stressed as much anymore, so I think it's gonna be even better. I'm gonna be performing way better this time.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. Who knows?
Oh, you got to back yourself. That's important.
Yeah.
Is there a most memorable match this season so far for you?
I think that one should be the series Quoth against Recon. That was one of
Oh.
my favorite series so far. I liked how both players played, and they're very similar in skill. So I was excited to watch that one.
Yeah, that the one that pokes out in my mind there was that Anatolia. What was it?
Mhm.
Hades versus
That was a great
Amaterasu.
game.
That was
Yeah.
so much fun. Okay, who's your biggest threat in this bracket and why?
I'm not gonna say TheMista. I think my biggest threat is honestly Recon because I expect things from Mista. I've played him countless times. I know how he works, and I'd scout way better against him just in case he tries to do something that is surprising. But the thing about Recon is the fact that he's very unpredictable in tournament games.
Yeah.
So I would prefer to play the Mista over Recon. I get more nervous playing Recon than the Mista.
Yeah, I still remember that one game on Curl Alga Recon versus Mr. and he goes for Ares. Was that Red
Yeah.
Bull Walalo or something?
I think so.
That was a good time. All right. What's one player that the audience should keep their eyes on for the finals and why?
It's kind of obvious. I think the Mista will get into the finals, the grand finals.
Why?
Yeah.
What makes him so special, do you think?
His experience. I mean, it's the 30-year-olds like the Mista and Recon competing against the 20-year-olds like me and Mosca.
Yeah.
They have way more experience. They're 10 years older than us, So their experience put them above us. So that's gonna be, yeah. It will be about performing. So
Yeah.
I'm expecting Mista to get to the finals.
Okay. So Mista's gonna get there. Who's the other player? What's your prediction? Make it as bold. You gotta back yourself, right?
Have to be bold.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna say myself,
Good.
but I'm gonna have to prove it this Saturday.
That's right.
I mean, this weekend,
Yeah, so get to the finals. Fantastic. All right. So for the new viewers, what's your main god? If you have a main god, if you don't have a main god, what strategy do you really enjoy playing the most? Type of strategy?
For the new players, I mean, I like Walking Woods when you play Norse. I think Norse has the most fun strategies. Norse and Japan.
Yeah.
Have the most unique strategies. And I think so, yeah, my most favorite strategy is probably the old nice Njord rush, if you remember from the past.
Mhm.
I was doing that against, even in tournaments, I was doing Njord rushes, and I was
Yes.
quite enjoying that.
It's funny, you're not the first person to tell me that. You're back on the menu, I think. We have to bring him back in. Fast heroic and full send. Let's go. Okay. So what's the most you moment in a match? Like if someone should be terrified of a certain game state versus you, what would that be?
Oh, a chaotic game where it's about raiding while macroing behind.
Yep.
If I get to if we get to the state, I think this is the type of state I wanna bring Recon against me. So if we reach that point, I think I'm gonna have the advantage. But unfortunately, the meta is not about that too much anymore. You see now players casting earth walls immediately, walling a bit better, dropping fortifications on gold mines. It has kind of become harder to raid. So I'm gonna have to stick mainly to the meta. But yeah, definitely the more chaotic a game is, I'll be in a better. I might have a small edge.
Yeah, those are the most fun games to watch as well. So I'm pulling for you to bring some chaos for us. Okay, a little bit of fun here. Is there one like meme strat that secretly works?
Yes, definitely. There is one. Senong,
Yep.
you're not gonna go for Dao Schwartzman, but you're going to go Nuba
Yep.
and get all of the unique myth unit upgrades.
Uh-huh.
I'm not thinking about it. I have actually tested that in tournament practice games, and it has worked out for me most of the times, which was actually insane.
Are you
Yeah,
talking
this is a
about
very
the Tau TA?
yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, you have yourself a drought to push a location with mass myth units, and you build counter units behind that.
Yeah.
So if your opponent is Norse, mostly works against Norse.
Uh-huh.
So this is a very underrated strategy, and people think it's a meme, but I actually think it's quite strong because then you switch into fire dragons in the mythic age, and these units people have not realized are 2 times stronger than the water dragons. You don't believe me now, but if you actually use them properly, you'll realize what value they bring.
Look, I've been at the receiving end of a Chinese phoenix one too many times. I'm terrified.
Yeah.
Is there okay? Who's the hardest player for this tournament to prepare for? Not the best player. Who's the hardest player to prepare for?
That's a good one. It's similar to the previous question about. I'm gonna say Recon again. Recon is like again very very unpredictable in tournaments. You have to perfectly scout, and sometimes he chooses to do the most questionable strategies, and it catches you off guard, and you'll be like, I would never lose a game like that in a normal day. So I would my take is Recon again.
All right, and if you win the whole thing, what's the celebration?
I don't know. Probably taking my friends out for some burgers since they support me and watch AOM.
Oh,
Probably that would
that's
be
wholesome.
one thing. Yeah.
Oh, I like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything you want to say before we finish to your fans and your viewers and things?
Follow your heart and be the best. That's all.
That's beautiful. Okay, and finally, where can everyone follow you?
Oh, you can follow me on Twitch, TheRapl, and on YouTube. I sometimes post, but I mainly stream on Twitch.
Yeah, it is just TheRapl, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Well, thanks so much, Rappel. All right, so for people who've never seen Age of Mythology before, who are you and what would you describe your playstyle as?
My name is Tunis, and my playstyle, I'd say, is just all-out attack, which is probably an issue at some times, but that's what I like doing, just attacking.
Yeah, I noticed that you don't like playing a reactive game. You want to be you react to me, not the other way around. Is that Would you say that's true?
That's how I like playing.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
What's something that's kind of outside of the gaming competitive community that's fun about you that no one else would know?
I'm actually a very avid sports, player and watcher as well. So I play like beach volleyball.
Oh, sick.
I used to play soccer for like 12 years.
Man,
That was
that's
nice.
awesome. I've my whole thing with soccer ended in a disastrously when I was like 12, but I have mad respect. Do you do beach
Thank you.
volleyball with like just like the with just like speedos on? Is that
No, I wear shorts.
Oh, okay.
I don't do.
All right. Okay. All right. So let's talk about Age Mythology. What drew you to Age Mythology originally?
My dad actually. I used to see him play.
Oh,
'Cause
really?
he used to have like a LAN in our house for a bit, so he brought in our cousins and everything to play, and I just used to watch. And I played with them before as well, just versus like AI and like free for alls.
Oh, that's so
So
sick.
that was fun when we played.
Oh, that's such a sick.
Yeah.
That's like the best origin story. That's wholesome. I love that.
And then actually, I played like 2015 with them, and then I stopped for like 7 years till I found out I can play online and
Mhm.
actually just play with a different color. That's the main reason I started playing online Age of Mythology, just so I could play with a different color. And I went into and found one of your videos. I was like, oh shit, how do they play this? And then I found Vubli and everything. And that's when I started playing online as well.
And that's so sick. I've got the warm and fuzzies inside. Oh, that's lovely. All right. Let's move on. So Champions League is unfortunately over for you for this season. But you had an epic run. What were the highlights? What were the lowlights for you?
I think the highlight was probably winning my first winners bracket game
Yeah.
in the playoffs versus Kavot. That was great. And the low was probably that one game versus Mosca where I had Kronos versus Set. That pissed me off very highly.
Yeah.
That game,
That
yeah,
that that was
just broke my part.
that was a fun game to watch.
Not to play, let me tell you.
I mean, it's like when you're in these sort of like tournament environments, it's not about fun, right? Like that's something that you have to sort of realize as like a player, right? Like it's not, you have to,
Yeah.
you're playing to win, and it doesn't matter if what you're doing is like something that's actually fun to do, or if it's just like, nah, this is the thing that I need to do to win. But oftentimes, like I know for me, that translates into just like so much entertainment, so much enjoyment. So I appreciate you putting yourself through the through the grind.
Yeah, that game just went back to my play style because I'm like, I need this game to be over. I need this game to be over. So like attack, end, and then I started losing all my units just slowly, and it's like, fuck, I'm gonna lose.
That's it. Was there a moment in the tournament that is like, yeah, this is something that I'm like super proud of, or
Actually, that Oranos game versus Kavot.
yeah,
That game, like that matchup specifically, for some reason, I played it like 15 times before that game we played. It was just like I played Oranos versus Set, Ra, and Isis, and I just practiced that timing for so long.
It was Uranus versus Ra on Key, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a fun game too. I imagine it was like infuriating for Kavot to play, but man, that was a fun game to watch.
And the one versus Mosca as well, where it was Oranos versus Ra. And I
That's
just
right.
forgot to make villagers for 10 minutes.
Now I've
still win the game somehow.
I saw it in a Twitch chat. I don't remember if it was mine or someone else's, but apparently that wasn't on purpose. Is that true?
It is true. I just completely forgot the whole time.
Well, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say, you know what? I actually think in that specific moment, not trading villagers was probably correct.
The issue is I did it for 10 minutes.
Yeah, but the thing is, right, all you have to do is cut him off that gold mine. So the villagers, for not being trained for 10 minutes and getting to 175 pop, you got to realize you've got like an extra, you probably have like an extra
20
like
minutes or
yeah,
something.
20, 30 population than you otherwise would have. So it's like that's the difference between like completely wiping an army and kind of going close, right?
I guess.
I don't know. I mean, it worked for you, so maybe it will never
It
work
worked
again.
out.
Alrighty.
I don't recommend doing it though.
All right. So which match pushed you kind of the hardest, and what made it so tough?
I don't really know because most of the games I won, they were actually there was just basically I think one game versus Kavath, that last one with Nua versus Susano. I'd say that one.
Oh
Because the
yeah.
ones I lost, I guess I got pushed too far, so I lost.
You were attacking, and then hang on, my attack's not working. Oh well, I guess we lost.
Pretty much. And then there was that one game I almost played for like an hour. And I
Yeah,
just made like 40 different towers. Like, yeah, I'm not getting pushed there anymore. I'm getting god power abused for 20 minutes.
that's it. That's what Susano does. Eh? All right. Is so you've had some time now. It's probably been about a week. Is there anything that you would have done differently in that last series against? Oh, you played Recon, right? That was your last series.
Yeah.
Is there anything in that series that maybe you could have, after thinking about it, you would have done differently?
Yeah, probably not suicide my whole army. Would be a decent idea.
When was that? Which game was that?
The last one.
Ah,
The Oranos versus Penong, I think.
that's right.
And that game was probably just better if I went Prometheus as well and just gone for like a boomy route. Because he probably knew I was going to just go for the same all-in play. And if I did go for that, probably just taking TC is probably a better idea if I had the whole map as well. Just
Yeah,
make
yeah.
side passages all around, gold control, and be happy.
Uranus is one of those gods, right? You kind of let up for a second, and then all of a sudden, especially when you're playing at this level, then the map is just you can't go there anymore.
And there's a big timer.
Yeah.
If you have map control, you kind of just have to take it and play sky passages and wall, like gold lines and everything, and just be annoying. And I just chose the headbutt die. GG.
Yeah. Alrighty. Was there any sort of strategies that caught you off guard throughout the entirety of the tournament?
Really, because the thing is for this tournament at least, I played like around 400 games.
Wow.
Yeah, I kind of spammed a lot of games with a lot of people, mostly with Mosca. I played like 100 games with him in like a week.
That's
The
crazy.
week prior. Yeah. So there was like not much that I wasn't ready for or knew could happen.
Yeah. I don't want to go. I want to ask, but I'm not going to ask just because Mosca's still in the tournament, like about those practice things. But I know that stuff's kind of got to keep it secret to keep it safe to some degree. But let's all right. There's only a couple of players left in the tournament. Who do you think is the favorite and why?
Well, it's the obvious answer, right, Mista?
Yep. What makes him so good?
I don't know, he's just brain, I guess. He just knows like every matchup so like decently well. He knows timings like in what the win conditions are, and he also doesn't get make just headbutt and lose all your units.
He very rarely does the headbutt strategy.
Yeah, he does. He doesn't like all ins. He plays for the safe, methodical. Win this way, find this way, advantages here and there. Just win the game like that. He just does it very well. Versus other people who just make a lot of mistakes during their games.
Yeah, you got to play him once, right, in the tournament? Is there?
Well, that game I played like a complete moron.
Okay.
So nothing really happened.
Yeah. I can't even like there's just been too many games. I'm like trying to rack my mind being like, what exactly happened? No, I can't remember. Oh, I remember there was
I lost 3-0
yeah.
in like 50 minutes, I think.
Yeah.
It was a quick one.
It was a quick one. Was that the one where he dropped the fortress and he had the Metropolis
Yeah.
killing you, and then everyone's like, actually, hang on, this is like really strong, but
Yeah.
I mean, I run back to fortifications patch and remember the like people going underworld fortress, and I was like, hang on, this isn't even a new idea. This is literally what people were doing like 3 patches ago, but people just forgot.
Yeah. It was just me being brain dead.
Yeah.
It happens.
All right. Is there a player that's sort of, I mean, anyone, even if they're still in the tournament or if they've been knocked out, is there a player that was super underrated that people aren't giving enough credit to?
I think B actually getting the far as he got
Yeah.
while playing both AoE 4 and AOM was actually very impressive in my eyes.
Yeah, I don't like. I
Wasn't
was
happy with it.
talking to him, and I'm like, dude, I don't understand how you do both. And he's just like, I'm just lucky, and I'm like, nah. There's something going on there that's like special. I reckon like that's hard. I don't think there's been. I don't think there's been one other player to have done both at once. You've seen like obviously I'm spacing on his name, Vortex, who came over, he played Age of Mythology and he focused full time on it, and then he's like, no, we'll go back to Age 4. But yeah, playing both is
I don't think there was.
insane.
I mean, America gave it a try, but go well.
Yeah. What's one thing that maybe new viewers, well, anything basic that new viewers might benefit from paying attention to when they're watching the finals?
I think the draft in itself is something fun to look at because you can kind of tell like what the story of the series is gonna be just off of the maps and the gods that are gonna be picked. Because Age of Mythology is a lot about matchup knowledge and just god picks in general. So, and a lot of people are talking about like Age of Asia right now because of the Japanese and Chinese being so strong. But I think right now a lot of the matchups are very close to each other, so it's just gonna be like who's the better player in most situations and who has the most knowledge.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
I think in general it's just best to pay attention to how everyone's just taking fights and just the decision making on which gods to pick and what tags to take and which times.
Yeah, that idea of like the knowledge of when to take a fight and when not to. It's never just It's never just to put it bluntly. It's never just put your face on the keyboard and and just smash the attack move button, is it?
Yeah, that's my issue.
I didn't mean it that way. Kind of. All right. If you have a main god, which one is it, and what makes them fun or strong?
Well, I have to say Aranos. I've been playing the god for I don't know 5 years.
Yeah.
I liked it in Legacy. I like it now, especially now because there's so much playability that you can do now. So many variations of strategies. You can basically pick anything and make it work. You can go Oceanos and do anything. You can go Prometheans, make hero villagers, or just spam Prometheans, go for an eco boost. You can go Thea and go for Dryads, horses. You can go for Satyrs,
Exactly.
Chaos, Hecate, Helios. You just so much variation with
I-
the god itself and the
yeah.
sky passage to make it so fun. Just
For
move
sure.
around.
Man,
And just make your enemy like lose their hairs.
it's funny. It's like it's funny you say that, right? It's like a lot of the times when you're watching, when you're looking at Twitch chat, you're like, man, these devs don't know what they're doing, right? It's like everyone's complaining. You're like, hang on, let's step back one little step. There is so much strategic variety in this game, and that's a credit to the vision, so to speak. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It's really cool.
I enjoy it right now. Right now, I think the people that are complaining is just a kind of a skill issue.
That's there's definitely, well, okay, if you've got a player like TheMista who is currently undefeated in a S tier tournament, you've got to be like, hey, if there was really that big of an imbalance, he probably would drop a game here or there, right?
Exactly.
All right. If you could delete one unit from the game, what would it be?
Tengu.
Tengu? All right. Most annoying thing an opponent can do.
Tengu.
Okay. Who has the most interesting playstyle?
Actually, the crush, the crush rush
Oh, the Cronus Rush.
is very, very cancerous right now. If you
It's
don't
super
go
strong.
for a fast uptime, or if you just have a bad gold mine, sometimes you're just gonna have a really, really bad time.
Yeah, you have to be prepared. This is I mean, it's the Cronus. I'm team Cronus Rush. I'm not gonna lie. Because this Cronus has identity. He should be in your face.
I'm all
Should be
for it.
strong, but yeah, if you're not prepared or if there's no way to just survive the initial stuff, then that's not good. But
Yes.
yeah.
And the Quaffle rush, that one's.
The Quafu Rush. Yeah. There's some good stuff in this game. Who's got the most interesting playstyle in the tournament?
I have to say B as well again.
Yeah.
You never know what that guy's gonna do.
You don't. That's
Like that
right.
over-
Like he pulled. And I must say it was very strong. He pulled out. What was it?
The Amaterasu.
Yeah, it was Spearman. I can't remember what they're called. Yadi
He made the-
Spearman. Yumi Archers and one Udon. I was just like, dude, B. Everyone says this unit's terrible. You're supposed to realize. No, don't. Like, okay, hang on, this is working. Oh, okay, maybe everyone's wrong. Okay, everyone's wrong again. Yep, that's right. This unit's really good. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Good. I'm glad they didn't buff this thing. Good stuff.
Yeah, that game versus Soup.
Yeah.
Where he made like the horses and like the 5 you though. Like,
Yeah.
what the hell? Why is this working?
Yeah, that's it.
And he had them so fast. I was like, what? I was so confused. And that series versus El Matador as well. I was very surprised he won that.
Oh yeah, that was close. And
Yeah,
that
the
the
last
last
game, I was like,
game
oh,
was
it's over. Oh, it's GG. Oh, it's GG. And then it's just closer and closer. I was like, what?
that last game was
so confused.
peak because it was like that's like the perfect type of like example of what B's style is and why it's so good. It's just like I'm gonna pressure you until I can't pressure you anymore. So you better not let up. One mistake and I'm going to kill you. And it's like, yep. And sure enough, I think I said it on the cast as well. It's like, yeah, like Matador is in a 100% winning position here, but if he loses this army one time, he will lose. And he's just like, well, he lost his army. Okay, now you're in trouble. Okay, now you're dead. Okay. Oh, it's good. I recommend that one. If you haven't go back and watch that. Okay. If you could rematch anyone from this tournament, who would you pick?
Mista.
Yeah. I want to play him. I just to get my like ego in check, you know. It's probably been about a year since I played him. I think I played him in like the first month of release or something. I got to play him once on ladder. And that's it.
I've played him a couple times in practice.
Yeah, he's a fun.
That's fun.
He's got to be fun to play against. Or infuriating, one of the two. All right. Is there any final thoughts for the community watching? Anything you want to say to your fans?
Appreciate everyone that supported me, and I hope everyone enjoys the following games.
Yeah.
Should be good.
Yeah. And where can people follow you? You have a Twitch or
Just Tunis
YouTube?
on Twitch.
Yeah.
I rarely stream though.
I get that stream in there. I love it. And I'll finally, any prediction for the finals? Who's going to be there? What's the score going to be?
I think it's gonna be Mista versus Mosca in the grand finals. Is my prediction.
Bold. I like it. That's different to what everyone else has given me so far. So
Just off of like practicing with like mostly everyone that's still in there, I think this is what's gonna happen.
That's exciting. All right. Thanks so much for your time, Tunison.
Thank you. Appreciate you, and thank you for the tourney as well. It was fun.
It's all on this side of the table. Thank you. So for people who've never seen Age of Mythology or don't know who you are, who are you and what's your playstyle? Or what would you describe your playstyle as?
I'm 3DB, Pavel Shiger from Russia. I'm 30 years old.
Yeah.
So I'm playing RTS games like for 20 years, I guess, just from my childhood. And my play style in Age of Mythology, I think, just pressing a lot of buttons, spam resources, um, and don't idle with the villagers and TC most of the games. And first of all, I prioritize just making a lot of controls with extra damage against needed units. So I just have a good mechanic from StarCraft 2
Yep.
with Zerg. So I think that's my advantage, first of all, here.
You're a Zerg main. That's interesting. I played StarCraft 2 for like maybe like 6 months when it first came out, and I was also a Zerg main. There you go. That's so cool.
So I like that creep mechanic we have with
Yeah.
the Chinese, so that's okay for me.
It's China and Gaia as well, right? I noticed you were
Yeah, yeah.
having some fun with her too. Oh, cool. All right. Outside of gaming for a hot second, is there anything fun that's going on in your life that you think that the community might be interested in?
Yeah, right now I am as a father already
Oh,
1 year and 3
congratulations.
months.
We've got a
Yeah,
couple of
thank you.
fathers in here.
And
Let's
the great
go.
daughter. Yeah. So Recon, as I also know,
Yeah.
and maybe Mista, right?
Yeah.
Or
So in
like,
about
so
10
congrats
years, we'll
everyone.
just get
Yeah.
the mini Mista, mini Recon, mini B, all in, and they have to play a game of Age Mythology and see who wins.
With great balance, right?
Yes, that's right.
So
That's it.
devs will hear us. Okay. So yeah, and I like volleyball and guitar playing most
Yeah.
of all.
Oh,
I
cool.
just interested in music and mm,
What type of, if you
I
don't mind
think
me asking, what type of music, what type of guitar do you play?
um so I'm 30 years old, and 2007, where we had alternative music and
Mm.
like something core metal
Oh, yeah.
and something else. That's my favorite genres. So I like fast temp of mm, of different bands, like Bullet for My Valentine, Arch Enemy,
Mm.
something like that. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
So also I graduated from mechanical engineering university. I mean,
Yeah.
so I like math and count something efficient in the games also.
Alrighty. So Champions League is unfortunately over for you for this season. What were your biggest highs and biggest lows for you personally? I know a lot of I think you've gained a lot of fans so far from just your gameplay
Yeah.
and all that stuff, but everyone wants to know more.
So first of all, I'm very happy that I go through group stage to the playoffs because that was my main goal here. And that was a little shock for me that I still won 2 players in the playoffs. And I think that's a great result because I didn't spend a lot of time on Age of Mythology because in that time I also played Age of Empires 4 tournament, and mm, that was also as a father, of course, I didn't have enough time to practice. So most of all, I just was on my chair and checked streams how other players invented new meta and also think about what I can do with it. So it's just about analyze first of all, not about practice.
Yeah.
So for sure, I did not want to lose to the Rappel, so that was, um, I guess, not a good finish for me because I did not play well. I get a little sick, and these games I did not want to show to the community. So for me, it was a uh, like a stress to show so bad games.
Yeah, if you're ever under the weather having to play competitive games, that's tough.
Yeah.
Even saying that though, it still was Very, very fun games like the Gaia versus Kronos on Okuchichibu. The like, you know, the map with the cliffs on the sides and stuff. And it was just
I think
watching the
the
mechanics, man.
Rappel
It
ruined
was
that game
Go, you-
because he did well, but I think he did not should make that Kronos all in because that's okay to play micro game against me. I don't have enough experience, and as I know, the Rapple practice a lot of with Mista. So what's the problem just to finish me in micro? So I don't know because we have both Turmas and it's just about the Gaia advantage at the defense with
yeah,
grass with
yeah,
regeneration. That was necessary, I guess.
yeah. It was. I mean, I had fun watching it. Even if you even if you unfortunately lost, it was fun. It was a very, very fun series for me. Um, was there like a matchup that kind of you were shocked that you like, I don't know, shocked you won, or you just felt like you played really,
Hmm.
really well in, or
Yeah, against Matador, I guess when I played as a Uranus or Gaia, I think Gaia, yeah.
yeah,
Um,
Gaia versus Isis maybe.
Yes.
Yeah,
So when I did not scout his second TC and try to punish his main gold without checking other sources, so that was insane that I was still in the game and he, I guess, throw that game. So uh, I
yeah.
was very happy to finish that game with a win because that was the final game of the series. So
It,
I just was lucky, I guess.
it was there was. I mean, there's luck. I know exactly what you mean, but a lot of the time it's like someone who's lucky. It's also like they take advantage of the opportunity. And I said it. I think I said it in the game. It's like Matador is 100% in a winning position now. However,
Yeah, yeah.
if he loses his army one time, he will lose. And then he went and lost his army.
That's
And then he went and
I
lost his
must say
army.
that's why I love that game.
Yeah,
So in Age of Mythology, we have a lot of options how to win the game, but also a lot of options how to throw the game.
yeah,
So that's okay for viewers and for players also. I think that's the main advantage of that RTS game. So I'm really happy to have an option to come back in that game.
yeah. Alrighty. Okay, so you were talking about the Rappel series a little bit. It's been maybe a week or so since you played versus him. I know you were sick, but now you've had some time to think about it. Is there something you would have done maybe a little different in that last series if you were to play it again?
Yeah, first of all, I should prioritize scouting first of all because I lost all my games just because of wrong position with my scout units like
Mm,
oracles because at Anatolia was my the worst game ever. I just tried to push his dogs at the left corner, but I had like 3 dogs and 9 fishing boats from the right corner where I had 2 proxy barracks and I could easily just destroy it with Prometheans with crush damage, and I think that was a free win for me. But as I told in Age of Mythology, it's really easy to throw the game, especially when you don't have enough experience as Mista or the Rappel. So
yeah.
first of all, yeah, scouting. I must think about that each game and don't allow players, as it was with Matador, to play second TC without any execution. So yeah.
That's a great takeaway. I think everyone can. That's like something that I know that these guys at that are left in the tournament will prioritize, and I think it's the biggest, maybe the biggest thing to
Mhm.
even just any
As
RTS game. Just like if you can know what your opponent's doing, it just gives you so much, so much to play
especially in
with.
Age of Mythology, because
Yeah,
we have free scout from the
yeah,
start of the game. We already have it, and in the last patch notes, we had a good optimization of scouts with increasing the line of sight.
yeah,
So I think that's the best patch was for Age of Mythology, because I like when we have an option to um, scout everything and to find the counter things to strats of our opponents. So I really like it.
Yeah.
Line of sight for scouts, best of it.
I totally agree. All right. Was there any like sort of strategies or meta things that just you didn't think of and caught you off guard in the tournament? Or maybe stuff you stole?
First of all, I was shocked that Core Chief will be so OP. Uh, so when I played my first series against Huskupe, I think that I can give him China's gods
Yeah.
and still win with like Atlanteans, because I still think they are so OP without drop-off mechanic in the game where pathfinding of drop-off resources with
Yeah, yeah.
villagers and Guafus are not so great right now. So um, I was shocked that he just destroyed me with X double advantage in resource gathered. So uh, I should not allow it to him, and I also should pick a lot of China seeds, I guess. So that's how it works.
There was I think a little bit of an insight. I don't know if there's this like balanced Discord. It's kind of an unofficial place where people can go and vent about the game state. And when the Kwafu went from 15 favor to 10 favor, Mista just comes into that chat and he's just like, but why the Kwafu? I don't understand. And he just like says it like 15 times. But yeah,
They were broken and they got huge buff. Yeah,
yeah,
shock.
it got.
But I did not practice and did not
Yeah.
read the chat. And when I played against Hoskupe, I got like
Yeah,
easy 3-0.
and you know, Sim, he's gonna do like that's his thing. He's like, well, I'm just gonna be the most greedy player I can, and I'm just gonna do this. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah. But yeah, I do remember one game there. Maybe this. Let's talk about it because I want to. It was a Thor versus I think it might have been either Noir. I think it was Noir because he didn't have that chi the chi yao with the halberdiers, and you went for this big fight. And I think you kind of went kind of equalish, but he was on 2 TC, and then you pulled back. I was watching the game. I'm like, there's got to be there's something he's going for next, and it just kind of fizzled out, so to speak, in that moment. I don't know if you remember the game all too well. But
against Nova, I don't.
I was
remember
Shenong.
right
It
now.
was Shenong one, and
We will check.
he went how to. Anyways, I was like, man, this makes so much sense. The first attack, if you can get that to be equal, then that exhausts the gold, and then you can come in with that second push with like a whole bunch of favor you get from Norse. And it just didn't happen. I was like, oh, it's there. And I would have, anyways.
First of all, I was shocked that I was unlucky, and Thor usually happy with the second gold at the main.
Yeah.
But Ghost Lake gives a lot of opportunities for like defensive play styles with any China god at the current patch. So that's why I was easily destroyed by the extra gold.
Yeah.
So Fuxi always have that tree with extra gold, and it's not so necessary to have 3k extra, but in that scenario that ruined my plan with Thor here.
That's okay. Anyways, okay, so there's only a couple of players left in the tournament now. We're going to the finals weekend. From your perspective, who's the best? Who's going to win?
I saw for like 7 years the Serral effect in StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
When players just don't have faith in them to beat like the god of the game. So I think we have the same picture in Age of Mythology, where like everyone afraid the Mista and his results in this game. So That's not good, but I think that Mista will win again on that effect. Plus, he also practiced a lot, as I heard with the Rappel also.
Yep.
So he's my favorite here. But I will be very happy if we will have a new like or me player who will have enough faith to beat like the best in that game. So
Yeah, it's always exciting, right? Like there's that player who's just seems untouchable, and you like you want to watch it because you want to see what he's doing, but also like deep down you're like, "Oh, I just want someone to just take it to him, you know, like
yeah.
I was actually just talking with someone else, and he was saying things like, "There's he's like, I don't understand how so consistently the Mista gets so much value out of so little. It's like this doesn't happen for anyone else. Like everyone's like, you don't get a raid off with a Minotaur and kill 2 Kwafu like in the middle of a game. That doesn't happen. It's wall. There's heroes there, and it's like, you know, this stuff just seems to happen all the time. So, but that being said, you know, you've got all of his practice partners remaining, right? So there's the playbook at the very least is like sort of wide
Yeah.
open. So it's gonna be a tough one, I think, for Mista for the last couple games.
Yeah, I agree.
Is there maybe an underrated player in the final group that you think people aren't giving enough credit to, who might surprise?
Yeah. So I think Mosca like the scariest player here for Mista because he's still in the winner bracket.
Yeah.
So he has more chance to be in the finals because of his I think another practice partner, right? So Tunis and Mosca are both in playoffs, and they have enough time to watch replays of Mista games, right? And analyze with 2 heads. So that's the best advantage here, just to beat Mista with great analyze of top players. So that's why I think Mosca have chances if they will spend enough time on it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, unfortunately, there's only so many recorded games out there, but yeah.
Yeah.
There's so much you can gain from so little. Hey, all right, maybe some fun ones. Do you have a main god or a god you just like?
I think that was Uranus.
Yeah,
Because I started with him at the Age of Mythology Retold release.
yeah.
Also with the Centaur spam, but
Everyone
it's
starts with
another
that.
his story. Yeah. But I like that mechanic with jumping, like that just from StarCraft 2 again. So that's the Nidus mechanic.
Yeah.
And yeah, I know that mechanic. Let's use it and make a lot of content in the game where players don't have enough, I think, EPM, efficient
Yeah.
clicks per minute, as a lot of Zerg players had in StarCraft 2. So I just decided to use it as a main advantage, and that worked for a long time. So then devs just nerfed that a lot. Also, a lot of players banned that god for me. So yeah, I really like it still.
Yeah. I mean, Uranus is like tricky, right? But when you get into
Yeah.
him, he's super fun. He's fun to play as. I don't like playing against him.
We have a lot of options with Uranus still.
Yeah.
So that's really unique god in that game. So we have a lot of threats how to await when our opponent will be in the center of the map.
Yeah.
And just have a sneaky portal to the opponent's second TC, for example, and easily destroy his plans. So I really like the mechanic of it.
Yeah. Okay. If you could delete, if you're like a god developer, you're one of the suits, and you say we have to delete one unit, which one would you get rid of?
I think Petrobolus.
Oh, the Petrobolus.
Just because of yeah, just because of passive style where I can't do something against that. So you have already fortress,
Yeah.
little wall for 25 gold, and you already can't have an answer to that castle age destroying machine of your second TC and map control. So
Yeah.
I really think that they should change Petropolis and that siege tower from Castle Age to Imperial Age, but make that tower a little bit
Like
worse
swap
than
the stats around
so,
type vibes.
yeah, yeah.
Make one heroic age. Yeah, fair enough. What's the most annoying thing an opponent can do to you?
Just walls first of all for me. I hate it mechanic like from AO2, AO4.
Yeah.
Again, that's just because of StarCraft, because as a Zerg you don't have walls and you have map control, and walls makes your map control worse. So that's why I hate it in each RTS game. So castles and walls,
Get
I
rid
don't
of the
like it.
castles, get rid of the walls. Excuse my man. I love this. I love what I'm hearing. I'll give you a little backstory. I never built any walls. So I played Age Mythology for years, and I never. I don't know why. I just hated the idea. I was like, man, I'm just gonna outplay you. If you want to come raid me, come do it. I'll be there to kill you. That's like more fun. And I was doing this for so long, and then I eventually gave in to the walling.
So when we have raiding, it's always good.
Yeah,
We have a lot of options to come back also.
yeah, that's exactly right. Like you have some really fun games of just like I can send my dudes here and there, and if I lose, if I get raided, then I can raid you instead of reacting to the raid and all that stuff. Okay, if there was one player in the tournament you could rematch, who would you pick? Who do you want to play again?
TheRapl.
TheRapl. Get that
for
revenge
sure.
in there.
Yeah, because yeah. For Anatolia first of all.
Yeah.
For that free win for me, but that was awful. That was awful, yeah.
I must say, like, I was happy you picked Kronos there. Like, I'm kind of sick of seeing Zeus Hades on the map. I understand why they do it, but it's not even the best picks. They're not the best. Just wag my finger. Yeah. I'll wag my finger. All right. Do you have any final thoughts before we finish up?
First of all, I appreciate in the Age of Mythology community that there are a lot of players who want to fight for the bug fixes and balance changed. And I really like how a community loves that game, but don't like the strange patch notes, right? And they still fighting for it. And like last two patch, we got really good changes for some mechanics, and I really like it. So I so how it to say so I drew with Age of Mythology originally just because of my girlfriend on that moment, and that was a great RTS game where we can mix like numbers and good thing with the mythology, like great units from our childhood, like minotaurs, like cyclops, something else. So I really enjoy playing Age of Mythology, and I like the community here because they still trying to make that game popular and better. And I hope that we will have more players here, more tournaments here, and that game will be still like one of the best RTS on the scene. So I really like how community fights for that.
Totally, man. Couldn't have said it better. And where can people follow you? Do you have a Twitch channel? Do you do streaming much?
Yeah. I right now don't streaming like for 1.5 years just
Mm.
because of Dota, as I told, that um, gets a lot of time. But maybe in the nearest 1 year or months, I will stream again, and maybe Age of Mythology also will be here.
Okay. Is that twitch.tv/3db or 3d exclamation mark
3D.
B?
Um, that will be difficult. I
Can't
can
remember.
type you in the Discord right now the message for you.
Ah, it's an underscore.
Just because
Okay.
I
3D
typed in.
underscore B.
Yeah, yeah,
All right. Everyone
yeah.
go
There.
follow him and yeah, all the other good stuff. Cool, cool, cool. All right. Well, thanks so much, B. I think I speak for the whole community. We really enjoy watching your games and completely different mindset that you bring to this scene. Because you kind of a bit in the best way possible. You're a little bit of an outsider, and it's just the different way that you think is super exciting, and I think it's awesome that you're playing. And
Yeah, thank
also
you.
I
Thank you.
also have no idea how you manage to play both AoE 4 and Myth and do so well, and have a daughter. Absolutely insane. But I appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah, thank you, Boit.
Thank you.
Thank you, community, for supporting me. So let's watch our final games in this weekend. So good luck, everyone.
Okay.
And bye-bye, guys.
All right, thank you. For people watching at home, who are you and what would you describe your playstyle as?
Hello, everyone. I am Mosca. I am Rodrigo, yeah, also known as Mosca. I'm a Christian guy and I like to play Age of Mythology. I think that's all. I think, yeah, that's all.
Cool, cool, cool. Would you call yourself more defensive, more aggressive, more like macro orientated? I feel like I know the answer already, but I want it out of you.
Yeah, I think I would describe my gameplay as a safe playstyle.
Yeah.
And not use it to do crazy all-in strategies. I prefer to play safe and enjoy the macro game. It's not like I am a boomy guy.
Yeah.
I think I play very aggressive in some matchups, but I just don't go for all-ins. Once I get an advantage, I start playing in a more standard way.
Yeah, yeah. It's really fun to watch. There's all. Yeah, I think this is somewhat. Maybe it's a bit of a random thought, but I think it's somewhat standard for most of the top players. I think there's only a couple that really fit into this bubble of I play this unique play style. Like I
Yeah.
don't know. I was talking with Tunis about it. And he's like, he just wants to be an aggressive player, right? But I think most of the top players are like, we're gonna play whatever feels good in the matchup, regardless of if this suits my play style or not.
But also there are some players like B or
Yeah.
Soupy, which always surprise us with some cool strategies
Yeah.
and also surprise their opponents
Yeah.
and end up winning games which we would not expect to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. All right. Stepping away from gaming for just a second, is there one little cheeky fun fact that no one knows about you that you want to share?
I don't think so. It's just my life. I just work, study, and play Age of Mythology. There are not many fun facts about me. I don't think so.
No fun facts. No,
Yeah,
I mean
yeah, I don't
gaming
think
is fun enough. What do you
Yeah.
if you're comfortable to answer, what do you study?
I study law
Okay.
in university.
I can see
And
why
also I work.
I can see why you would say that's not
Yeah.
fun, but some people find a lot of fun in the law. I mean,
Yeah, sometimes it can be fun. And I work in a law office with my
Okay.
mom, so I'm not very far from
Yeah.
what I study. Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. Okay, so for those who have never played AOM, what would you describe that makes it unique? What sort of brings you to it?
I think what make AOM unique are the mythological battles.
Mm.
Without a doubt, the battles in AOM are so fun because of the myth units and the god powers. We have some a lot of fun battles and god powers and units crashing and centaurs and minotaurs and phoenix. These all make this game very fun, in my opinion.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's Age of Mythology. Myth units in
Yeah,
there.
of course.
Alrighty, so you've had a absolutely insane run this year for Champions League Season 4. I think this is probably your best, even regardless of what happens next, this is your best S tier tournament run thus far.
Yeah,
What?
it is.
Tell me about it. What's the storyline? What should people know about this this journey from your side?
I think at the beginning of the game, to be honest, I was not very how could I say? I was not playing so much.
Mm.
I played the previous S tier tournaments because my friends, such as Tunis and other Brazilian friends, told me, "Oh yeah, come, let's play. You have nothing to lose. Let's
course.
just see where you can, yeah, where you can get." And but now I am enjoying the game more, and I am playing a lot of games every day, I would say, and I think that's the main reason because I am where I am in this tournament. You know.
That's and there's such a I know for myself is when I get when I get that level or something, it's normally just because I'm really enjoying doing whatever's
Yeah.
going on. And it's so true. I don't think there's been a better time to play Age of Mythology than right now. Like this is,
Then now.
I mean, maybe on the launch of Retold, that was like I was like, yeah, give me, I want to play like 12 hours a day. Let's go. But right now, it feels every single game feels so fun, regardless win lose. It's just man, this is
Yeah.
the best. Do you have like a memorable match from this season? One that you just look back and you go, man, that was it. That was a good game.
Yeah, for sure, the most memorable match in this season for me was the game I played against Recon.
Yeah.
It was set for me against Tsukuyomi on Blue Lagoon, I think.
Yeah, I remember that one.
And yeah, which I think it's a very hard matchup for the set player.
Yep.
And I went for a very fast Scarab rush into his town center, surprising him and surprising you. I watched the
That's
VOD
right.
later and all the chats, the people watching, and this led me to the advantage that I needed
Yeah.
to win the game later. So I think this was the most memorable game of Mosca in this season.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's just my most favorite thing. Like set, I know you know, but like I'm just like obsessed with for so long with playing set and just doing the most bonkers, stupid shifting sands all ins I possibly can. I'm just like tear comes to my mind. Oh, it's just yes. That's so good. All right,
Let's go for it.
that's it. All right, let's get serious. Couple of players left. Who's the biggest threat in the bracket and why?
I think it's Mista for sure. I'm going to play him on the Saturday, and let's see what will happen. The reason why it's Mista, it's just because he's arguably the best player in Age of Mythology story, apart from Mega or Magic, some people would say. But on Retold, he's just the GOAT. Yeah. And he won every tournament he played, and only lost a single series to Magic, if I remember.
That's right.
Out of don't know 50 series he
absolutely
played,
insane.
so it's going to be a tough game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I think the thing is with Mista, right, is he's got an aura around him. And there's a select few people that can get past that and then play their game versus him. And I think that's like the first step in the door. You gotta get past the fact you're playing against someone that good. And then just remember, no, I gotta play my game how I want to play. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But the one thing you can't do is go, this guy is special. We have to do something completely out of my ability to try and make a win. It's just never gonna go your way.
I don't think it's a rule. In my opinion, he's a beast. He's the best player of all time. But in my opinion, he wins most of his games just because of his name. It's like people get scared when people are playing against Mista, and to be honest, people play worse than they would normally play just because they're facing Mista, you know. And the first step to beat him, in my opinion, is not to get this mind block. You know, like, oh man, I'm playing against Mista. I'm going to lose. And no, just relax and play your game
That's it.
and do whatever you feel like you need to do.
Yeah, it's going to be fun for sure. All right.
Yeah.
Give
Let's
us
see.
a bold prediction for the finals. Who's going to be in the grand finals? What's the score going to be?
It's going to be me against Mista.
Good.
A rematch
Back
for him.
yourself. Back
for him,
yourself.
for him.
Yes.
Yeah. But it's not a bold prediction. It's just a simple prediction. Me against Mista. And I don't know. I'm confident and think I'm going to win. Yeah. Not
good.
sure about the score.
Okay.
Maybe 4-3.
Oh, please,
yeah.
please. That would make my life. Give me that. Give me that
Let's see.
best of 7 7th game in the grand finals. Aha. Yes. With like Titans and like maybe even put a wonder down. All right.
Wonders and got powers and
Yeah.
let's play Age of Mythology.
Okay. So for the people who don't know you, I think most people will be pretty aware. But what's your main god and what kind of strategies do you like to play with him? And spoilers.
Yeah. My main god is Poseidon.
Yeah.
Since I started playing, it has always been Poseidon. And it's also my favorite god. And the one I have more fun while I'm playing. In my opinion, it leads to strategies of raiding with speed cavalry while you are booming and defending your base with archers and other defensive units. And you make this until you have enough advantage from your raiding to make a big push into your enemy. And it's just I have a big love with the Hippicons, the Greek cavalry. It's a very cool unit to play with. For those who don't know, Hippicon is how we use it to call the Greek cavalry in the legacy version of the game. It's now called Hippos. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I don't care. I don't know. I don't care. It's Hippicon.
Yeah, I don't care. It's Hippicon and dot.
Oh, that's so good. Yeah, I mean, your Poseidon is 100% one of the most enjoyable to watch because it just is so clean. Like everything makes sense and it just goes down this line, and you're like, yeah, there's no weaknesses here. You have to heavily get outplayed to drop games, and it's just the whole thing just makes sense. It's really, really. I remember you're one of the few people I've actually stolen build orders off. That pickaxe opening. What is it? I can't remember. You drop like 2 villagers to wood and then 2 on food, and then you grab pickaxe, put a villager on gold. It's just that was.
And then go to gold. Yeah.
So good.
It's a nice build order.
Yeah. All right. Let's do some quick ones. Is there any sort of meme strat that maybe doesn't work at the very highest of levels, but kind of secretly works as something you would just throw in the ladder for a bit of a meme?
I'm not sure if there is. I would say the militia rush.
Oh yes, yeah,
where
there you go.
bring a villager. Yeah. Since I play Poseidon, I have already tried the militia rush. You bring a villager, you send a villager forward into your enemy's base and build a house or a granary, any building there. So the town centers of your enemy shoots your building down, and once it's down, it will bring you 2 free militia, and you start harassing your enemy's food and gold and get some damage early on in the game. But I'm not sure if it really works at the stage that the game is.
Yeah, it's
not sure.
Okay, all right. I'll put it in my back pocket. I'll try and make it work for you. That's my job. My job is to do the stupid strats and try and make them work. All right. Who's been the hardest player to prepare for thus far? Let's take Mista out of the equation because we haven't right now we're recording this a couple of days before it's going to go live. But who's the hardest player you had to prepare for so far?
To be honest, I would say Tunis.
Yeah.
Not. It's because he's a very strong player, but also because we are friends and we practice with each other. And it's very hard to play against someone you are kind of practicing with this guy every day. So you don't know how to surprise him since he knows your gameplay style and you also know his. And That's the why. I think I was more comfortable against Recon, but for the match against Tunis, so I was not sure, man.
Yeah,
I don't think I can make it work. Yeah,
yeah. The
just because of this factor that we play with each other like every day.
it's crazy, right? You have to you're practicing with them, then you have to play versus them, and
Yeah.
if you want to try and like come up with something to actually beat them, you have to like outside of just playing really well, right? You
Yeah.
have to either find someone else to play and practice that idea with. Well, first you have to come up with an idea, then you have to go find someone else to actually check if the idea works, and then you have to
Yeah.
have the balls to actually pull it out in the tournament game, knowing that well maybe they know it about it, maybe they don't. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, totally. I've definitely had some similar games in my past where I'm just like, well, I guess we just have to play a standard game. Damn it.
Yeah, we have nowhere to run. No?
Yeah, that's it. All right. If you win the whole thing, what's the celebration going to be?
I don't think I will do a big celebration after all. I will just get very happy and tell my entire family
Yeah.
and things like that. But I'm sorry.
Oh, good.
But I think I will keep working and studying and playing Age of Mythology whenever I had time.
Yeah, fantastic. All right. Is there anything you want to say to your fans or any new viewers before we finish up?
I would say for you guys watching to give a chance to Age of Mythology. It's a very fun game. It has problems like every other thing in life, but it's very fun and can be very relaxing when you play it for fun. Not really relaxing when you are playing competitive and trying to win every match, but if you just want to chill, it's a very relaxing game. And also, eat well, sleep well, and drink water.
Fantastic. And where can people follow you? Do you have a Twitch channel or a YouTube channel that you're putting stuff up on?
Yeah, you can follow me in my Twitch channel. It's twitch.tv/xmosca. And that's it. You can find more info about me in my Wikipedia season. But that's it. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks so much, Mosca. Good luck for the weekend. I'm a fan, and I'm really looking forward to the games.
Thank you, Boit. Very thank you for making all of this happen. Thank you for this interview. And I'm very glad for being here. And I'll try my best for this Saturday.
All right. I'll see you later. Alrighty, so for people watching, who are you, and what would you describe your playstyle as?
Oh, I'm TheMista. TheMista plays Boit. I come from Greece. I've been playing the game for over almost 2 decades now. And about my playstyle, I would say I am methodical and creative and strategical.
Yeah, for sure. And 20 years. I think we're all saying that at the moment now. Did you start when the game first came out, like the vanilla, like with just the three pantheons, or did you start in the Titans, or?
I mean, I tried the game when it came out, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I was like 10 years old
Yeah.
or something. But I was playing mainly Age of Empires 2
Yeah.
back then. And then I gave the game another try in 2017, summer 2017. And that's when I started playing online.
Crazy. Man, it's like I think most people have been playing it for ages now, and yeah, I don't know. Like what about this game, like would you say like got you into it, like got you hooked, or like what makes it that game that's so much fun for you, would you say?
I mean, the game looks cool, right? It
Yeah.
also used to look cool, like with our old standards, because even now the old game, like kind of looks cool. But anyway, so the game looks cool, it feels cool, and it's incredibly complex, and I
Yeah.
love that about the game. It's like there's like you can play a matchup like 20 times, and it will like it might feel that different every single time, and then you get all the gods, all the maps, all the different paths that you can choose, and you can have so many different type of games.
Yeah. That's so it, right? Like, what is it? Like when you play like a regular RTS, normally it's kind of rock, paper, scissors, right? You have like in Age of Empires, it's like sword or spear beats horse beats archer beats spear. But in Age of Mythology, you have that thing of like that same thing is there, but then you layer in hero and you layer in myth unit, and all of a sudden you have this like it's not a combat triangle anymore, it's like a combat pentagon. And then you also have this other side of it where there's like counter units as well, which makes its own little thing over on the side. So it's just for better or for worse, it's incredibly complicated.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And it's not only that; it's the flow of the game, right? It's you can hit insane timings, but
Yeah.
the timings are so short, right?
Yeah.
So it's like it feels very complex, and even though it's not that fast paced, the amount of time that the windows of you doing damage, hurting the opponent guy, they are very short. Very short.
Yeah, you missed one little tiny thing, and all of a sudden that entire idea is just gone, right? It's kind of crazy. Was there like I don't know, this might be weird. Was there like a wow moment that happened when you first started playing that you're like, nah, this game is it?
I mean, there was one.
Yeah.
Like as I said, I started playing on July 2007.
Yeah.
And what happened was, like, I was playing from, I didn't have internet in my home at that time, so I was only playing from internet cafes. And I remember going up into the internet cafe and just chilling next to a guy, like it was a player called Ex Thamnos.
Uh-huh.
He was playing like in Ex Manor clan, like it was a Greek clan back then.
Yeah.
And he was playing an Odin versus Ra game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I sat down watching it like mid game.
Mm-hmm.
So he was raiding, and then he went 3TC, and he started like booming, and the Ra was like relentless, like he was attacking everywhere. So I was like, it just felt that the game was over to the eyes of someone who has played Age of Empires 2 and had like no experience with like god powers, etc. And then suddenly he clicks like a button called Ragnarok, right? He had like 1TC, and all of his villages were like in the corner of the map, like everyone. And I'm like, why is he not resigning? Like this game is just over. And then suddenly all the villages become like heroes, and he just wins the game. And I'm like, what the fuck was that? and I really wanted to try it. Like I instantly like I got a PC and I just like downloaded Age of Mythology and I just went online and played.
Yeah, that's so Age of Mythology, right? Like if you don't like something will just happen and you're just like, wait, hang on, that thing, what is that? And then it just keeps on happening over and over and over again. It's like just completely like even in recent memory, because you know the Japanese just came out, right? And we're just getting constantly like, oh my god, you can do that, or you could do this. Like it's just and getting those moments over and over again. It's like so much fun. All right, Mista. You are a 4-time S-tier tournament winner for Age Mythology Retold. You're also had insane success in Age 4. What do you reckon? What do you reckon makes you so good? What makes you different from everyone else, or maybe in the same conversation as those people like Hera, like Serral, like the Viper, like Flash, these types of names from other RTS games?
I mean, it's like commitment, I would say. It's like I tell myself like you need to practice, and I do practice, and I practice in a very specific way, and I'm very disciplined and very strict. with my own rules. Like if I tell myself you need 40 games and 40 specific games, I'm gonna play those 40 games even if I have to sacrifice sleep.
Mm.
Even if I don't feel like playing, I will play and I will take notes. I will write down mistakes. I will write down what I need to improve my playstyle on. And sometimes I'll just focus on specifics. Some games I'll just focus on the early game. And I'll play 6-minute games. And I'll just keep repeating 6-minute games until I find the best possible way to start a game, etc., etc., etc. Obviously, I don't do it every single time, right? All I'm saying is like I'll find a weak point that I will find something weak on my playstyle and I'll work on it until I find the next, and I'll keep doing that.
That's such a like, it's such a simple concept, but like it makes so much sense, right? It's like when you're just learning, right? When you're learning something, you get frustrated, right? You lose a game, you're like, man, this thing is just broken. I can't beat this thing. And you're like, well, hang on, let's look not look about what's broken. Let's look inward and see what we can actually have control over and work on that. And then all of a sudden you just keep getting better. And it's absolutely, absolutely amazing.
Exactly. Like I remember a specific a few days. It was back in like probably a year ago, and I was practicing with Recon, and we have been having this issue of Zeus versus Odin.
Yeah.
It just felt hopeless playing Zeus versus Odin in an open map.
Yeah.
And I would play the matchup 11 times, right? I wanted to find something that works every single time with a town center. And I've lost 10 times going town center. I remember that's like the most losses I've had in my entire life, like in a certain matchup.
Yeah.
We played it 10 times and I went 10 times for a second TC and I lost 10 times in a row. And then I said, okay, I'm 100% certain town center is not the way. Let's play this matchup 1 TC now. And then we kept like playing until I found like a way which is like consistent.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to do it, right? Like, I mean, completely. Like, I mean, exactly the same idea with TheRapl, right? This guy is like, he's gonna run his. I mean, he's only plays one style, right? But he runs that style into the ground and until he says, you know what? Okay, this actually doesn't work. And he actually did get to the same sort of conclusion. I think just took him more than 10 games. Shout out to TheRapl. Keep the grind go. Keep the grind alive. All right, let's talk Champions League season 4. So has there been like a most memorable match for you that you played this season?
I mean, it was one of the hardest games that I felt that I was not in control of the game, and I think that was probably the only game that I had like I felt like I lost control for a bit. It was against Grass on Mars. I remember the feeling when I realized that I haven't seen the Anubites. Why are all of my pioneers in the middle? Fuck. And then I'm like, I instantly like select the pioneers to send them to the second town center that I was about to grab, and I see the Anubites there, and I almost lost my Quafus, and then my TC was delayed by like a minute.
Yeah.
And then everything became like a mess. Like it took me at least like 7 minutes of sacrificing half of my base in order to get the control I wanted back in the game, and it felt scary.
Yeah.
And that was just because my 2 pioneers were not in position. So yeah, I remember that game. It was a good lesson.
Yeah, like it's those tiny ones, they mean a lot, right? Like and especially that feeling when you're in the game. And like I've only played one tournament in Retold thus far, but like those games that things get out of control, you remember them and you remember why they got out of control, and it never leaves you. So it's like, I don't think there's ever going to be another time where someone's going to be able to sneak some new bites onto your town center again.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's just like it stunk,
Yeah.
right? I knew that I should have lost that game, If Grass played it slightly better, he could have won the game. And I know that such a small mistake in the early game, because that's where most of the mistakes that lose you games happen, by
Yeah.
the way. It's so yeah,
Yeah.
that's the moment.
Okay. Who's your biggest threat to stop you from getting to 5 wins, five S tier tournament wins, and why? Why do you think?
I would say myself.
Ah.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's who handles stress better, right?
Yeah. I really love that
And
answer.
I've proven so far that like in a good day I can play really good. So all I need to do is beat myself and have a good day.
Yeah. Yeah, that's such a I love that answer. I love that. Okay. Is there who's the player who you expect to get to the finals to see you there?
Hmm.
Because there's 3
I would say
insanely
y-
close. I would say they're insanely
like
closely matched. Like I think that anyone could get there if you had to. I couldn't give a.
I will not include myself for the finals. What I mean is, like, I will analyze the other 3 guys
Yeah,
because you
yeah,
said who I consider a threat, right?
yeah, yeah.
Now, Mosca is a very solid, reliable player, but I don't think he has the peaks
Mm.
that Recon and Rappel can achieve.
Yeah.
Right, but he is very reliable.
Mm.
It's like he's very solid. It looks like he always have like a fine day, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
There's like never like a big mistake in his play. He looks good.
Yeah.
And then you have Rappel and Recon. Now Recon can hit higher highs,
Yeah.
but also lower lows.
Yeah.
And then Rappel is more like Mosca.
Mm.
He's like when it comes to performing. So I would say it really depends on Recon, in my opinion. He's a wild card. Like
Uh-huh.
he can either play insane or like he can either like just downgrade his play.
Yeah, we've seen it.
So
We've seen that. Like, I mean, just we've seen that so many times in
I mean,
in just this tournament, right? Like, man, you see
like
him.
he goes from 3-2 with Nyan
Yeah,
to 3-0ing Rappel in like
yeah,
clean games.
yeah.
And then you wonder what happened.
Exactly. Crazy.
So I would say all of them.
Yeah.
I think they're like all of them have a chance.
I think it's going to be so interesting. I'm really excited for the weekend, or for the games. All right. For anyone who doesn't know you and doesn't know where you've come from, what's your main god? And well, I know you probably don't have a main god anymore, but what's the god that you relate? I know what the answer is. What you relate yourself to, and what kind of strategies do you like to play with him?
I mean, it's Zeus, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Like it has to be Zeus, and it's like Zeus is such a strategical god.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know. When I've played Zeus, it feels like you're playing in a way chess. You
Yeah.
just have to have the right pieces on the right parts of the map, and since you don't really you can have mobility, but if you go for mobility, you're kind of losing on the biggest strengths of Zeus, which is like a strong wall of infantry with like being supported by heroes, and you have like myth units in the back line,
Yeah,
Beltas Toxotes, and like. But if you go for hippicons, you can also play slightly like Poseidon, play them up, but I don't really like that. But anyway, yeah, with Zeus, it feels like you're playing chess, and I really love that.
Yeah, I mean, you played Zeus for I don't know how many years before we got into this world where the top players finally decided that it was okay to play like more than one god. I know you had a lot of battles of like Zeus versus like Magic's Isis and stuff. Like there's some classics out
like
there.
Midgard,
Yeah.
Midgard Anatolia. Oh my god, the nightmare. Nightmares.
All right. Is there a strategy or maybe a god? You don't have to give anything away, but is there something that's like underrated that people aren't really looking at just yet? You think's gonna like
I mean,
surprise some people?
I don't think there's like one god. I think there's like many gods on many different maps.
Yeah.
That are being underlooked, and it's understandable, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's impossible to test everything everywhere. There's just too many matchups, too many possibilities.
Yeah.
There's like not enough like days in the week to do that. It's just not enough.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. It's like you got to remember at the core of it, maybe why we see like a lot of repeated matchups sometimes is just, well, this is what the players have practiced. There's not enough time to get to 19 gods, but not just 19 gods, but 19 gods on how many maps? You got like 13 or 11 different maps with all the different potential matchups you can have. And you have to have like how many notebooks would you have to go through?
I don't know. And then you get the parts, right? And they're like
thanks for that,
down that.
I'm glad we worked on that one strategy there. All right, what's like the most you think in a match? What do you think, like why do you think people make so many mistakes against you?
Because if I see a window open, I just keep it open and I push hard. So it's like it's not like they're making mistakes. It's like I'm just like looking for them, right?
You're looking for weaknesses.
Like how many times you will see a game where like there's so many times you will see a game where nothing really happens. So everyone is just playing that perfect 10-minute game. But what happens when I come knocking at 4 minutes and I come knocking 10 seconds later?
Yeah.
And then again until you open the door. And if you open the door, then I'm gonna
I'll
do my best to keep it open.
Yeah.
I'll come in when I'm ready, but I'll make sure that it's open.
Oh, I love that. Okay. All right. This is just for fun. All right. And one meme strat that kind of secretly works, doesn't work. You'd never pull it out in a tournament, but one thing you'd have fun on in a random off day.
Swifting Suns set tower as with forward monument and double barrack.
I love it.
And then eat your animals there, and then he's gold.
I love it. All right. Who's the hardest player to prepare for on the tournament?
The hardest player. I would
not to play against, but like to prepare for, like someone that's going to be like, who's going to have a lot of stuff that maybe
either of my
yeah.
If you think about it, it's either of my practice partners, right?
Yeah.
It's because you create the habit of familiarity.
Mm.
And then when you play, you start to be like, is he going to play like we usually play? Or is he going to do something like,
something different? Yeah.
What is he going to do? So you're like more like, you go into, not panic, like paranoia. Or not paranoia.
Yeah. Paranoia. Yeah.
You know what I mean, right?
Yeah. Well,
you like keep on checking and be like, what he's doing, what he's going to do.
It's like, what was that game? I said it with someone else. It might have been with Recon, actually. No. I can't remember who I talked about this with, but it was you versus Recon on Kalalga, and he comes at you with Ares, and I know for a fact that he didn't practice that one time with you, and you're just like you just laughed or something at it, right? You're just like, what is this, Recon? Come on, put this in the bin.
I think I was Norse, right?
Yeah.
I think I was lucky, and he went for hyperspace, and I was like, "What? I am throwing action, that doesn't work."
Alrighty.
But you understand what I mean, right? Like, like they're gonna try to surprise you, but you have to be ready, because at the highest level, even if you think something is weak, you haven't really practiced against it because it's weak.
Yeah. So
it can throw you off. If you expect something and then something unexpected happens and you missed it, you might actually lose.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we kind of already touched on it, but in like in Age of Mythology, you have this is probably the best, well, what we know is the best way to play, right? But there's also like the road to take, which is slightly off. It's not the best way to play, but it's winnable, and you can go down that path, and you can go down several different paths of like strength in a matchup, and it might not be the best way to play every time, but in that one game, all you got to do is win once. So if you can do something slightly off center, you can you can definitely find some wins where you probably otherwise shouldn't. But yeah, I know that's why scouting is so important, and just like staying switched on and being like, okay,
Yeah.
what exactly are they doing? Oh, they're doing something different. Okay, how do we beat that? You can't just go, well, this is the matchup. This is what I practiced. Let's follow my like my practice in that regard. You have to be ready to adapt.
I remember an example of
Yeah.
that in a game. I remember like with Recon, we like at some point in the past we decided that you cannot really, if you play against Earthwall with Set Aura and you go Swifting Suns, right? You cannot SS to stop NTC and steal it from the opponent if he has Earthwall.
Yeah.
Because he can always Earthwall and get the Earthwall on top of the TC, and that means that he cannot. He can stop it, but he cannot build it, and he's trapped.
Yeah.
We ended up in the conclusion that this is something that you don't do, right?
Yeah.
And then he did it to me in a game, and it created a very chaotic game, right? So like that's the types of the game that you just don't expect to happen because it doesn't make sense for the opponent to do it, but he does it regardless, and then it creates a game that you haven't practiced, and then different skills play into.
Yeah. For sure. Okay. Let's all right. If you win the whole thing, is there a celebration? Are you gonna do something special, or
Spend time with my son.
yes? I was
More
saying
time with
this.
my son.
I was saying this with B. So we've got Recon, you, and B. There's 3 upcoming future age mythology experts. 10 years comes, we're putting on a match. Whoever wins gets to take home the grand prize, right?
That sounds like a date
Okay.
for our son.
Alrighty. Is there anything you want to say to your fans or anyone who's new before we finish up?
I mean, thanks all of you for watching and supporting me. The game is amazing. It's very fun. And I mean, if you find problems with like matchups, etc., just watch people on YouTube and Twitch. Like a lot of people, for a lot of you, you can find the answers there.
Yeah, for sure. And where can people follow you? I know you got a Twitch and a YouTube.
I've got a Twitch and a YouTube. It's TheMista AOE. Both Twitch and on YouTube.
All right, go follow him. All right, thanks so much, Mista, for your time. Good luck with
thanks for hosting this.
Man, no worries. Good luck with the rest of the games. I'm super excited. Every time we get to watch a Mista game is highlights for me. So I appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are 3 minutes away from the losers finals here for Champions League season number 4. Huge shout out to everyone who sat down, gave me some time for the interviews. They were really, really fun. Hope you guys enjoyed that. But mate, guys, we've got ourselves a literal best of 7. I can't put a shoe on my head, but if I put a bottle on my head, you know that it's live, right? Alrighty, Mosca, Rappel, these guys have both sorted their draft out here. Our first game is going to be on Elysium. They're actually already in the game. We're going to be heading into this in just over 2 minutes after the delay is all done. Our first matchup is going to be the amazing, the wonderful, I don't have any other descriptive words. The Uranus versus Shenong. It is going to be on Elysium, guys. We have seen one matchup. And in fact, Rappel did... No, not Rappel. It wasn't Rappel. Rappel didn't play it. Recon played this matchup against Tunis. So this is an interesting one. We've got the angle of Mosca playing Uranos, and you got the angle of Rappel playing Shenong. Both of these guys have had a lot of experience like playing like with the players who played the other. You know what I'm trying to say, guys. They've played each other. They played each other by proxy already in this matchup, right? By proxy. Anyways, yes, our first game is going to be on Elysium. Oh man, what else can I say? This is the most exciting, the most hype I'm going to be all year. I think Champions League has been an absolute amazing experience. I think just to sit back, just to watch for the entirety of this tournament, seeing how things evolve. We got hit with 2 different patches. We were Bush, and players adapt, overcome, and evolve. Before we even jump into this game, huge shout out to my partner in crime, Chrono JJ, for all he's done in the past and also currently to help out. Also, I want to throw, I'll give more thanks at the end, but Danny Fufasake, I can't even say her name I'm not going to go there. But those guys can't do this type of stuff without you guys. Also, before we even jump into it, we've got Uros from Wolf Studios making literally everything look this amazing. So yeah, we've got some shenanigans. We've got 3 different series today. We've got this Mosca Rappel series, which is just about to get going. Following this one, we're going to head over to the Challengers League Finals, which is Nullis versus Deceive, giving the winner a little bit of a break before they have to go up and face the Mista in the Grand Finals. That's going to be it. I would talk a little bit about this matchup, but these guys know so much more than me. So let's just jump into it. And, well, I mean, what else is there to say apart from let's watch some Age of Mythology here. Onto the map, Elysium, we go. And off to the races. Champions League Season 4 Losers Finals. This means you win this one, you go to the Grand Finals. You lose this one, you're third. So that's what's happening here. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Uranos. His name is Mosca. Mosca's playing this Uranos. He's got himself the gold mine on the back here. This is actually really, really nice when you're playing against Shenong. We'll talk about it a little bit later. His opponent today, off the back of a very, very big win against Recon. His name is TheRapl. Tons and tons of games have been played to lead up to this point. I heard from Tunis earlier this week, that he played around about 100 games versus Mosca in like a week, and like 400 games total or something. There's been an insane amount of Age Mythology being played to prepare for this moment here. Let's take a look at the relics and see what we can find out. We've got the Titan's Treasure over here. It's a very nice relic, helping to push you into the next stage of the game, get into Heroic Age, get into Mythic Age a little bit quicker. In the top side of the map here, we've got ourselves the Canopic Jar of Imseti. Infantry train time minus 25% there. That's always nice. In the middle of the map here, we do have ourselves the Fur of Boit, which is the healable heroes. Regeneration rate plus 0.25 per second there. And finally, at the bottom of the map, there is the Cathara of Apollo, which is going to be a little bit of movement speed for the villagers so they can escape a raid or something like that. Now, this is really interesting. We've got a hyper-aggressive Civ on the side of Mosca. And Mosca actually decides to go for Prometheus here, which is a little bit surprising. But a hyper-aggressive Civ with Mosca versus a hyper-defensive Civ for the Rapple. And Rapple has also got himself somewhat of a forward gold mine here. Somewhat of a forward gold mine. And in fact, this is... Am I wrong on this? This is a Chronos Rush build from Mosca. He has rushed this classical age out incredibly fast. He's dropping the Valors down onto the villagers already. It's going to be going into a counter barracks to kick this one off, because what's the answer here for dealing with the Prometheans? Well, it's going to be a couple of pioneers, but you still have to deal with the Yatsa, which Terma don't do very well at all. As we do see an extra cheeky little Oracle coming through. We do have a little Sky Lantern playing Dodgem cards here with this Terma, as the Terma have dealt with that. And Rappel here, he's in position to defend against this initial Promethean. Moska walks across the map, spots just a little bit, pulling back. Definitely don't want to be losing this guy for free, nor do you really want to trade HP on that Yatsa there, because he can just pull back and then heal in the main base. However, Terma, they are in. He's going to have to turn around and start getting a couple of smacks off away here, as Rappel will just get a couple of whacks in, pull back into his main base. Terma trying to get close in to get a little bit more damage. You've also got to be somewhat careful, as the Valors will come down onto those Terma very, very quickly in the main base here. A couple of Halberdiers actually starting to get queued up now for Rappel, as tiny little bits of damage onto these villagers to come through, as there's not been any farms placed down by the Rappel, but he can go for them. He just has to wait for a little bit more food, a little bit more of that wood in. That being said, he's also probably going to be wanting to get some Javelineers and things like that, but Mosca just starting to ramp up the pressure here. Getting tiny little bits of taps away onto those Halberdiers, as the Yachts are going to be diving around in this position, as the Kwafu will take a little bit of damage. You really do not need to worry all too much about this if you're Rappel. You just need to be ready to drop those farms down. So he could stop building any Javelineers, drop the double farms down, and he's going to be very, very safe. And they actually heal up the Kwafu as well. But nonetheless, Mosca still just looking for this early little bit of pressure. You do have to also remember that Rappel has got himself lightning weapons in this matchup. So you've got to be scared of that. Shockwave as a disengage tool is going to be something to keep up at all times, as Rappel pops forward. And Javelin here trying to get max value out of this one, as this Kwafu is getting incredibly low in HP. And Rappel will finally say, okay, I'm going to pull back. Hero Terma does end up getting taken out here, as the Javelineers have now got themselves that ghostly hue on their spears, on their halberdiers, which does mean, well, on their polearms? I don't know what you call them. But this means now we can't get close to these halberdiers. If you get close, you're going to lose a Terma. There's no way you're getting away from them. The snare is incredibly strong, but you can space a little bit here and just try and get one throw and then run back and all that other good stuff. But now the farms are up for Rappel. His gold mine is going to be very, very safe here. Behind this, what's actually happening? We've seen an economic guild. No upgrades in just yet. We've seen a side sky passage. Citizens are now starting to get... Are they getting manually heroized, or am I going crazy? No, they mustn't be. There's... Never mind. There's 8 hero citizens in for Mosca. This is really, really interesting. Mosca is doing a build order, which Soup was doing, but he's doing it in a very different way. He's seen what Soup says, and he's like, what if I put pressure on, make you think that I'm going all in, but I'm going to take a gigantic economic lead behind this. Look at this. All of the citizens just getting heroized at this point, and he's got himself the upgrade through on the economic guild as well. So that's theft of fire. That's going to be a huge amount of economy to come through for Mosca, but it does take time to pay off. That's the big worry here. It takes time to pay off. And Rappel is going to wander forward here. He does see a couple of hero citizens, but seeing 2 hero citizens on the front, that's just like, well, those are the Valors, right? What Rappel is probably going to be thinking here, given the information that he's seen, is that there's a heroic age coming for him. And there is a heroic age coming for him, but without question, it's going to be a very, very powerful heroic age. A military barracks getting dropped, 2 military barracks getting dropped. There is an angle here for Mosca. It doesn't quite work when you do it this way. I can't imagine the timings would be messed up. But there is an angle to go into a whole bunch of Prometheans, a whole bunch of units, and take that advantage. We do see sneaky little sky passage up to the top coming through there, as well as the sky lanterns getting taken down. We have got Rappel sneaking off to the left side of the map, searching for any little bits of sky passage shenanigans. He hasn't spotted it just yet. It's just one hunt pack away from where you would expect, but this is classic Uranos as the citizen wanders over here. Rappel does spot. He missed it. Rappel misses the citizen going to the corner of the map there. Watchtowers might be a necessity at the moment, though, for Mosca. You can always just leave your base as well. You really don't want to be dropping. You really don't want to be dropping a temple in these sorts of positions. There's little bits of damage to come through as the Javelineers are going to be spacing beautifully from Rappel. This is what Rappel does best. Great control, though, from both players. Look at that control. Great dodges from the Rappel. So the temple is slowly going to be going down. Hyperion is through, which does now mean Moska's going to be able to spend his resources in a little bit of a different way. And we'll see what's going on here. Meanwhile, the Terma popping forward. We've got the lanterns continuously getting sniped here as that temple is getting closer and closer to falling. There's also an angle to drop that shockwave in. That being said, you might want to hold off on it as the army retreats back over here into this position. And he will be... Oh, he still hasn't revealed it. I mean, there's not much food left. The villagers will have to leave, but they could leave down this angle here. They could very easily wander down here, delete this sky passage, pop a sky passage over onto this position. No problems there. Rappel not sending those sky lanterns off into the corner. That's going to hurt. Temple getting repaired up here from this hero citizen. Because you got Theft of Fire, it's a really big deal. Mosca still idle on this position. He's going to pop through here. He can come up onto this spot. He can try and sneak all the way over here if he wants. He can come back into his main base. He's going onto the Herdables, which isn't a terrible idea. Another sky passage into the center of the map here as well, as he does have that heroic age in. And now a second temple actually coming through for Mosca. Is this just to pump out oracles as fast as he humanly can? It's got to be. Because here's the thing. If you play one town center, one versus one town center in this specific matchup, there is an angle for the Uranos player to just take a massive lead in sort of favor gain. And you can already kind of see this. He's got 7 oracles out at the moment. 7. Meanwhile, Ballet coming up for Rappel on this position. Over here, one little cheeky halberdier causing some issues. Could just heroize that, fight back. That's an angle there. As we do have some units running forward. So any sort of reaction to this? There's so much going on for these players that you don't want to overreact to anything. Meanwhile, chilling over onto this position, checking things out as the main base is going to be the next port of call here for Mosca. He says, I got to my heroic age. I got my economic advantage. He's paid off the amount of hero citizens he's got. He's got 17 hero citizens there. That's those hero citizens. You have to imagine they are like having like 2.5 villages or something, right? Like how much are they gathering? They're at 2. That's like having 2 villages. I don't think he's got himself. He does have husbandry. Yeah, it's like this. Like this hero citizen is gathering at the same rate as a villager. Like, look at this. 0.56 as 4 peasants. One hero citizen on Herdables with husbandry is gathering at like 4 of those peasants there. Now we are going to be seeing this tech coming through for Rappel. He's grabbing East Wind. This is really, really key because you need to be using this to scout out the oracles, to spot sky passages, as the Mamillo on the back here to defend this. Very, very important thing here that Rappel is doing. He is hunting oracles at this moment. One idea for Mosca is to make an effort to get himself out a couple of... Oracle over here getting spotted. Is to get himself out a couple of halberdier here to be just playing some defense. But other idea is to just continue to build these guys as they get sniped. But this is definitely an idea that we saw from Recon. Great control there, as is always from Rappel. Keeps his White Horse Cavalry alive. I don't see any sages in this army here. No, there's no sages there, but got to be careful with the White Horse Cavalry as well, running around the map, because you don't want to lose them either. But there is a movement speed advantage to some degree here. 5 speed versus 6 speed at the moment. They're not going to be able to go any faster than 6 speed, which does mean that something like the hero catapulties are a really, really nice counter to that, as the army getting caught out over onto this top side. Mosca going to be pulling back now for the time being. Ontarius are going to be searching off onto the bottom side of the map, looking for anything to attack, but at the moment, Rappel is heavily situated in the center here. He's got this gold mine. So the idea here, I think, for Mosca has got to be looking for a gold trap here, here, and here. So if we can get in onto this gold mine with a palace, that's going to be life being very, very tricky for the Rappel, as these White Horse Cavalry do get spotted over onto this side. Mosca looking for any little bit of damage here into the main base, but the army pulls back in here, and Mosca's got to be a little bit careful, and he will pull back out of this position, no problems, as the halberdiers, the master of weaponry halberdiers, say, get out of here into the main base. One Baihu is having a little bit of a trouble here. Does nom down on a random citizen there, as Mosca not paying attention with that one. Meanwhile, he says, okay, maybe we can make an attack onto this position. You do have to remember both players have got some very, very big god powers here. Wooden wall getting taken down. Baihu comes forward. Mosca feeling like he's got somewhat of an advantage here as he charges in. Those Satyr numbers are looking incredibly big. No usage of the chaos just yet, but fighting underneath the ballet, as onto the back line there, the Fey Beast comes through. The Satyr are in to put that to rest, though, as one Fey Beast remains, takes that one down. Is there enough stuff here? There is also this lightning weapons getting dropped as Mosca continuing to try and push through onto this position. Those destroyers going after the ballet here. They're getting stunned up. There's a shockwave to retreat away from this, but it looks to me like Rappel holds here for the moment. It's not end of the world here for Mosca, but that was a good trade for the Rappel. Mosca here, what he did in this position is he's limited the ability to get to the Mythic Age. So now Rappel has to stay in the Heroic Age a little longer. What Rappel needs to do is be securing this gold mine. This is very, very important over onto this right side. We do have the White Horse Cavalry coming through. There's no sky passage. There is a sky passage over here, so he can very simply come through this position and take out those White Horse Cavalry if he wants to. I'm still looking at this top gold mine going, that gold mine is so important for Mosca. As this Baihu getting chased down, that one's going to be getting cleaned up. The sky passage on the top gets taken out. Does make life a little bit tricky to get up onto this position. And Mosca still going to be going in for a whole bunch of these destroyers. Destroyers are a very, very powerful unit in this matchup because there's not an amazing counter to them. You got Dow as an idea as the Ontarius coming through. They're all low HP though. But yeah, there's no amazing counter to the destroyers with the exception of like Dow Swordsman with the divine damage. Still no heavy infantry here as the gold income getting a little bit out of control. Also a cheeky little Qinglong going to be entering the party into the main base. These raids it's getting a little bit annoying here for Mosca to deal with. Rappel has taken the score advantage for the time being. So we'll see if Mosca can get out of this bind. He needs wood, he needs food, he needs upgrades here. Very, very important. Very quickly, Mosca's got his armory upgrades, got the same armory upgrades as Rappel, as the fight to come into this main base here is the destroyers tanking up a lot here against those fire archers, as we do have the shockwave onto the siege weapons there for the time being. And it looks like here, now Rappel looks like he has been pushed back a little bit. He doesn't have the right units in here to deal with these Arcus. And some more White Horse Cavalry to come through. The population differential is incredibly close here for the moment. As now the heavy infantry is in, but Mosca doesn't have that much food. He's got Hunt all over the map, and he's got resources coming in all over the map as well, but struggling to keep this army going here as these siege crossbows doing tons of damage with the chaos comes down at the end here. Is this going to be enough to break out of this bind? Still a ton of favor in the bank. And I hear a Baihu to come through. He could heroize one of those Wuzu Javelineer or something. But Moska's going to say, all right, time to pull back for the time being here. As the Baihu is going to get picked off. And Moska needs another gold mine. He needs a little bit more time here in this game. I mean, he can pop over into this position, over onto this gold mine. He has lost control of the map. This gold mine now for Rappel has been secured. And Moska just not able to win the fights in this game just yet. Into the sky passage. She's going to be diving, looking for somewhere else to go. So the sky passage goes down. Up onto the top side. Sky passage grabbed by Moska here. He doesn't have a sky passage over onto this side. He doesn't have one onto this side. If he wants to play a little bit of delay tactics here, it's going to be very, very tough, just given that the bottleneck is going to be gold. So what Rappel can start thinking about is get over here, walls, get this all sorted out for the time being. Now, one thing to remember here is this army for Rappel is not as big as it looks. These siege towers are, not siege towers, siege crossbows are expensive. They're costing 300 resources apiece. Take 900 rests off of this army here. But Mosca continuing to try and take these fights. He just doesn't have the numbers here anymore. But he does still have Shockwave coming up very, very shortly. As the Satyrs getting pushed back. And he's not able to win this fight just at all. And it's looking like Rappel has found himself a significant advantage. Now, all of this advantage is just inside of these resources here. This resource differential. I don't think there's an advantage on economy. I think it's just a 2,000 resource advantage in terms of military here. Is there an armory upgrade advantage? Not really for Rappel, not yet. Hero Arcus getting converted in. He's got to try and take out that Qinglong there. As the walls are coming up onto the top side. Sky passage over here as the heavy white horse cavalry getting sent around the map looking for those raids. Citizens coming up to this top gold mine there as well. Is this a Kwafu going for a town center right in the center here as well? Mosca is trying to wait for his moment to pounce here, but that timing for him to actually get something done is slowly coming to a close here, it looks like. He has still got gold. He's still got a chance in this game, but there's going to be Giron coming through. There's going to be a Blazing Prairie. There's going to be a lot of issues to have to deal with as the army charges in here. Hero units onto that Qinglong is going to be really important there as that lightning weapons gets dropped down, and Mosca, he can drop into the sky passage, pop a sky passage on the back here, delay for a little bit longer. That's an angle there, but he's deciding, let's take a little bit of a fight as Rappel's army absolutely eviscerating the front line. As the Satyr pulling back, he's not quite able to hold against that fight, but he doesn't lose everything, so he's still got somewhat of a fighting chance here. As I keep on saying this, more Contarius to come through here in an effort to push back. A lot of these units are not that useful against what Mosca's got, but it's just a numbers game. It doesn't matter if they're not useful if he's at 190 pop. As now Rappel, he could think about even a third town center if he wants. More units are starting to come in. Mosca's going to be dropping himself a palace over onto this side. As Rappel's economy is starting to balloon out of proportion here. That Mythic Age will be coming through. There's really no need to make a gigantic push here. You do give your opponent a little bit of play. As these Contarius have got an eye on the bottom side here. Picking off some villages is going to be the best way for him to keep himself in this game, so to speak. But he does need a quick return into this main base. As the Satyr gets stunned up there. The villagers down onto the bottom do get picked off, but as they get picked off, the siege towers are going to be cleaning up stuff in this main base. Even if this sky passage falls, these citizens can pop another sky passage up. He can return back home, or he can pop into... Well, it's not really another one. There is one here. But at the moment, Mosca, he is at full pop, but he is about to be greeted with a Mythic Age God Power, which is a gigantic power spike for Rappel. And as Rappel is killing everything off, he's getting a whole bunch of resources from that Spoils of War tech that comes with Rushol. On the front here now, a ballet getting dropped down to secure another gold mine. Villagers over here getting sent packing. As Mosca gets his units back in, taking the fight on the back here. Great control from Mosca to keep the Satyr alive, but there's only one remaining for now, and there's no answers for those Javelin here. Shockwave is not a terrible idea. Town Center going down there as the as the foreshadowing of what's to come with the Fire Phoenix of China to come in. Mosca losing his army. He's still got a villager, well, he's got a villager advantage at the moment, which is a big deal. But there's only so much that's gonna matter. I mean, you could rotate down to the bottom and continue to try and make something happen here, but Mosca does call it there. This game was such a good position for Mosca. I loved this strategy. One mistake here. I think the mistake was pushing in chaos and not shockwaving when the lightning weapons came down. Just leave. Just shockwave, run back, and play for this gold mine. We don't need to stop this. I don't think it even matters if the Shenong gets Mythic Age in that scenario either, especially if a palace or two was dropped down on this side. You don't need to spend 2,400 resources going Mythic Age. You drop 2 palace here, you get this position locked off as well, you get oracles spread out over onto this side so that there's no way to move over there, and then Rappel is in a incredibly tough position. Nonetheless, I mean, we take a look at the military resource count. Actually, I'm really interested in this resource count. Look at that advantage Mosca got out of this build. Economically speaking, he had enough to throw away like half an army. And he sort of did that. But in throwing away that half an army, he just wasn't able to keep the pressure going. He couldn't repopulate fast enough. Something about the resources in that moment, just not enough to get himself going or anything like that. Missing some very crucial upgrades like heavy infantry really hurt in this moment as well. And obviously that unit's killed lost there does tell the tale. Nonetheless, let's jump over to the draft, see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Alright, we're going to be going onto the map Anatolia. Yay. A little bit of the Anatolia action as we've got ourselves what looks to be a Zeus versus Hades. A Zeus versus Hades. Let's start sorting out this shenanigans here. So we've got ourselves the Uranus, unfortunately, they're lost for Mosca. The Shenong won for the Rapple. Mosca in this next game, grabbing his Zeus. Actually, let's put some numbers here. There's a lot to look at in this draft. Shenong here was number 1, and then the Hades, number 2. Who'd have thunk it? We'd start seeing some Greeks as the ace picks here at the moment. Alrighty. Also on the maps. Okay. So we've seen this matchup a ton. I thought maybe we're going to see these players going a slightly different direction with maybe Rappel picking Thor or something. He doesn't have that Thor in his pool. Mosca does. But obviously there's the Odin Thor there as well. And very, very spicy to see them not go that way. There is also the Mirage to get picked as well, so you could potentially see a Norse God getting picked there, though you miss out on those very, very useful hammer ships. Of course, we've got some other, like Ghost Lake for Thor. There's a whole bunch of really nice maps here and all the other good stuff. But yeah, we're going to be jumping into this game momentarily, guys. The guys are already on their way. So yeah, we are in a best of 7 at the moment. So there's a lot of stuff. Let's check out, before we jump into it, let's just check out these map stats just a little bit more. As you can actually see, surprisingly, this matchup has been an incredibly successful matchup from the Hades side of things. Now, this doesn't really mean anything, to be completely honest. It doesn't really mean anything. Like, a 3-0 in a tournament where I would argue that 90% of the games have been won on skill. Let's not go 90%. Let's say 95% have been on skill. Maybe even 100% of these have been on skill. It's very difficult for me to come up with one situation where where there wasn't a road to victory for anyone. So we look at these stats and we try and make some sort of reasoning behind what they mean. But in reality, what they actually mean is one player played really good. And so far, it's just been Hades. Let's get into this second game on the map Anatolia and see how these players are going to make it happen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, into game number 2 here in the top of the map, playing as the Blue Zeus. His name is Mosca. Currently down 0-1. I think he got the exact start that he wanted. Oh, I've got this as a problem. Let me fix this. I think Mosca got the exact start that he wanted, but unfortunately, he just could not convert the position that he got. I think he threw Rappel a curveball, and that curveball was dealt with really, really nicely. But I think if Mosca played that game 10 more times, and Rappel played that exact same way, I think Mosca probably wins that one 9 times out of 10. So he's got to have that in the back of his head. No, my strategies, my thought process, my decision making, it's good. We got to keep going along this way. Rappel, on the other hand, here, he gets away with it. Whether or not he knows he got away with it, that is going to be something that only he knows here. So, did he know that Mosca went for a crazy amount of hero citizens mid or early classical age there? Maybe we can ask him afterwards. But he's got to be thinking about this game now. He got the win. You forget that last game. Regardless, both players need to just be like immediately forgetting everything as they have to. Just got to be like a fish. Something happened, doesn't matter. Let's go off and do the other thing. Like nothing you don't remember. So yeah, this is super, super important. So we'll see how they're going to go. If there's going to be anything slightly off center here, most important thing is to ensure that you know what your opponent is doing on the land at all times. No guesswork here. You have to know, are they going heroic age? Are they going for classical units? Like land units? Are they going to be pumping out ships? I mean, you can see them pumping out ships because they're going to be attacking you with them. If they just build ships and leave them there idle, generally that doesn't really do anything. But even so, still scouting is going to be the big factor, the big key factor to success for the moment. All right, guys. Top of the map. Mosca. He's got himself the fishing spots. Both players have got the fishing spots. We're seeing a 3rd dock already from Rappel. Rappel's already got 4 docks up. Well, he's going for a 4th dock right now. Whereas Mosca, he's playing this differently. He's only got 2 docks. fishing ship differential, 12 to 9. So Rappel is behind on the fishing ships. But he's playing around a lot of potential cheese. So for example, goat's getting stolen. So for example, like random villagers coming down and shanking and all that other good stuff. No temple in the main base just yet for Mosca. He's going to get his gold in. On the other side here for Rappel, obviously he is still a long way away from getting everything sorted. And the big question is, how much does it matter what your age up is on this map? When you know what your opponent's doing, because they've scattered it, this is important. Like Rappel, he's kind of spotted. He spotted the dock here. He didn't spot a dock over here, so he doesn't really know. I think it's a little bit of a mistake from Rappel that he won't be feeling unless he actually does end up getting caught out by it. But effectively, you want to know your opponent's going for 18 fish or going for double docks on both sides. And in that case, you go, okay, how much does my late advance actually affect me? Well, the answer is it affects you insofar as this technology is effectively like boosting your fishing ship numbers up by 1.5x, right? So if they get in front of you there, they get more food in, they're going to have a better game than you just because they have a few more resources. So that's where the big important part is. But the differential series is probably about 15 seconds. So it's not going to be that big of a deal. Meanwhile, another technology that's getting brought in for Rappel is going to be this Vaults of Erebus. He's got 3 villages on the temple, and he is grabbing relics for the first time ever. For the first time ever, we are seeing some relics in. Let's go. Normally, I look at this and I'm like, why don't we see players? Why don't we see top players going for relics? And generally it's because they're really, really busy with their units. Ooh. Oh no. Disaster strikes. Disaster strikes. Oh no. Oh no, Rappel. Oh no. Well, you're gonna have to forget about it. You can chop this tree down. I would take these villagers off, chop this tree down, get my Minotaur to escape here. Moska probably sees it and he's like, hello there, good sir. More relics are coming in. Hestia's Hearth here to boost up that villager train time as well. Or reduce the villager train time, I should say. As the market coming down for Mosca. He's going to be getting a couple of boats out straight away. Getting that Juggernaut. Going to be looking for a little bit of early pressure. Hades does have the advantage in this matchup. And in any matchup of just saying, well, if you build a Juggernaut, it doesn't really matter. Because I've got 21 or 22 range fishing ships. Or docks. Wait, does he? Am I wrong on this? He's got 20 range docks, whereas everyone else has got 18 range docks. So you can't outrange the dock with the Juggernaut. Well, what you can do is you can just sit here and start sieging this. So that's a perfectly valid angle to go for. As the food and gold is starting to creep up here for Mosca. And Rappel doing the same. He's a little bit short on the resources. He does actually go for an armory here. Normally, I think this is not the best of ideas because generally speaking, you actually want to sell some of this food in the bank after you click up to the next stage, or if you overgrab food, you want to sell some of that food for extra gold so that you can pump out the boats a little bit faster than your opponent because that's what is generally going to be needed. But nonetheless, heroic fleet coming through for Rappel. Is he actually chopping the thing down? He's not. I'm surprised he didn't. I would have just gone, oh well, let's just chop this down. It'll take a couple of like a minute to chop the tree down, and I'll have my Minotaur out. But Mosca for the moment, I don't actually know what happened to his Minotaur. Where is he? Oh, he's down here. His Minotaur's just hanging out. He's just like, what's happening over here? Let me just make sure you can't get up an extra dock down on the bottom or something. That's the plan there, I think, from Mosca. As the walls are already completely up, there's no entrance into this base for the moment. The Minotaur will be freed eventually. 1 villager and a dream. It's got 40 wood remaining, 30 wood remaining. It's gonna get out. Walls, houses, and stuff coming down for Mosca as well as the Skylar pops out, and a whole boatload of Skylar getting queued up here immediately for Mosca. This is the big advantage of playing Zeus in this matchup, is the fact that you get that favor boost early on. Hades doesn't. You have to wait till the heroic age. You have to get yourself golden apples, and then you get the favor boost in. So you're going to be behind regardless. Plus, you also spent 15 favor on a thingamajiggy, on a technology, as we do already have ourselves the myth unit bonus multiplier there on the trireme. Up onto the top side here. Mosca trying to break forward here. There is also a Skylar over here that could, simply put, just get bolted. That is still an option. As the Pegasus up here as well. We did see that Skylar getting bolted as the boat's getting pushed back up onto the top side here. There's so many ships in for the Rappel, but the counter boats are here for Mosca as he charges forward, loses one Skylar, but still slowly getting damage onto those trireme as there is now heavy trireme in. Mosca not going for his upgrade here, missing that. This is something I've been seeing quite a lot that's been getting missed. It's an incredibly important technology. It boosts these boats up a ton in terms of HP and damage. It's the Pentaconta coming through. That will end up falling there, but so too does the Skylar as those trireme pushing forward and Mosca to pull back. He will have to start thinking, how is he going to deal with those Pentacontas? One thing that Mosca does have, but it's not really worth doing, is grabbing this tech. That can be a nice way to kind of keep your Skylar going, but the trireme are an amazing answer to the Skylar here. As the heavy Pentaconta coming in here and over onto this side as the attack happens both ways. But there's just so many Juggernauts for Mosca. Juggernaut Skylar, the answer here, he says, if I can just take down the trireme fast enough, then my Skylar will carry through. But in doing this, he will end up potentially losing this right side of the water. So he wins the left side potentially here and loses the right side. So after all is said and done, it's going to be a fairly equal game. But who finishes the docks off first is the big question. As Mosca going to pull his boats back into the dock there, into the middle of the map. We do see a couple of hoplites, Toxotes, as Mosca is going to be everywhere on the map at once. Dock here going down for the Rappel as Mosca does technically draw first blood, but Mosca has had his boats completely idled here. So Rappel is, even though he's lost the water, he's technically in front here. As the army charging forward, Mosca does need to be paying attention here, but so too does Rappel as the stun comes through. Mosca not retreating. These are Hapaspis. It's not a good fight for Mosca at all. Now he says, all right, let's get out of here. As that Jason getting snared up on the retreat. There is also a couple of very, very important heroes. And there's a curse, though. The curse is going to be very, very big. Mosca trying to get some more fish back out. The dock will end up getting cleaned up. There is an important... there is a little bit of urgency here, I think, for Mosca to get his fishing ships out. There's a food and gold advantage right now for Rappel, as I think he wants to get Mythic Age. Artemis to come in and to look to deny Hera, which is often going to be... I would actually say it's probably a mistake at the moment for Mosca to be going Hera. He needs to put full pressure on. Now we don't care about getting Earthquake. Now we don't care about that Mythic Age. We don't care about a Hephaestus either. We're just going to be looking for a full, heavy, bronze, heroic age army and full pressure in, which what's Rappel going to do to be able to stop that? He just put 2,400 resources into the Mythic Age. He should be in a difficult position as Mosca's going to pull back. He's getting all of his technologies through. Still hasn't grabbed the fishing ships over here as things are a little bit chaotic. Over onto this side there. Looks like Mosca is able to hold his water on the bottom side as well. So that's a gigantic advantage for him. Over onto this side now. More military academies coming down. Not really playing around the Earthquake. I mean, maybe he has played around the Earthquake. I don't know how large the radius is, but these houses are quite split off from that main town center. There's a couple more Pentacontas to come through. Fishing ships popping out. Might want to think about leaving those in here just so he has an answer, as Rappel is going to keep spamming out units. He's also going to get himself a free myth unit for the Karkanos to actually help take this all out as well, as more upgrades coming through for Mosca. He has to know that a Mythic Age is coming through, but the gold is at 600. So Rappel is going to need to leave his base to get a second gold mine. This is incredibly tense, but Mosca doesn't have vision. And this is going to be the thing that bites everyone in the bum when they're going for these sorts of moves. You need to have eyes on this. You need to have eyes on this. You have to have eyes on this. Easiest way is to don't build a fortress here. Build the fortress forward. Take this position, right? And then everyone over onto this bottom side just watching out as Mosca charges for that Nemean line. Got so much value there with the stun. A couple of hoplites do end up falling, and that's very important there for the Rapple. The Rapple hits Mythic Age. Mythic Age brings with it Burning Pitch. A couple more upgrades to come through. But like the gold expiring, this is so tense right now. The gold expiring, how much can he get out of the market? There's a decent amount of wood that he can kind of make something happen here as the town center will go down. Houses will go down as well. A couple will go down, but he's got plenty of stuff remaining after this earthquake. He really doesn't have to panic here. Pump units, he's down to 124 pop is the big question. As the army coming through, there is this Chimera in that's going to be a little bit of an issue. No favor for there is favor for a second bolt, and he's going to drop that down there as the units charging in onto this position. Bronze gets dropped down. Curse comes through as well as Rappel, simply put, just pulls back. Villagers now making their way over onto this gold mine, and now is the time for Mosca to strike here. He's lost all of his fish over onto this right. He's trying to make something happen on the bottom side here. The heroes coming through are going to try and take out that Minotaur. They will be able to do so. Toxotes here versus Peltast is never an easy fight, but good control from Mosca. He's going to push in with the hoplites to try and take these guys out as the villagers over onto the gold. There's so much gold in the bank for Mosca at the moment, but Rappel is happily onto his gold mine. He's gotten his Mythic Age through. He's taken the town center out. And now what for Mosca? Rappel is in full control here. Great control with the Toxotes, pulling them back, taking out the right units. Good control there from Rappel as well to pull those back. But more units are going to be coming forward here. More Hypaspis joining in onto the fight here as the Toxotes do need to be microing. You can micro off to the side to drag the Peltas one way, but he's just losing too much stuff as it's feeling like Rappel has got an incredible incredible grasp on the game for the moment here. He's also got this incredible technology, pre-queued Shafts of Plague. That comes through, and then those heavy Peltas end up being incredibly strong. But the game there does end for Mosca as he's just not able to stabilize after this earthquake. I don't fully understand what went so wrong here for Mosca. Like, the earthquake on the town center, it's like, fine. Like, you killed off a town center. This doesn't really help you in this position, right? This doesn't help you in this position where you're trying to get onto the gold mine. Kill off my town center, that's 700 resources down the drain. That doesn't really matter. Kill off a couple of houses. That doesn't matter either. Didn't kill off any production. The income is here for Mosca. You can fight this down 20 villages. It doesn't matter so long as you've got an army. And there's restoration. Obviously, there's restoration for both players. Why did Mosca not click restoration? Well, you want to click restoration second. The person who clicks it second is going to be able to have the advantage in those fights. And Rappel knows that as well as he's just holding on to it. But maybe the angle here was actually to just get some Skylar out rather than hoplites, because what beats those Hypaspis? What beats those Peltas? Of course, the heroes are going to be there, so you do need some units to actually kill off the heroes. But if you had like 3 Hydras out instead of that Bolt, for example, maybe things would have been a little bit different here. But nonetheless, game 2 in the books. Rappel up now 2-0. As we jump back over to the draft. Alrighty, our next map here is going to be going in onto Ghost Lake. in onto Ghost Lake. So we've got ourselves the win there for the Zeus. Nope, the loss there for the Zeus, the win there for the Hades. And our matchup is going to be Ra versus Odin. Now remember, this is a best of 7, so very, very long series here. Very, very long series. And not the easiest of matchups right now for Rappel. He does have his main god, Odin. Against Ra, Ra's got some nastiness in store here. You've got, if it's a 1 goldmine Ghost Lake, you've got a whole bunch of Sphinx, Spearman, Axeman type ideas, which can hit that second goldmine really, really nice. You've got the Wadget ideas, you've got classical fights, you've got shifting sands and all that stuff. If it's a 2 goldmine Ghost Lake, you can play a 2 town center classical fight type idea. Rappel's really good in that sort of a situation though. So there is that too. Is main god still well, I mean, there's not really a main god, but there's gods that players are very, very comfortable with. So yeah, Rappel said that his main god's Odin, and Mosca said that his main god is Poseidon, if they have to pick one. All the series today are best of 7, guys. All the series are best of 7. So yeah, nothing to worry about. We got tons and tons of games to come through. We're still just waiting. I think Rappel had to go to the bathroom, so we've got just a little bit of waiting here. Oh, there we go. They are off to the races. As we've got ourselves a bit of time here to wait. But we could talk a little bit about what you can do to overcome some of these problems. So if it does end up being Sphinx, a whole bunch of those, if you are expecting like Sphinx or something there, you can kind of go for like Goaty. You can get a quick heroic Asian, go for Frost Giants and things like that. But I mean, another angle is kind of to go for Berserk, right? Because you got that technology which helps them against myth units a little bit. So you can kind of have some nice Berserks and some Hursa mixed in. Do you think I've got slacks on or wearing shorts? What do you think? All right, guys. I mean, you have to sort of think about this from the mental standpoint for Mosca as well, right? Like at this stage of the tournament, being down 0-2, you've actually just lost 5 games in a row when you think about it if you're Mosca, which is probably the most games in a row he's probably ever lost. 5 games in a row. He lost 3-0 versus Mista. He's now 0-2 versus the Rapple. It's a best of 7. So, I mean, this is still like you've still got that one last game to throw, so to speak. But you really don't want to be. You don't want to be throwing this one. You've got to win this one here if you're Mosca. Because if you lose this one, then all of a sudden you have to reverse sweep 4 games That being said, there's Fushi, there's Isis, there's Kronos. There's a lot of really strong gods remaining for Mosca, and Rappel has used 2 of his priority picks. Rappel's still got Skiomi. He's still, oh man, Rappel's god picks also look really like. I mean, I'm looking at these gods just going, wait, is every god not just really good at this point? Like, I'm that's what I'm looking. That's what I'm seeing. Every god is just really good. So, saving strong god picks for the end, I don't know, man. I think that I don't think that's really going to be much of an idea. I guess we can take a quick look at the actual stats here for this matchup while we go through. Before we go through. Over here, we got the Ra having a 1 win to 0 losses at the moment in this matchup for the entirety of the tournament. But yeah. Alrighty. So just a little bit of time until we get into this next game. I guess the big question is just going to be whether this is a 2 gold mine Ghost Lake or not. And then how you play it is going to matter as well. There's actually no. There is one idea here for the Odin, which I want to see. We'll see if Rappel is gonna go for that. We'll see if Rappel is gonna go for that. There's one idea I think for Odin here that can really upset a lot of Ra openings and make them have a lot of trouble, so to speak. But nonetheless, there's no more waiting, guys. Let's get into this next game. Ghost Lake is the map. Matchup Ra versus Odin. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, in the right-hand corner of the map, in the blue color, currently down 0-2. It is Mosca. And we see the double gold mine situation here. Whether this is something that Mosca wanted to see or not wanting to see, I don't really know. I don't actually know what the chances of 1 gold mine or 2 gold mine is on this map either. I believe it's 50-50, but I'm really not that sure. His opponent today, on his favorite god, on his main god, on the god that he has had so much success with in the past, it is the Rapple. Goats getting stolen in the middle of the map here. This hurts for Moska. He's so close to the goats. He's not going to get that. Wait, he might. He got him. He got the goats. He stole them back. And an obelisk to come down as well, right in the face of Rappel, just to give himself a little bit of information. Now, let's take a quick look at the actual map of Rappel. Gold mine on the right and gold mine on the left is really, really key. For one, you can defend this gold mine really easily. But 2 is, if the units push and pressure over here, we can just rotate the villagers over onto the left side, and they can be really safe here. So the slow army of the Egyptian will have to move all the way around, unless he does decide to go for Sphinx, which I don't want to call it too soon, because this can still be a tar angle for Mosca, but this does look like a Bast opening at the moment. This does look like a Bast opening. Now, we haven't seen this in forever. There was this point throughout Age of Mythology's kind of lifespan where we saw Mass Sphinx plus Axeman absolutely terrorizing Norse players for many months. Now, some Norse players were getting to the level where they started to be able to beat that strategy, but it did end up getting the Sphinx did end up getting nerfed down to 20 favor now, so it's a very pricey unit, but still very powerful. But Moska's got 2 monuments. He's getting his temple up. Not a 3rd monument just yet. If there's a time to put it up, it's normally after you advance, not before, because it helps you get a competitive age up to defend against anything that's going to come your way. As we do have the Great Hunt in the main base there, just to get an extra Auroch in. And it is going to be Bast. Now, the big question is, yeah, how much do you commit onto going for Sphinx? You don't have to go Sphinx. It could just be the threat of Sphinx. He's already got a couple of villages over onto Wood, so this is looking like this idea from Mosca. Food situation for Rappel is going to be another thing to think about when you're going up against Sphinx raids. Does he have any easy wallable food? Kinda. A little wall here, a little wall over here, and then you can't really get in here. You leave some Hersa over on this side. If the Sphinx come knocking, you just send them packing. The other thing here was this with this Bast opening, and if it is going to be Sphinx, it might not be, but if it is going to be Sphinx, is you don't have the advantage early on. Forest Fire gets dropped down. Rappel tries to go for the ghost building there, not fast enough. There's already 2 longhouses set up, or not longhouses, lumber camps set up, so no real problems here. He's up to the top. He's going to be completely fine. As there's the classical age hitting as the Sphinx pops out, and he's going to be... I would expect this to actually sit in his base here. Play defense with this one. We've got a barracks coming through for Mosca. 2 barracks coming through, so there's no second town center shenanigans. I would not expect to see the same from Rappel. It does fall pretty flat against like a big all-in, like Eclipse onto the second town center and things like that. Can be very tough to defend that sort of an idea. As the villagers move over here, and we are going to be seeing Axeman and Cryosphinx. As Rappel swings up to the top side, and you're looking to put some walls down.
Great.
Priest, is it going to go down? He's getting healed up. One Axeman to come through. The Priest will be able to get into the tower. Great hold there. Good save from Moska. He's going to be very happy about that one. Keeping the Priest alive, super important. You want that one here just to be healing everything. Fortunately for Moska, I don't think this lumber camp is in range, so he's losing out a little bit of the empower rate there. There's so much favor in the bank here for Mosca, but knowing Mosca, he's been throwing a whole bunch of strange like offbeat ideas at Rappel at the moment. So this could just be get to the heroic age and go for Betsukos or something. This could be the actual angle. He is going up for the upgrades for the Haruko Sphinx, so it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. But this could be the angle as some raiding cavalry coming through here. This is not locked off, so there is a way through, but it looks incredibly dangerous. It's kind of like you're running this gauntlet of doom to try and get onto these villages, which I guess Mosca wants Rappel to do that. Meanwhile, walls getting set up all over the place, as Rappel knows he's kind of on a timer before this matchup flips into he's on the defense. So if he gets those walls up nice and quick, he will be able to move over here and happily eat some caribou. As the wall will be finishing up, and this Sphinx will not be able to get past this one just yet. Rappel has denied a lot of vision here actually as well for Mosca, as he's only got the 1 obelisk out on the map. So missing out on quite a bit there as the Sphinx numbers will slowly start to climb. Husbandry coming through. Getting himself that sacred cats. Raiding cavalry. Valkyrie coming through. Probably not going to get a villager pick here. Great defense there as well, but just as soon as Mosca leaves his base, this Raven in the middle just spotting everything. And over here, incredibly tough to sort of defend everything. But we see an Obelisk coming up onto the front. Got to be very careful here. Axeman coming through, both players. Equal military for the moment. The Sphinx are just so dangerous, though. This Spearman tries to pull back, does get picked off there. There's also Goaty now starting to get mixed in. Mosca playing with fire here with that amount of hero. As Mosca says, all right, get me out of here. Pulling back in. The Sphinx going to come through. No, this is not a winning fight here for Mosca, it seems, as Rappel has got more than enough stuff to defend. The Sphinx going to get a couple of smacks off, but he gets back alive there. 39 HP in a dream with that final Sphinx as more Spearmen are coming through. I mean, Spearman versus the Hearser, it's not the best of units at the moment since the Spearman got knocked down a peg. Also, you do need some slingers to actually take out the Goaty that are going to get built if you want to actually make use of these Sphinx. So units on the back, you're going to get healed back up. And you'll see the Sphinx coming over to maybe bash down a wall. He just can't get into this base. You see another wall coming up over here for Rappel. It looks to me like Mosca, he's not building any units anymore. So it looks to me like Mosca is going to be attempting to get to the next age. Popping over here onto this granary for the time being here. The Raven is in a really spicy spot here. We'll be able to see that this is coming up. Moves over and all of a sudden Rappel is going to be able to... We're going to have an option here to move out and try and get something done. I think if Mosca is going heroic age, I really think a third monument would not go astray. Age up first, drop the third monument, and then be looking to add in Petsukos into this army. So raiding cavalry will be moving out across the map. The Sphinx do spot them, but whether Mosca noticed it or not, it's a big question as Mosca moves forward, spots the army there. Will be pulling back into his main base and continuing to play a very, very defensive game. Both players just not wanting to commit to anything. I'd love to see this gold mine getting secured from Rappel really early. Get those walls up over here. Get those sorted out. Because this gold mine out in the open, it's not going to be that useful. But Sobek is already in. Skadi is pre-queued. Rappel's got himself a healthy amount of Goaty for the time being. So these Sphinx aren't going to be that useful, but the Goaty with only... Well, I say with only. They got 17 range, which is not nothing. But Petsukos can go up to 28 range or something, right? I can't remember if it's 26 or 28, but they can go up to a ton of range, and the Goaty are just going to be very, very difficult to get value. You can sort of freeze the Petsukos, get the Goaty on top of them, and then that's one way to take them out. But we'll see how it all goes as the sun-dried mud brick comes through. Ads of wet, getting researched. The Sphinx do get greeted by a couple of Goaty. They're still not able to really find any advantage. But look at this. The rock is the key here. There's a second town center for Rappel. This is scary for Mosca. Does Mosca know this? He doesn't even... He's got no idea. Rappel's economy will start to pick up here. Second gold mine is secured though. Got the rock hanging over onto this side. But even if you get... The problem here is with Skadi, with Frost, you don't actually have access to Frost. Frost is off the cards. You have to save that for Eclipse, which does also mean then Mosca doesn't have access to Eclipse. Unless you pick off all of the myth units, in which case we don't care. We'll just drop Frost and it's fine. But I imagine here, as Mosca is now starting to get himself some Camel Riders, that these myth unit numbers will continue to pick up. He's going for the town center. He sees the second town center here, so he's not going to be a little bit late on that reaction there, but it's probably not the end of the world. I would have actually assumed Mythic Age is probably the more solid option, but with your opponent turtling this hard. But nonetheless, settlement coming through for Mosca. Over onto this side, he'll fort up for Rappel as the Camel Riders searching. Mosca finishes his town center. He's down 6 villages, which probably isn't as bad as you would think, but it's still not very good. Egyptian villages do gather slower than the Norse ones as well. But there's not a whole bunch of hunt or anything like that as the spearmen will come over and start poking down these walls. Rappel is so good at playing this defensive game, but he does need to be thinking about this next gold mine because he's got 1,100 remaining over here. Meanwhile, the Camel Rider versus raiding cavalry dynamic of we have exactly the same speed, and we will see Hillfort coming up. Over onto this side, the rock does get landed, and the villagers in the main base, he drops it, but he doesn't get it on top of the dwarves perfectly. Well, what this does do is it kills off all of the goats, though they are already up to 233 food, but still you're reducing that by a pretty large number. As the rock was picked up. Hello? Don't lose these guys. Is there any answer for the rock? Oh no. The Hearser are coming in. There's not enough time here. He's trying to play bait and switch as the rock here needs to land. Mosca, he's charging it over onto this side. Hits the villagers over here as over onto this position there. The Camel Riders are going to pull back. And Frost does have to get dropped down here. Too much damage getting dealt by Mosca in that one little move. But the Camel Riders are still stuck in no man's land. There is a little bit of an escape route through the main base here. Units sitting on the back here for the time being as Camel Riders will get pulled back. Now, Eclipse is on the cards. As he's pulling up over onto this side. I like how much population is distracting over here. There's a couple of buildings getting dropped in to try and deny the retreat, but the army from Mosca now moving forward. Petsukos on the back, going to be getting some nice help in here. Eclipse to get dropped down most likely straight away here. This Hierarcho Sphinx going down, though. Great control from Rappel as this Eclipse gets dropped in. The Hearser onto this side do manage to almost take out both of those Sphinxes. They bail on the position. Is there enough stuff here for Mosca is the big question. He's fighting underneath a hill fort. It's 5k to 4k, but there's a lot of low HP units here for both players. The Priest here going to be able to take out that back Frost Giant. This one Petsukos hanging out here, just getting max value throughout this fight. Another Petsukos getting brought in as Rappel's army does drop. He's only got 2k remaining here at this moment. As one little Hearser sneaking through there to take out a Petsukos. More Petsukos coming in as the Camel Rider Chariot Archers starting to come through. Herdman getting big damage, but it doesn't matter when there's Petsukos in the army. They just do so much. Mosca, in that moment there, though, decides, I can't continue this fight. He pulls back. He absolutely can continue this fight. He just has to reposition over here and be sieging with his Petsukos. He doesn't have Petsabek, so he's missing a little bit of range on them. But still, he's in a commanding position now. Villagers are equal, but the big thing here is now Mosca can go Mythic Age if he wants to. Or Mosca can go upgrades, which Rappel doesn't have an edge there. And if we take a look at the economic upgrades, he's also missing those. Mosca, on the other hand, he's missing a couple, but farms are coming down. There's going to be a rain here momentarily, and there are 26 farms. Now, this is not... Okay, what does rain actually do for Ra? Well, the first rain pays for the farms. That's what the rain does. If you have Shadoof, you obviously get half of the farm in food, but that's what rain does. It pays for your farms if you don't have that Shadoof in. So there's going to be a huge amount of food to come through. And we have got Mosca now moving over onto the bottom side to secure this gold mine. Playing for gold here is the most important thing. This top gold mine as well is going to be something which Rappel 100% needs to secure, especially now that this position is being taken by Mosca. But Moska's still not dropping this rain. He needs to be... obviously, he wants as much value out of as he can, but I feel like just dropping rain and selling food here is going to be a really nice idea because you know the gold mines are going to be expiring, so being the first to sell some food in a spot like this is very, very important. These double camel riders just hanging out over here as a great haul getting dropped down. Rappel still playing incredibly passive for the moment as the obelisk at the top, just checking out, seeing if there's a town center going up. Siege works coming through. Oh, I like this idea from Mosca. Why not siege this position? There's farms, there's villages. This position up here is hard to kill because of the gold mine. Oh, so not the gold mine, the hill forts. There's 2 hill forts. There's production all over here. There's nothing on this side. But Mosca doesn't have the population for this siege tower to come through. He probably should actually just delete a unit. But he's going to be charging in here. He's trying to take this spot out. As the army here for Rappel has to make a decision. Do we go down and take the fight? There is forest fire. Using that on this position is risky, but it could be gigantic here. Especially against Betsukos. Especially against Betsukos, because they're incredibly immobile. As Mosca sees the army coming through, repositions in. Rappel pulls back. There's still no siege tower in. This is such a missed opportunity for Mosca at the moment, but now it's coming through. The positioning very, very good for Mosca. Like I said, if he can just charge in and keep these units on this forest fire, like you guys laugh, but 125 favor in this position is going to be an absolute godsend. But he needs to get on top of the units. He absolutely needs to get on top of the units here. Otherwise, they can just run through the Migdol stronghold. It's not going to be worthwhile. Betsukos, they are going down. They've not been pulled back here. As does Mosca now have enough stuff to actually win this fight? Rappel has got the advantage military resource-wise, but the Migdols are up. Villagers getting pulled off. Do they have themselves their upgrade? They do. They've got a ton of bonus damage as the army here for Mosca does end up melting. But the portable rams aren't really going to be able to do all too much here. It's the camel riders going down. Great control from Mosca to pull back. He does need some actual barracks units here. Axeman would be such an important thing. He's now realized it. Little bit too late, though. Axeman is such a key unit against Norse because it shuts down so much of what makes them so strong. The Pacifist, Axeman, Fire Archer, any sort of counter infantry unit is a must to be teching into, whether you have them or not. You know, that matters as well. But now we see the Axeman starting to come through. Mosca can start going for his siege towers again. We do have a Berserk up onto the top. I still want to see this position getting secured by Rappel. Hill Fort, just one Berserk is fine. Put the Hill Fort down, get that gold mine in. Because Mosca, he's chewing through this gold. And this gold... Oh, he's got a trade route started, though. I love this, but build the market over here. As all the units here repairing this up. Mosca trying to mass up to full population. Yet again. Heavy Axemen coming through. He's got 5 Axemen now. Oh, 5 barracks now as the rain finally getting dropped down there from Mosca. I was waiting for it. He's still only got 26 villages on food. But this is going to be a really, really big boost of resources here. As the army charges forward, there are no throwing axemen here, so these medium axemen getting mixed in is going to be absolutely gigantic for Mosca moving forward. The camel riders, their spidey senses tingle as they don't see anything, but the villagers are making their way up here. That being said, Rappel could probably convert some into berserks or something like that as he's charging forward with his army here, the axemen. Turning in onto the fight, getting some really, really nice damage onto these units. Like I said, no real throwing axemen here as the frost does come through. Now the Migdol stronghold going to be under fire up onto the top side there. The axemen, or the villagers do get converted into berserks as those camel riders are going to pull back. And this Migdol stronghold under siege here. He's got 30 seconds to get this one up. If this goes down here, all of a sudden Mosca has to lose the fight as well. But if the Migdol goes down, all of a sudden Mosca is in a little bit of a difficult spot. As we see some Axemen to come up to try and deal with the Berserks. Mosca knows how important that top position is. Just get some myth units. One Sphinx up to the top. Like, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what unit it is. Sphinx, Petropolis, not Petsukos. I mean, send a Petropolis up there. Why not? But still, another rain there coming through for Mosca as he's trying to just get a huge advantage going with the bonus income from these god powers. As the Migdol stronghold stays alive, the army melts to these Axemen as Mosca running out of gold here in this game. He's still trying to put pressure up to the top here. He's going to have to abandon this gold mine. There's 3,000 remaining in there, and he's got no gold over onto this side. Selling food is an option. More Axemen to start coming through, though. Armory check. Mosca has a little bit. Rappel also in a very similar position. Mosca's at full population, though. But the question is, does he have the units to make anything happen? He's got so much wood in the bank. I mean, he can sell it, but it doesn't give him a whole lot of gold. But now the Axemen do seem to be enough here to actually push Rappel back. Rappel's trying to steal as much of this gold mine as he possibly can. As Mosca going to send his villagers back over onto this spot. He can sell literally all of that wood if he wants to. Why not? Villagers over here need to get pushed back. As the Frost Giant there does get sniped down. Now with this amount of Axemen, we will see Rappel go, all right, we'll get some throwing Axemen in. No worries. Meanwhile, a couple of heavy cavalry coming up onto this side. I'm still saying get some Sphinx. Just, you got all the favor in the world, or at the very least, drop another rain or something here, and then sell all that food. Rappel also is going to have to start thinking about his own market, because this gold mine is going to go down quick. Villagers coming through here to grab this town center. That's a lot of villagers for the time being. Is the fight coming in yet again onto the back there. The heavy Huskar to come through. There's a couple of Axemen there as Mosca tries to pull himself through this one. Not enough favor for that forest fire, as this looks like another really, really good fight for Rappel. As Mosca's army just not able to win these fights. The positioning just not there. Town center up onto this side. Villagers making their way over here. He can just shank down these guys if he wants, because he's got that skin of the rhino. Does he have himself his upgrade? He's also got survival equipment as well. So too does Rappel, but the villagers do win on these sorts of fights with skin of the rhino, as they're going to pull back over onto this position. Mosca's still just not quite able to break through the Rappel here. As he's shanking away a lot of berserks on this side. One Pharaoh and a Dream, it looks like. Mosca, he can also... he's got to send something up onto this side. Those berserks are too scary. I think for Mosca, actually, the problem here is he's got so many camel caravans. He is sending them to the far trade spot now, though, so he's got a little bit going for himself. But this gold mine getting into the backhand of Rappel helps him out so much to continue through this game. Now we see some more camel riders coming up to the top. A fort makes a lot of sense. Migdol stronghold just outside of line of sight here from Mosca is going to be really helpful for him to break through this position and get that gold mine back for himself. Meanwhile, a hill fort up for Rappel as his gold mine is there. Still hasn't dropped. He has got a market, but not a single trade caravan has been started for Rappel, which is going to be a big, big issue. As we see the mining camp coming through with that Migdol stronghold. Doesn't matter how many berserks are here, it should be enough, as the villagers will be pulling off of this position. Both players looking for this mythic age, though, for the time being, as they're both getting very close to having the gold they need. Tia, he's going Balder. This is absolutely wild. Rappel sees the problem that he's going to be running out of gold, and he goes, we've got to go for it. There is fortified town centers. There is masons. There is sun-dried mud brick. There is potential for architects as well. There is a son of Osiris. There is a trade route. Rappel doesn't know any of that, really. But I don't think he's got another choice without slapping down 15 million markets and just trying to get these ox caravans through as fast as he humanly can. There's now Mosca Pulling in with the siege tower. Sieging with siege towers versus throwing axemen is very, very difficult because it's ranged hack damage. So they don't mind the siege tower in the slightest. This town center over here will get denied by that lone siege tower. No, it's going to finish. It will finish, but it's going to go down immediately. There's another Migdol coming in for Mosca. He's trying to move around the map. He's going to have to think about, like, he's going guard tower, so he's ready. Whole bunch of towers can come down in a very quick amount of time because you got sun-dried mudbrick. They're so cheap. Plus, already teched into Axeman, so there's that going for him. However, 170 favor in the bank for Rappel. Fire Giant are going to be key here for the Rappel. On the other side, though, Osiris, that's going to be really, really strong too. There's the Axeman going in onto this position. There's also boiling oil here. Town center getting grabbed by Mosca as Mosca is slowly claiming a very, very solid advantage in this game. How many trade caravans has Rappel managed to make? 2. He's got 2. That's not going to help. It might help a little bit, but it'll help with like a Fire Giant follow-up. I mean, you've already got the favor for the Fire Giant, so you're kind of fine where that's concerned. As the siege tower to come in, it will be able to... I don't actually know if it'll beat the hill fort here, considering it's got boiling oil. As Mythicage is coming in, Champion Axeman coming through, Son of Osiris is over onto this side. Got to be careful with that one as the units are going to be coming through. There's the Ragnarok. For the second time in this tournament, we're seeing an insane Ragnarok. This is as all in as it gets for Rapple. He's got 2 Ox Caravans. He does have 2,300 food, which will be a big help. Migdol's coming up all over the place. Towers coming up. Guard towers is in, as I said already. Is there Architects? Not just yet. Mosca's also got an angle. Oh, he's going to lose his Pharaoh! He's going to... Wait, he could go for the Son of... He's lost his Pharaoh. He's lost his Pharaoh. There's also going to be Frost. So, I mean, he's got to wait another minute or so. He's got to wait another minute or so to get that, a minute and a half to get that in. He could also get the Pharaoh technology to get it through faster as an angle there. Another rain actually coming through from Mosca as he goes, give me as much food as I possibly can. Town centers are going to be going down. Getting this advanced fortifications technology is going to be huge as well for the defense. As the numbers are slowly dropping. Barracks coming up over onto this side for Mosca as he's going to be losing this town center as well. Mosca abandons the forward town center over there as he's going to be moving up to this spot. He can move all of those camel caravans over onto this town center immediately with a click of a button if he wants to, as the Architects is coming through, and it does manage to come in time to help the town center stay alive for just a little bit longer, as the Frost there does get dropped down, as now the camel caravan line is under attack. And it looks like Mosca's army getting caught out. 40 seconds of idle time while all of these buildings get cleaned up. It's going to be brutal. Another Migdol over onto this side. What could he do here to get a better position? This fortified town center going to be falling. At the moment, like, you don't want to shift your trade route here because you're not going to get any gold for it, but you have another angle as Rappel trying to break through this spot. He's losing units left, right, and center to all of these towers in the main base, the town center and everything else. He does have siege in to take down the main town center. Is the Pharaoh in yet? Yes, he is. But Son of Osiris needs to get called upon. As the Axemen turning around, they're so good versus all those heroes of Ragnarok. Mosca hasn't noticed it. He's got himself the ballista towers there as well, as the Mummy does get off a special ability. He's still not using that Son of Osiris here. I don't know how he's forgotten about it, but he has forgotten about it. But it doesn't matter because Rappel's Ragnarok drops to 0. The town center stays alive with 114 HP as well. And Mosca lives another day as Rappel has to tap out. What an insane game. Rappel on the defense for so long. So many amazing fights down. So many resources there. The fight for the gold was everything. He got it back, but in doing so, he also lost this top position, keeping Mosca afloat even longer. Oh my God. Like, this game is going to go down in the history books. Man, what a game here from both players. It seemed it's just on edge for the entirety of this game. On edge for the entirety of it. Look at the resources collected. Shoots into the stratosphere here for Mosca, obviously. Military kill loss. Mosca does end up taking that win, but if you take this game back like 5 minutes, it was probably in favor of Rappel. And now Mosca, tournament jitters have been sorted out. He's on the board. He is on the board. And that means he can settle into this series and he can do whatever he wants moving forward now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump back over to the draft. There are no real breaks here. You get around about 5 minutes between games. So we'll jump back into the draft and we'll get going with the next game here to go into game number 4. Next game. Our next game is going to be on the map Giza. It is going to be a... Excuse me while I remember what it is. It is going to be a Thor versus Noir affair. It is going to be a Thor versus Noir affair. Alrighty. I'm trying to read what you guys are saying in the chat, but I can't even follow it, so I'm just going to ignore. So the win there for Mosca. The loss there for the Rappel, main god of Odin. Our next game here is going to be... Oh, I'm wrong. No, I'm right. Okay. So Rappel is on Noir, and Mosca is going to be on Thor. All right, let me give you my bold strategy here on this map for Thor. This is map 4. We were just on map 3 here. Now, my bold strategy for this map as Thor is just rush the Noir. Just rush the Noir. Like, why not? Well, you can also just go for the armory upgrades and go for that angle as well. But yeah, if you just rush the Noir with a whole bunch of Herso early on, I'm telling you, it's really hard to keep villagers alive at 3 minutes and 10 seconds when 3 Herso run into your base plus a Valkyrie. It's really hard. There's another build here that's been going around as well for Thor, which is a forward temple, but a 4-minute advance time with the Dwarven Armory. It's incredibly tight. If you're not practiced in it, you're not going to be able to pull it off in a tournament. But that's another really, really strong way to go. What else have you got? Is the double Valk still possible? The hard part is just getting the 18 favor in. So you get something like... I mean, if it's full aggressive hunt, if you get like a hippo spawn or something, like I can't remember what spawns you get here for a Giza. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure you can get hippos because you get rhinos on the... I think it's a variety of hunt on this one. You get rhinos on the second town centers, like guaranteed. But on the main town center, hippo, zebra or something. I can't remember. It's passive in the base. If it is passive in the base, then I don't think it's possible to do a double Valk opening because it's just not enough favor. And you don't get enough from hitting animals either while you're advancing. So it's not really an option. Nonetheless, still waiting for these guys to get going. You think you can get Hippo? Maybe. I think you can. I feel like you can. For everyone wondering what the actual schedule is for today, we are going to be going into Nullis versus Deceive for the Challengers League next, which is another best of 7. And then we follow that up with the Mista versus the winner of this series. So yeah, we're best of 7s for the rest of today. And I'm loving it. We might be going until 6 a.m. guys. Also, I will let you guys know as everyone on Twitch here, we're gonna see some new faces coming in, probably in the middle of this game. So be very. I wanna prep you guys. Be very, very helpful if anyone asks any questions that seem silly. Don't be mean to anyone. If you do, I'm gonna be very upset with you guys. So there's gonna be some new faces, hopefully. Not a co-cast. Not a co-cast. All right, these guys are on the way right now. Unless I got the time conversion wrong again, which I could have got. I've got the time conversion wrong way too many times. But yeah. So yeah, Thor versus Noir is not a matchup I've seen very much of. One big thing here with Thor in this matchup is you want to use Forest Fire to kill off the Earth Wall. I expect to see the Noir going for not Chiao, but Juan Nu. However, I expect to see that. If we see Rappel going for Earthwall, he has to pre-plan. He has to actually have just an insane knowledge of the diameter of the Earthwall such that you can place it so that it doesn't touch any forests. Because if you drop the Earthwall down and it gets immediately killed, and you're going through that Hal 2 God, it makes your life so difficult because you don't have any really. You've got the Chillin, which are pretty good to deal with stuff, but they're not amazing or anything. They're more of a harassment unit than a defensive unit. The Chillin, however, are both. But if you have the walls, the Earth Walls, now you can play defense while raiding with the Chillin. But if you're playing against Forest Fire, that's not possible. So I do think this is a must to go for Freya in this matchup from Mosca. Going for you're tempted as Thor to go for what's it called, Healing Spring and Forseti. You're tempted to go for Forseti, but it just doesn't really make sense in this matchup. If you're playing maybe against Fushi or against Shenong, or probably Fushi, definitely you can go for Healing Spring, but against Shenong, you're kind of rolling the dice as to what the Shenong player is going to go for. You want Forseti against the Chi Yao, and you want Freya against the Hal 2. He's got both, so you don't really know. But yeah, in this one, this is going to have to be a little cheeky bit of shenanigans there from our Deuterinos. But nonetheless, we are a minute away here, and I'll tell you what, let me see if I can set this up. I haven't done this before. I was going to do this before, but I totally forgot. Alrighty. We do a little bit of a promotion here. Okay, so yeah, 40 seconds until we're in. I'm really, really interested. I'm really, really interested in how this is going to work. You know, Thor, especially Moska's Thor, because this is a wild card. Like, you don't know what he's got. Like, there's a whole bunch of players that have got this pocket Thor that you just don't see them bring out in any other moment apart from like tournament. For example, Kavoth is one of those guys, and yeah, I think Moska is probably going to have a pretty similar Thor to. Actually, I don't know, because he played a whole bunch versus Tunison, so he might be influenced by Tunison's all-out aggro. But nonetheless, we're about to jump in here. Game number 4, best of 7, Moska versus TheRapl on the map Giza. Let's get it. spawning in the top left of the map, we do have Mosca here as the Thor. He is herding his animals. He is going for his Dwarven Armory opening here. And hello there, Mr. Craghack, the inventor of this build. He is getting featured in S-tier tournament history. This is gonna feel good. This is gonna feel so absurdly good here for Craghack. You make a build and someone says, you know what, that is insane, let me use that. This build is only like a week old. Is it only, like, how old is this build, Mr. Craghack? I need you to tell me in the Twitch chat quickly. But before we go back to that, down in the bottom side of the map, Rappel. He is playing as Noir. Yeah, okay, so literally this build order, which I'm sorry, Rappel. I love you, but we're going to talk about Mosca here. This build is literally one week old. Now, of course, for a player of Mosca's caliber, he's going to practice this once and he's going to have it down. But it is incredibly tight. Incredibly tight. And he didn't herd in all of his animals. He's actually left a couple over here. He's getting scouting information. He's grabbed a couple of goats. The Pioneer going to wander forward. Going to actually spot that Dwarven Armory. And here's the thing. Why is this build so good? Well, the main reason is that your opponent sees it and they think that they've got time. Because you're going for a Dwarven Armory, you're going greed. This is a 4-minute advance time. This is a competitive advance time by any stretch of the imagination. Unless Mosca wants to go for a bit of a later one, which is looking like he is. He's getting that temple down a little bit later than he's supposed to. But nonetheless, we'll see how things go here for Mosca. He's not going for the rush, but what I was saying, what the whole point here, a couple of Isle villagers from Rappel. The whole point here for this build is just how do I put it? Your opponent is expecting you to advance late, so they're going to take a little bit more of a slower approach, a little bit greedier, because there's not a whole lot you can do to punish anything here. But I'm hyping this up, and Mosca either screwed up the build or he just opted to do something different. And he is going Forcetti. All right, I don't like the Forcetti. I've already explained this pre-game why I don't like the Forcetti, but just for everyone else who's tuning in now, well, the reason I don't like Forcetti is because how to with the earth wall, you have to place that earth wall perfectly in order to not get burned down. So, you know, Freya is just an amazing counter to Earthwall because you just drop Forest Fire to counter it and you're good to go. But nonetheless, some Pioneers popping out now for the Rappel. He's going to be moving forward with his Cheongchi. He's dropping a military camp there as well. And he does go for, in his main base, a couple of clay peasants here. So using that creation god power to get a little bit of boosted resources, so to speak. Over here we got the longhouse to come down. And Mosca will finish this one up with all 3 armory upgrades, finishing up with his hunt. And he's got, I guess the one big advantage here for this opening from Mosca is he doesn't really have a huge amount of dwarves. So this is going to give him a little bit more food, so to speak. He's got a little bit more food to play with. There's the Cheongchi going to be flying around over onto the other side here. House is up. Walls are down. All that other good stuff. There's Rappel. Just searching for any little bit of damage that he can do for the moment. Just searching for any little bit of damage. What does this earth wall even protect? I guess it's protecting this gold mine to some degree. Protects his gold mine here. Protects his talent center from getting targeted down. Protects his wood line. Doesn't protect his food. I guess it also sort of protects this zebra as well. So Not terrible. Sort of makes sense. But Rappel for the moment just going to be scouting around with this Cheongchi. Not going to be able to find all too much damage, but also this means Moska's not going to be able to find all too much damage on the other side as another Cheongchi going to be coming through. Over onto this side there, the peasant going to get slapped down. And just the defensive Thor going to be getting kicked off. Back over here, Pioneers in for the defense for the time being. A couple of upgrades to come in as well as... Wait, does he have the relic? I totally missed all the relics in this one. He's got himself Nine-Tailed Fox Charm as well. So this Cheongchi is just going to be healing up as we're going on. He's just going to be happily just going, oh, let's just get some heals in. We'll just get some more heals in. It's going to be good. Over onto this side, a couple of walls coming up onto the corner of the map there. We do have Rushall pre-queued here for Rappel. But he's not, I don't think he's got any real plans to do any of that. Like there's no plans to do anything there. He's just, he wants to go there. He'll go there when he can. Over onto this side, the Cheongchi tries to get involved, but Mosca not even gonna walk over there and try and take that out. He's just gonna sit there, hang out, slap a little bit, good to go. Over onto this side now, the Cheongchi getting slapped down as he does take off. Gets out of that main base. Meanwhile, over onto this side, I mean, you don't really have a lot of options here against Earthwall with these raiding cavalry. The only option is slap the Earthwall and run when units come over to defend. That's the only real option. I mean, you can kill off the Earthwall, but if there's units here, then this is just never going to go down. You're trying to sneak around onto this side, but there's a wall here as well from Rappel, and there's not really any angles to get anything to happen as the Cheongchi just flying around. Another thing here to think about is had Mosca, had Rappel, excuse me, I'm losing my brain. Had Mosca here gone for Freya, not only would have been able to kill this, but he also would have had access to Goaty, and that would have shut down these scouts. He could build some Goaty and he can actually threaten them. Meanwhile, over here, he snipes a villager with those raiding cavalry. Very, very nice play there. A couple of other relics on the map that haven't been grabbed. Arrows of the Alfire is going to be really important for later in the game. Ring of Nibelung there as well. Very, very important too, as the villagers do get spotted in the center of the map. Now, this is dangerous. I don't think that Rappel's army is going to be winning these fights here. I don't think that Rappel's army wins these fights. Actually, no, he's got so much advantage though. Maybe he does. Maybe it does win the fights. There's not that many raiding cavalry to take out the fire archers, which is the kind of bottleneck. There's only a handful of halberdiers though, so I don't know. Is Cheongchi now going to be moving in, starting to chomp down on the temple and all the other good stuff. Still 700 gold remaining for Mosca on his home gold mine as Mosca needs to get a really, really nice surround here. Fire archers pop it into the front here. Sniping, throwing axemen is you basically have to trade throwing axemen for Dal swordsmen, for halberdiers, and things like that as he does pick units off onto the back there, but it's not looking all too easy for Mosca moving forward here. Healing Spring gets dropped down onto this spot as Mosca's like, okay, we're going to have to take somewhat of a fight here. The resources are starting to creep up as well. Only 2 military buildings for Mosca is going to be hurting. Doesn't have a lot of gold. Lots and lots of food in the bank here, but not a whole lot that he can do to actually spend it. He could bail on the gold mine, drop onto this town center, and actually go for a dwarven mine. At this point, there's not really anything wrong with that, as we do have a longhouse and a great hall coming up on the back of the base here. You can also use the town center to start sniping sky lanterns and things like that. Longhouse coming down for Mosca as he pokes forward over here as well. There's Rappel. Pulling back. Game to continue. Dwarven Mine is down in the main base as he's got a lot of food, a lot of gold. There is an angle here actually to just sit in your base for even longer. go heroic age here. Stop making units, go heroic age. Then you've got random villagers over here trying their hardest to sneak some resources. He does get spotted, does get pushed away, but he might get away without losing any villagers, which is going to be big. As a raiding cavalry for Mosca, leaving the main base here, and snipe a couple of straggler units, but the armory going to be going down, houses going down. Nice defense for the moment there with those throwing axemen. The temple up on this spot for maybe some more trolls as an angle. Losing the armory isn't the end of the world, but there's a couple of armory upgrades there that could be very, very useful. Picks off a halberdier, going to go after that fire archer. Every little snipe here is important for Mosca. This is the advantage he's got. He's got that speed advantage. Pick off the reinforcements as they come through, but Rappel's got the stronger army at the moment. Trolls are coming in. Raiding cavalry do manage to pull through this wall, back onto the healing spring, get themselves healed up a little bit, trying to engage for the time being as Rappel will simply just pull around as the raiding cavalry need to sort of push past that front line there. A couple of units on the back need to get into this fight. The trolls are so key, but Mosca forgets about them there as he pulls forward, and he's lost a ton of units again, but so too does Rappel. One more favor for another dwarven mine here to keep himself afloat for just a little bit longer. So the dwarves are going to sneak over onto this gold mine. A little bit risky. More trolls to come through, but no cave trollers in. A lot of halberdiers to come in. Let's take a quick look at the actual army here. There's 10 fire archers and a very, very nice amount of infantry units for Rappel. Mosca needs throwing axemen and only throwing axemen to move forward here. As he does get pushed off of this gold mine. No market down. Farms getting dropped is not... You really can't be dropping farms in this matchup, but he's going to have to. The favor will come through slowly. 2 favor a minute. Snipe a couple of units here. That's what he needs to pull up to 50 favor for another dwarven mine. Even if he doesn't pick off these units, so long as he gets this favor and he's good to at least get a few more units together. Is he gonna... Does he have a market? No market. I mean, what's the idea? He's looking for raids to just distract for the time being. There's villages he can pick off at the bottom here. Dwarven Mine does come into the main base there as the villagers are going to pop over here. But it's right. Why would you go there? That's such a weakness. And it does get spotted. Villagers pulling back as these raiding cavalry now very much out of position. But maybe this is the bait that Mosca wants. You come in and you attack this gold mine. Now we swing around with our raiding cavalry and we kill you. The halberdier have to sit on these villages here. So you've cut off a decent amount of units from the actual fight. Couple more longhouses, great halls coming through. And there's a lot of units actually sitting back here. So Rappel's very scared of this. Rappel is very, very scared of this. A great haul going to be coming through. Bragi pre-queued for Mosca. I mean, he's going to have the gold for it, but now he doesn't have that gold for that 3,000 gold line to keep him afloat here. Did he build a market at the very least? Yes, it's going to come down so he can sell just a little bit. There will be Rushol on the way already, though, for Rappel. Rappel has got this game completely constricted with a gigantic advantage, going for a town center now. Now is the time to actually be thinking to move out onto the gold mine, though, while this is all going on. But he doesn't know this. He doesn't know that a town center is going up. He doesn't know the units are sitting back here. He does have the Qiongqi over here. I mean, you could potentially try and sneak a gold mine in the corner of the map or something like that. Like, Rappel doesn't really... Like, he knows there's a gold mine over there, but he's got no knowledge of that for the moment. Longhouse is coming up. Maybe some watchtowers or something over here as a defensive resource. Could be an angle. But Rushol is in. How many Cursor? There's 5 Cursor. So long as they can stay alive and sit on top of the throwing axemen, should be okay here to survive the Fey Beasts and actually do something with this flaming weapons. So raiding cavalry come over onto this side. The walls are already up. No real way to get past that. Is the Baihu going to be coming through? These raiding cavalry are going to get caught out, and the villagers will move forward. The distraction has worked. Mosca will get himself up a hill fort, but the dwarves need to move quickly, and these raiding cavalry need to get to safety. But I mean, Rappel's already taken himself a pretty big lead here. He's like second town center. He's going to be getting more villagers. Of course, flaming weapons is going to be the big threat, and after the flaming weapons, a whole bunch of battle ball. So you have to take a good fight against flaming weapons. Like the whole plan for Mosca moving forward in this game has to be hit good flaming weapons and maybe even a second temple for a battle ball follow-up to just siege through everything. There's Rappel now looking to push forward. Doesn't really have a way to break through the hill fort though. Like, Mosca has a completely different angle here as well now. You can just go for a town center. Like, almost just wander forward, maybe another hill fort, grab this town center. Being behind a couple of villages isn't really the end of the world for Thor because you're getting extra villages from the Dwarven Armory. As this Baihu is going to be looking for little bits of raids here.
Yo.
The Herser can come over and deal with that. He does have himself his speedy Herser. It's a very weird upgrade actually coming through from Rappel. He goes for Divine the shield, right? This only affects his heavy Dow swordsman, of which he's only got 4 of them. I don't think it affects these guys, right? Yeah. It only affects the Dow swordsman. And it doesn't really help him against anything that Mosca's got. Town center attempting to come up over here. This does get spotted as the raiding cavalry charge to their death over here. On the other side, we do have that Zhurong to come through. 10 seconds for the town center to finish up. There will have to be a fight here from Mosca, but he wants to finish the town center first. Raiding cavalry swinging around onto the backside. Pushing in, pushing out. Flaming weapons needs to get dropped here. Absolutely needs to get dropped, and he does go for it. Fey Beast onto the back line there as the Throw an Axeman dive straight through. Are there enough Herso to actually kill off that Fey Beast on the back line or not is the big question. The unit population there completely falls for Mosca as he's just not able to hold this. But, I mean, no, I think he can easily take the town center down as well. He's got the myth units. He's got everything he needs to take this position out, but he's not going for it. He's going to allow Mosca to get somewhat of a comeback here as a whole bunch of Jarls queued up. Throw an Axeman on the way. I want to see Battle Boar. Look at this army. Yes, there's a Sage and there's 5 Pioneers, but Battle Boar have got really, really high stats. Super, super strong. Of course, you wanted to win the fight with the flaming weapons. That didn't happen. Now Mosca's town center goes down immediately. And now we have a couple of Goaty to come through. Mosca's going to try and rotate over onto this side. Grab this town center potentially. Still got a lot of resources he needs to get in. At this point now as well, Rappel could just walk over here and just kill the hill fort. Meanwhile, Husk raids over onto the left side. But you look at this. The villages are so safe for Rappel. You can't raid this because of the earth wall. Can't raid this town center. This is possibly raidable, but any reaction from Rappel is going to be enough. As Rappel wanders forward, sees the hill fort and goes, let's attack somewhere else. Maybe the main base is the idea. So the house going down for Mosca in the main base, and Rappel in such a good position. Over onto this side, Terracotta Riders called to defend this. They're very, very quick. 6.5 speed. The Huskar will retreat, but they're still going to get pretty good damage done as the army pops over onto this side, says g'day. Rappel here going for a third town center. He's going to be able to have his Rhinoceros. Like, you look at the villager differential, it's 69 to 72. It's ridiculously close still. Like, you would... Like, of course, the big problem here is the military differential. That's the big problem. Unit quality? Mosca does have more quality. He's got heavy, he's got bronze. Huskal just distracting around for the time being. Potentially a hill fort or something, but Rappel has got a... I guess he's got economy to some degree, but he's going to be going to the next stage here. So this town center is going to be attempting to get grabbed yet again. Just turn and slap. Turn and slap. They're 1 HP. Nevertheless, Zhurong is coming through, which does mean big pain on that hometown center. The Cheongchi is also an amazing option there to actually hit this as well. Yeah, there is that. What's the Herbman tech for? I guess he's expecting to see Tiger Cav or something like that. Nonetheless, iron armor on the way. Dwarves sitting idle. You can move on to this gold mine. He's got a little bit to go to actually get himself another dwarven mine down. As Mosca says, maybe we can take this fight. Not really. He's going for the town center over onto this side. One favor until he's actually got this this dwarven mine in. But he's going for this gold mine, and a ballet is on the way. Meanwhile, the unit's in the middle of the map here as well. As immediately, Rappel going to be rotating over onto this spot. A couple of berserks getting converted to try and take out these units. But man, this goes up so quick. Though Rappel says, okay, I will run. No problems. I got an army that can come over here and sort of deal with this. Meanwhile, over onto this side, a hill fort getting dropped in the face of Rappel. And Rappel does notice this. He's coming through. The Baihu getting big damage done. Mosca pulls back over onto this side. However, some villagers going down as Mosca is getting somewhat unleashed into this game. He's got himself his 3 town centers, almost. Up onto this side, though, one Cheongchi is going to be giving a lot of grief over to Mosca as the berserks to come through and try and deal with this into the main base. However, there's going to be a big, fat fire. And what do you lose? You lose the town center. You might lose some houses. Units sitting onto this side as well. The villagers have got to bail. Army here for Mosca will pull out. He's got himself the healing spring, I guess. Over onto this side, though, the halberdier chasing the Jarls away. The villagers are back to work over here as some walls are getting dropped onto this side. Town center goes down here. There's the base. The farm's left over, and that's almost it. As Mosca is somewhat forced to have to take a very, very difficult fight. Idle villagers over here as he can't really get back over onto his farms. He's got only one hill fort to make these Huskal out of as well. As the Zhuchu gonna come over here and put to rest those dwarves on that gold mine as well. Heavy or champion infantry is through. Army falling here for Mosca. And Mosca does not have much left here in this game as he taps out. And Rappel takes game number 4, now up 3-1. 1 game away from complete victory here to go and rematch TheMista in the grand finals. A really, really good try here from Mosca. I think the big, like if there was one moment here that could be pinpointed as like a gigantic strategic mistake from Mosca, I think it was grabbing this town center. He didn't need to. Like when you're playing as Thor, you got to have that, and especially Bragi Thor, you got to have that killer instinct in you. You got to have that animal inside of you. You got to get the army out of position, get the surround you want with Huskal raiding cavalry on both sides of the army so that you can actually take out those fire archers. And then you got to start microing those throwing axemen to actually dodge fire archer arrows and stuff will make things a little bit difficult for them. You got 13 range versus 13 range at heavy, so it's not so bad. You can kind of space a little bit. But none of that happening for Mosca in this one, and Rappel takes the dub. We will be moving into game number 5 momentarily. It is a best of 7, as you can see. It's written just over here. It is a best of 7. So Mosca can still bring this one back. Let's look at the draft and see what potentially can go right here for Mosca, how he can make this comeback, or if Rappel is going to be able to claim complete victory in the next game. All right, our next game is going to be Kronos versus Set on Blue Lagoon. This is a spicy one. This is the ace pick from Mosca. And it's going to be Kronos versus Set. This is very, very spicy. So far in this tournament, we've seen Kronos winning twice and losing once. The player that beat Kronos was Mosca. He's the only one to have actually been able to take down the Titan that is Kronos. So, I mean, this is some spicy stuff. Now, here's my thought. Kronos Rush doesn't really work versus Egyptian. We've seen it. If you don't know, like, if you don't know, then you don't know. Let me explain it. 3 priests and a villager shanking will beat an automaton. So all you got to do is get 3 or 2 priests and a pharaoh will beat with a villager will beat a automaton shanking. So there are some very, very simple defensive tricks with Set, but you have to know. If you don't know, you don't know. Nonetheless, the win for the Noir, the loss for the Thor. Over here, we've got ourselves our Kronos in game 5 for Mosca. Must-win scenario. Set there for Rappel. What about 2 automatons? 2 automatons where you just get more priests out. Easy. No problems. But we'll see. There's a lot of different options for Set to play in this one. You've also got animals of Set as well to defend yourself with. So that's another big boost, so to speak. And then as soon as you hit the classical age, 1 priest beats all the automaton. 1 priest and 1 pharaoh beats all the automaton. So yeah, there's some options for sure. Without question, there's some options. All right. So 2 minutes, 30 seconds. And, well, let's be honest here. This game could be over before our timer even finishes. We've seen it happen. We've seen 4-minute tap outs before in this matchup. Actually, I don't think it was this matchup, but from Kronos. It is possible. It is possible. But I don't even know if Mosca is going to be going for the Kronos Rush, which is sort of, that's an interesting thought as well. You might not need to go for the Kronos Rush. In fact, we might not even see it. So keep that in the back of your mind. To look at the draft ahead, if Mosca manages to win this game, he's still got Isis, he's still got Fushi, he's still got Gaia. These are 3 incredibly strong gods. Rappel on the other side, he's got Tsukiyomi, he's got Amaterasu, and he's got Freyr. Also 3 really strong gods. It's not really a great map for Freyr outside of Mirage. And there's not really a good map. Well, I guess Amaterasu and Tsukiyomi are fine on Steppe. Because there's Mirage and Steppe remaining. Those are the other 2 maps, if Mosca manages to win this one. We're getting ahead of ourselves because I'm interested in what potentially could happen here. I would expect to see Mosca going Isis on Mirage, which obviously very strong. He could go Gaia on Mirage as well. I don't expect to see Gaia on Steppe. There is an angle there, like automaton type angle against the Japanese does feel good because you can have the spider layers there as well, going Leto and things like that. But Fushi is going to be the big one on that step as well. because very, very strong with the lightning weapons and all that other good stuff. But nonetheless, we shouldn't really be paying attention to that because Kronos versus Set is coming through. Who is the meme god not showing at all in the best of 7? I think all of the Japanese are accounted for. All the Chinese are accounted for. All the Atlantean are accounted for. Uranus, Kronos, yeah. Yep. All of the Norse, Odin, Thor, Freya. Loki. Loki isn't accounted for. We found him. Alrighty. Well, it's time to jump into game number 5. Potentially the last game here for Moska's tournament. Get behind him, root for him, send him your luck, all the other good stuff. We're going in onto Blue Lagoon. Ladies and gentlemen, Mosca, tournament life on the line from now on. Every single game could be his last. He's spawning in the left side of the map, and he's playing Kronos. His opponent today, in the right side of the map, playing his Set. His name is TheRapl. Rappel is going to be skipping Monument. He is going to be skipping Pickaxe. And he is going to be going for the fastest advance he possibly can go for. All right, I'll give you the build order here for you guys if you want to try this. I don't think Rappel did this one in the most efficient of ways. You put 2 villagers over onto gold at the very start. That allows you to build the temple with 1 villager, giving you as much extra resources as you can so that you can get priest out as soon as you drop the temple down. In this situation, he's going to have to put 3 villagers on the temple to actually build it quick enough. And I'm not even sure he's going to have the food to be able to advance here when this... he probably will. He'll probably have it. But we are seeing the temple up. Mosca is going for a fast advance, and he does actually decide to go for Prometheus here. So not going for the Leto idea, as those oracles will be getting slapped away. He has spotted the majority of the base here, though, and the temple comes through. This does not get spotted by the Rappel. Anubis is queued up. And this is a pretty quick advance from Rappel, but still just that little bit behind the 8 ball. That little bit behind the 8 ball. Rhino Set does spot this position as the houses are going to start coming down around here. Rappel just wants to make everything as safe as he possibly can. Is there a priest to come through? Where is the priest? He's ooming somewhere. He's over here. You need this guy for the defense because it could be automatons. But in this situation with the Prometheans, it's probably not going to be all too much. As we see a counter barracks coming down over here. Going to start bashing down this stuff over here. 1 priest is through. Temple gets deconstructed there. As the houses getting taken out. Villagers pulling back. Little tiny bit of damage here as he does get into that tower. And now Anubis is through. And those Prometheans will start to go down here. Another Promethean is in. But to some degree, you've done some damage here. There's no monument. It's going to get dropped now from Rappel. There's no temple. A lot of villagers kind of left idle here trying to build. There's going to be Terma spamming in onto this position as Rappel needs to get units in as soon as possible. A wall or something over onto this side here to make things a little bit safer for him. That would be ideal because the Terma are going to be able to start poking over this position. Now the animals come through. The temple is in. An Anubite to help out as well. There's a little bit of damage to start coming in onto this position. Valor on cooldown onto those Terma sort of makes sense. Rappel here now getting a couple of slingers out for not for free, but actually yes, for free. He needs to get some wood income though pretty quickly here. As the Valor does get dropped down. Not quite able to take out all too much here. You basically just want to sit back, passive stance the laborers, and just use your heal on the villagers. Like these Terma don't do enough damage to out damage the priests. So you can just sit back and just say, come at me, it's not a problem. But animals getting taken out now, Plague of Serpents gets dropped, and Rappel has bought himself a lot of time here. He's bought himself a lot of time as the Rhinoceros to come forward. Poking through here, just getting a little bit of damage done on the Revenge as the unit's up to the top, splitting up, and Mosca says, I've done the damage I wanted to. Get me out of here. Back into the main base. Temple is going to be here. There isn't a new bite through. One hero citizen and Valor's in the bank here. You just turn around and start shanking that. It's going to turn it into a citizen hero there anyways. It's the small amounts of fighting back and forth here as that counter barracks is going to start getting beaten down. It might actually end up falling there. It takes 10 seconds to actually time shift. So you do have to distract a little bit here to actually make that happen. But now the new bites in this main base here causing some problems. And Mosca is now over onto the food. And where to next is the question. For Rappel, you can kind of just go for a talent center here, especially with a gold mine as good as this. So the Terma wander forward. Trying to pick everything off here, but coming through as Mosca not really able to take the fight versus the Spearman because it's 5.3 speed Spearman, so you can't even shoot and scoot with your 5 speed Terma. And Rappel does go, I've got my 1 kill, that's going to be enough. Military barracks up for Mosca in this position too. Up onto this position there, that Nubite getting pushed back. Now, Rappel says, okay, time for town center. So, 2 angles now for Mosca. Well, one angle would be stay classical age. I actually really like this angle. We'll see if he goes for it. Stay classical age. And then make like 10 oracles as fast as you humanly can into mass Promethean with all the other units, right, as well. And then you just charge forward and you're ready to attack at about, I don't know, 12 minutes or something with a gigantic army of Promethean. Another angle is get to the heroic age and do the same thing, but with Satyr. So these oracles are getting there a little bit. It's a little bit dangerous. The thing is though, with Kronos, what you can do is you can use a good little raid here with the Terma. You can actually use the time shift function here to give your oracles a little house that they can hide in. So that's the sort of best way to use that one. Of course, if your opponent catches the house out with enough units, they can take it all down. But then, like this idea of sending 1 unit around just hunting oracles is just not going to work. And it looks like Mosca is going to be taking the heroic age route for now. So he's got that Hyperion queued up. Wall's coming up over here, and its Rappel is going to be securing his gold mine at the top. Mosca hunting the Anubite for the time being. He's like, just get this Anubite out of here. Rappel does get spotted, and he does go down. But, you know, Rappel's now 2 TC. He's absolutely fine in this position. The only thing to question is, he's got pickaxe? Yes. Does he have anything else? No hand axe. He's got 1 monument. Looks like just the 1. And effectively here, Mosca is just going for the all-in of all-ins. So how do you defend this as set? Well, you got to be... Was he going for a town center here? No. This doesn't make any sense. I think this loses just a ton of your time. Oh, no, he's not going for one. I'm going crazy. I am going crazy. Okay. No, he's going up to the food. I thought he was going for the town center because it... Does it say this on all of them? It absolutely does. I thought there was like a building foundation. I'm tripping. Alrighty. So, like, the thing is, you don't have the time here to go for a town center and just play a macro game unless you are absolutely insane. But what you do have is your opponent is stuck in the classical age. And what is very bad in the classical age? Well, a 12 range priest is really bad. So a whole bunch of satyr are going to be really, really good. But you have to be really quick and you have to be putting pressure on immediately. Otherwise, Rapple will be in the heroic age super quick. So you have to be applying pressure like right away. Get in here, get damage done, or else. It's the spearman popping through. Putting a little bit of pressure onto the back here. Military barracks coming up for Mosca. There's those satyr coming in. Farms coming up over here as well for the Rappel. I mean, you don't want to be building farms here either because that chews into your gold. The Rappel is running out of food. I mean, an angle here is to actually spend some of that favor on Gazelle at the moment and eat those to at least get you to the next age so your priest can start functioning. But nonetheless, Mosca still just taking his time here. He's taking his time to the nth degree. But he doesn't have an answer for all of those spearmen. What is this unit comp? I mean, of course, those satyr turn around, get some big damage done, no problems. I mean, satyr are the answer for those spearmen. Like, look at the stats. Like 10% pierce armor, 94 HP. The satyr do how much damage per that special attack? 20 pierce with that special attack, and it's going to be piercing as well, so it hits everything in that line. And there's how many satyr? There's a lot. Rappel needs to sit those priests on the front to not allow these guys to do anything. Charging forward, going to take out those obelisks over onto the right side, just making sure that nothing is going wrong here as the hero units threatening to go to turn to heroes. Does Mosca know that there's a gold mine to the left? He does know there's a gold mine to the left. He sees that with his oracle here, but he needs to move up there. He's still just trying to pressure through onto this side. He's got to get to the left here and make something happen as soon as he possibly can. Now moves up there. 5 villagers will be bailing. This is incredibly spicy at the moment for the Rappel. He does have a villager lead. He does have a very strong army, but his priests are absolute... I hate to say it, they're just very, very bad. They are very, very bad to deal with these satyr. 18 range versus 14 range. You shoot, you run, you drag the priests in, you snipe them off. Life is hard. Mosca sees the angle to charge in onto this position, but he's leaving this open. You have Chronos, time shifter building over there. Okay, the Mamilos coming through up onto this top side. Monuments of the Soldiers getting taken out. Satyr getting pulled back. Army sort of gets caught out here as still no real economic damage has been done, but you do have to remember that while Mosca isn't 2TC, he has managed to effectively keep the economy somewhat similar because he's managed to give himself oracles. Having 8 oracles, add that onto this number, he goes up to 56. He's only behind by like 3 villagers, if you count the oracles as a villager, which I personally do. As he wanders forward, Rappel now going to be taking some big damage onto those villagers at the top. The walls are up or coming up over here to grab this gold mine, grab that hunt. He's eating the giraffe over there as well. Rappel is managing to get himself so many resources in this spot. As the priest's pharaoh wandering forward here. Villagers getting targeted onto this position. There is also a chaos available here for Mosca. Rappel doesn't have shifting sands or anything to be used at the moment as he charges forward here. You almost want to just chaos the priest at the back, and he does bring those Murmillos forward. He's trying to get on top of the priest, pulling the satyr back as the army charging after the satyr there. All the priests getting taken out, and the satyr demolishing those spearmen. Mosca's got a gigantic military lead now as Rappel's army gets absolutely eviscerated here. Now Mosca can pull forward. He can take out the town center. He's in an absolutely commanding position here. And what else can Rappel do? He's on the gold. He's still got a villager advantage, but what does... I wouldn't say he's got a villager advantage at all, but he's technically got a villager advantage. There's also another deconstruction on the table, heroizing with Valor. He can save up for another chaos next as the army sneaks around onto this side, and Rappel taps out as Mosca is able to take the most beautiful fight you will see with Kronos. Absolutely dissected that position. I mean, Rappel needed to get to the heroic age. He has set. He knows what his opponent's doing. You just have to get that vision in there. But he stayed in the classical age. I think even had Rappel like just not built anything, sacked this whole position and got to the heroic age with the keeping his villager like situation intact and rotated over to this position here. As long as he gets to the heroic age, he's fine, right? Like, because he's got the villager advantage from the town center. He doesn't need that town center anymore. He doesn't need this side of the map. So you can sack this entire position, no problems, get to the heroic age, get the priests with that extra range, get Nebty, and you're in a good spot here to defend. But he sticks it out in the classical age. The tech from the heroic age pays absolute dividends for Mosca, and he gets that dub beautifully here. We check out this timeline, like military resource value through the roof there as well for Mosca. Resources collected. He's in front, but I think a lot of the reason why he's actually in front was because of these hero citizens, which do cost a lot, right? He's only got 7 of them, but they do cost a lot to actually make those. But then again, you also have to remember that Set economy a little bit weaker than everyone else. He built farms as well. And he's got cheaper units. So when you're behind on economy, it doesn't really matter that much. But nonetheless, a well-played game there from Mosca. We've got ourselves a game. Or check. Okay. Check the satyr damage. 57 kills. 57 kills. Alrighty. We'll jump back into the draft. Get prepared for game number 6. We might be seeing... This is Age of Mythology, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Alrighty, our next matchup is going to be a Fushi versus Amaterasu on Step. Well, I mean, I couldn't have asked for a better series here at this point. These guys are playing their absolute bums off. Absolute bums off at the moment. So we've got ourselves... Well, let's fix this up first and foremost. We've got ourselves the next map is Step for map number 6. We've got ourselves the Gods, which was a victory there for the Kronos, a loss for the Set, and then we're going to see a Fushi versus Amaterasu. All right, guys, I got some pretty exciting news here for the middle of this one. We're going to be dropping these all the way through the stream today, but let me set it up quickly, and you guys can all decide. You guys can all decide if you want to join in or not. But we've got some AOM keys to give away. So I'm going to set this up for you guys right now. What we're going to do is we're going to do a little giveaway in the chat. all you're gonna have to do is, I think, type. It might be like exclam giveaway, but I can't remember. So we'll just sort that out. Alrighty, let's do. That giveaway. Actually, give us a second. All right. Give you guys about 2 minutes here to jump into it. All right. I already have a giveaway running? No, I don't. Complete. Start giveaway. All right, you guys. Oh, no, that's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. Excuse me. Let's try this again. That's better. All right. You guys can just go and head and spam exclam raffle, I think, on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, unfortunately, you can't really participate. You're gonna have to go elsewhere. I think if you're a Twitch sub, no, I don't think we're giving away any extra for Twitch subs at the moment. But maybe for another one later. So this is just for everyone here. And when whoever does end up getting this one, make yourself known and I will PM you it through Twitch. I think I've got like 5 or something to give away, so that should be fun. All right, these guys are still getting ready for this next game. This stuff can kind of take some time from time to time. Actually, they are on the way, so we can get our timer here going. If you already have Age of Mythology and you get this key, make sure you give it to someone. Don't hold on to it. Don't sell it. Just give it to someone. Like, this game is so amazing. It's worthwhile sharing with your friends. Get them involved. We've got about 35 seconds left on this giveaway. We could talk a little bit about this matchup here. A little bit about this matchup, but I don't really want to. You guys are going to see it. Fushi versus Amaterasu. It's a very, very spicy one. There's a lot that can go wrong on both sides. Very, very important to be aware of, like, how much you take fights, where you take fights, why you take fights, and all of that other good stuff. So yeah, you got to be super, super careful. All right. And you can no longer enter the raffle, apparently. So let's pick a winner. Oh, Chemo King, the 67th. Chemo King, the 67th. Can you please say something in chat so I can send you a Twitch key? A key. I don't know where he is. Wait. Chemo, no. Chemo King, 67. I think I got him. Yo. All right. I will send that to you right now, and we'll go back into this into the shenanigans. Don't worry, guys. You're gonna have some more chances a little later. You guys are gonna have a little more chances a little bit later. We've got a long stream ahead of us today. We've already been going for nearly 5 hours, and we haven't even finished the first best of 7. We haven't even finished the first best of 7. Are you kidding me? So you better strap yourselves in. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a very, very long day of many, many games. So yeah, there's potentially 2 more games here. Our next series is going to be Nullis versus Deceive for another best of 7 for the Challengers League finals. And then we have the grand finals right after, which will be Mista versus either Rappel or Mosca, whoever wins this one. So thanks for the gifted subs and everything, guys. I know we're not really we're not saying it, but everybody who donates and everybody who gives anything, I very much appreciate it. It makes this whole thing possible. Alrighty, guys, we're moving into game number 6 now. Fushi versus Amaterasu, an incredibly stressful matchup. This one is very, very technical, very, very difficult. Let's jump in onto the map step and see what we're going to be seeing here. All right, ladies and gentlemen. In the left-hand corner of the map. Still back up against the wall. When your opponent's on 3 wins, you're not any more up with the back against the wall than right now. It's Mosca. Mosca right here, right now, going to be doing what he wants to do. On the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Amaterasu. It is the Rapple. It's been an absolutely insane series. These guys have got to be incredibly tired right now. Like, the mental pressure of tournament, then playing a best of 5 already. This has already been a best of 5 in the amount of games they've played. Then they have to play 2 more, potentially. And then they have to know behind this that not only have they played a best of 7, but they have to play another best of 7. Of course, they do get a break, but that's a very, very difficult day of Age of Mythology, to say the very least. We've got ourselves Amaterasu versus Fushi on the map step. Let's check out the relics. Tearfing, Angan Tear's sword over here. Lifesteal from units plus 10% for the heroes. Star Scepter, can make those farms cheaper. Always nice. 25% off there. Feather of Befang to take buildings down a little bit easier is very nice as well. And on the bottom side of the map, there is the Gambantine. Odin's Wand. This one's really, really nice here for both players. As Rappel, he's going to be advancing relatively quickly here through Amenu Uzume, not going for his... Wait, did he? Hang on, I got to check. He didn't go for his upgrade here. He's forgotten Kagura, which is generally... I mean, he wants the faster advance, but you still want to get Kagura in because that Miko is just invaluable. It's like you're just saying no to a free villager, basically. It's not free. It costs 50 gold, 50 food and some favor, but still you're saying no to a free villager. Or at the very least, a free healer. But then again, maybe he's doing something different. Saving that favor for something very specific. But into the main base, though, we are going to be seeing that Jiannu. This is a really, really important god. I've been harping on about this for the majority of this tournament, but lots of players like to go Qiyao with Fushi, where there's only a couple of matchups where it's actually better to go Qiyao than it is to go Jiannu, in my opinion. This is such an important god. You get... The thing is, you get this tech here, which gives you, like... Every 5 units that die of a type, you get 1 back. So it's basically like a 20% off type deal. There's the Kama Touch you're going to be coming through here. And there will be a Solar Shield. No. No Solar Shield. The Goshin Boku tree is through, however. Did Rappel go? What did Rappel spend his favor on? He's getting himself a second Kamatachi as he charges in yet again. And the Kwafu will simply pull back. And you are not... I don't even... You're not going to find value on this. The heroes are all in. The Kamatachi is going to go down as the Chillin chases this one away. Good control there from Mosca to get in and out of the town center as the Chillin just needs to basically get that special ability in. And the Kamatachi will be down. Of course, it goes straight into that Goshin Boku tree, but not the biggest of deals. Over here, the Naginata Rider are going to be chasing down these Pioneers for the time being as they're going to be pulling back in underneath the town center. We do have the Halberdiers coming through as well. Here for Mosca as he pops through. Going to just get those guys healed back up with the Chillin. At least you want to be sitting there. And the game continues along with Halberdier as it's going to be a stable and a guardhouse for Rappel. So no Samurai, playing away from the Samurai here as Amaterasu to kick this game off. Over onto this side, the Naginata Rider is getting pulled back. A couple more Kwafu coming in for Mosca. So he is going the economic route. This is very, very scary though, because you're in spending all of this gold on these Kwafu, you're actually limiting the amount of usable gold from this home gold mine. Of course, if you can secure this second gold mine, no problems, but you're limiting that. It makes life very, very tricky. Over onto this side now, Naginata Riders do manage to sneak in as the villager will be able to get back to safety there. Villager's moving back up. Make sure you don't misclick onto the Peach Blossom Spring and lose that one. Well, not lose it, but lose the effectiveness of it there, as it's just pure defense right now from Mosca. He knows when you're playing against Japan with this Bushido thing, you really just don't want to take fights. Like even this fight here is a little bit like, oh, I kind of want to take it, but I also don't want to take it. Like, of course I win it, but you're going to get Bushido in. So you got to be very, very picky about the fights you take as Mosca now moving across the map. We do see a villager. Does get to the tower there. Mosca still hasn't... does he have himself his Najar? I don't think he does. No Najar, and the villagers all have to sort of go idle here as well as another Pioneer comes through. This Kwafu here going to get sent back over onto this side as well. Mosca's got to be careful because there's Kamatachi all over the place as the Kamatachi in the main base with that solar shield coming through. Gonna be rushing around here, causing problems. I don't think there's a huge amount of issues here, but the entirety of the economy idled for a very long time as Rappel manages to get some nice pressure in just for a little bit. He doesn't get any villager picks, but good pressure. On the other side, let's have a little look here at these Miko. He's got 2 Miko. He's now getting himself that Kagura technology. And he has built the shrine off into the side of the map where it's relatively safe, I guess. There's now some walls to come up finally here for Mosca. With the Kwafu building, they come up very, very quick. But Rappel can try and poke his head back in. He has to wait for the next solar shield to make anything happen. But this is all defended now, as that Kamatachi is not going to be able to make its way through. And Mosca still going to just sit in his base, play defense for as long as he possibly can. Taking a look at the gold mine of Rappel. He's still got a ton of gold there. And now the dojo drops. So it's time for some samurai. And time to make something happen here. As the Naginata Riders going to be charging in. Not able to do all too much just yet. One other tech here from Juan Nu, which is super good, and we have seen Mosca grab it, is that Divine Books. So it allows him to get away with just building 1 military camp. This military camp is worth, I believe, 2 military camps just in of itself. As we see over onto this side again. And he's... I don't know if he wants to grab that Peach Blossom Spring or not, but it's looking like he wants to get to that next stage. Now, the question is, are we going to see Taltier, which costs gold? Or are we going to see him go Gormang and utilize that forest protection to try and keep himself alive in this position? Meanwhile, another Miko has been built. Another Miko over here. And Rappel is going to be getting a large amount of favor in. And we are going to be seeing Gormang as the god of choice. So no Fey Beast. No Fey Beasts. No, what are they called? No Taltier to sort of eat up those samurai. But the question is going to be, what is Rappel going to be doing with all of this favor? What's the plan? Tengu? Raiju? Another Goshin Boku tree? Just saving it for the Mythic Age, maybe? Or something even more crazy? Little bits of pressure here as the Machine Workshop coming up onto this side. This village is very low HP over here as he's charging into the main base. We do have Najar in as well to cause a little bit of issues for the myth unit numbers. And we are going to be seeing this little technology Katagi to come through, which is quite nice. You lose a Samurai, you lose a Yari Spearman, you get a little bit of extra Bushido in. It also gives HP to those infantry units too. As Rappel is still just trying to pressure on the outside here. The Peach Blossom Spring getting eaten here means no gold from it. While he does get a ton of food in, what's he going to do with it? As the Chillin getting created, getting a couple of these guys in to help out. He does have himself that Najar, who's now gotten a little bit older. No longer kid Najar, now teenage Najar. As this has got to be the point of contention in this game, right? This is what Mosca needs to somehow secure. But the problem here is he doesn't have an answer for the Samurai. He needs Fire Archers. He's now going to start building him. He has got that attachment in. As the Tao Wu comes through, going to send everything packing. But Mosca continuing to take this fight. Pulling back, diving forward. All the other good stuff is now the Najar drops over onto those Kamatachi here. Second tier of Bushido does come through now, though, for the Rappel. Even if he loses this fight, he almost wins the fight. As the Halberdier pulling back, there's still not a significant amount of Fire Archers here. Only the one, basically, as the villagers will have to make their way over onto this gold mine. Javelin is to take out the Bushi as the two Chillin sitting there with a tiny amount of HP. Another Bushi ends up falling as the Samurai turn. Get that damage done, but Mosca has held. He's now on his second gold mine. He's in the heroic age, and Rappel, he is stuck in the classical age. He's about to finish up on this gold mine. Rappel's going to move up onto this gold mine there, but immediately a ballet through for Mosca, and he can start going for those very, very powerful White Horse Cavalry. On top of this, he can now move forward and eat these boars and stop feasting on the goats. Save them for a little bit later. Not only that, Mosca's grabbing himself Vibrant Lands. We've got the Shaft Mine, Bow Saw, a whole bunch of upgrades coming through as well. Rappel on the other side now, stable coming through. Over this way, the Naginata Riders just checking things out. Is there a relic that's worth grabbing? Tearfing Angan's Sword is well worth grabbing. And at this stage, a little bit of a poke here from Mosca. He does need to see what army is actually coming this way. And he does spot the Samurai. How many Fire Archers does he have? He's got 8 Fire Archers. On the other side for Rappel, like, what is the game plan? You got 86 favor in the bank. What are you going to spend that on? Just Kamatachi? I don't know if that's really going to do a whole lot. One White Horse Cavalry going to make its way up onto this top side. We'll see the villagers on this gold mine will get a little bit of damage done. Bombs are actually coming through from Mosca. He's playing so safe with this. Of course, if you have yourself husbandry, being on boar is basically the same as being on hunt. But if you're not on those herdables, you can save them for later and they're going to get fatter. At the moment, they're only 221 food. They can get up to 300. There's the White Horse Cavalry moving down onto the bottom side, seeing more villagers to start slapping. Rappel is over here, though, with a couple of units, but that will be a dead villager. And I think Mosca is just going to keep on going after these. He's like, I'll sack a couple of units here for a couple of villager kills. No worries. Move on to this side, though. The Naginata Rider's looking to poke forward, but there's just no weaknesses in Moska's base. Whereas the weaknesses in Rappel's base are vast. This position, this position, this position, this position. Mosca can use those chillin' to walk forward, run forward, and use that special ability as well. Even more of these White Horse Cavalry are going to be coming through as the upgrades now queued up for Mosca. It's 177 pop for Rappel, to 165 pop for Mosca. He's got one last house to come through. Charging forward at the moment. Taking this fight isn't a terrible idea. He does win. These are not Sashimon or Bannerman Naginata Riders, which you would see from Tsukiyomi and stuff like that. So he's trying to poke forward. Oh, he does manage to sneak around the Naginata Riders, so he's going to be able to hit these villages again. And I think they might all fall here as he tries to poke forward. And Mosca, that's going to be at least 3 villager kills, if not more. He charges in underneath the ballet at the moment, as this is going to be such a tough fight to actually take, as he's going to be returning in now. Heavy is through the forest protection to come in. And it does look like Mosca has been somewhat caught out of position here, but the Tao Wu to fix it all up there as the units get sent flying. Those fire archers need to be targeting down Samurai. This is an incredibly difficult micro fight for both players, but Mosca's just got the advantage because he's got the ballet, because he's got the forest protection, and Rappel needs to pull back. As the army on the front here melting yet again. This Tao Wu is just getting so much value in this army. Take a look at it. He's turned off the special ability from auto-casting so he can control it when he wants to, as he dominates the army, and Rappel has to pull back again. Now these villagers will make a retreat away from that gold mine, but Mosca here sees blood. The heavy Bushido is through, but it's going to be a long, long ways until champion. So you can stick it out. You can go for a big attack. The safe way to play this for Mosca is to just grab that second town center now. Like, you win the fight. Fantastic. Get your economy going. Secure these back gold mines over here, this hunt, and all that other good stuff. Look for raids with your White Horse Cav. No problems. He does check up here. These villagers over onto this side do get spotted. He sees the watermill. Rappel tries to get cheeky with it, a little bit greedy, but he's spotted, and those villagers will all end up dying. He's not going to be able to fight off 2 heavy White Horse Cavalry there, as those 4 get picked off. Main base under a lot of pressure as well. Rappel is trying to get Rage in through here, but even if he gets it in, he's still short units. Pumping out Samurai, actually, as he feels like that's the only way forward. As the heavy Naginata Riders making their way across the map here, trying to pick off little bits of units. This is the only way back into this game for Rappel. It's picking off straggler units and getting villager kills, but pulling back underneath that forest protection. Going to get that healing in from that one as well. Good control from Rappel, though, pulling back out of it and takes down 2 horse cavalry there, but villagers falling in the main base. The main town center going to be under attack here. This is a little bit dangerous. One thing that Mosca does have, though, is the Vanish. He can run if he wants to. The Tao Wu going to be protecting himself a little bit here. And Mosca goes, all right, I'm out of here. See ya. Clicks that Vanish. Retreats back. Picking villagers off onto the left side as well. He could turn and actually take the fight if he's feeling like it's not too bad, because this is perfectly fine for him. As the White Horse Cavalry do end up falling. Picks off a couple of Naginata Riders as he pops out of the Vanish bubble there. And Mosca going to be returning back in. 57 villagers to 34. And now a town center, and now the ballet. So Mosca, he's covering the potential problem here, which is, well, his opponent killing off his army and him not having any income to rebuild it. He's got enough favor for another Vanish, but has to wait another 100 seconds for it. So he's got to be careful not to get caught out with this, because, man, those Kama Itachi, if they can get the special off, they will melt this army. Without question, they will melt this army. So you've got to be so careful. The Tao Wu can be used here to send everyone packing, giving a little bit more of an edge here, as those pioneers need to kill off the Kama Itachi very, very quickly. Good control here from the Pioneers, targeting down those Samurai for the time being. Military differential is very, very quick here. Those Kamatachi still getting value as the Tao's special comes back off cooldown. Can use that one again here for some very, very nice defensive movement. As the army for Rappel is starting to fall, and it's looking like Mosca, in front by nearly 15,000 score, is going to be taking game number 6, and we are going to be moving to a game number 7 here, ladies and gentlemen, as Rappel taps out. And we've got a game 7 for the final, well, for the losers bracket final. If you don't love Age of Mythology, I don't know who you are, why you're here, but this is it. This is why this game is so insanely amazing. Two insanely competitive players going at it against each other, and we're going to a game 7. I don't know what else to say. This is Age of Mythology. This is the game that we're playing here. Post game tells a million stories. The resource differential was so close, but as soon as Mosca got let out of his bubble, he was stuck in his base trying to just defend. As soon as he got let out with those White Horse Cav, Rappel just couldn't defend the raids. He didn't have... He probably should have moved on to this gold mine. He probably should have walled off here. I mean, I'm saying this now that I've seen the game, but if he just came over onto a very nice defensive position where those White Horse Cavalry couldn't get value, he wouldn't have fallen behind on the economy, and he probably would have been fine. He wouldn't have lost any villages to the raids, and yeah, he would have been fine to continue along here, even after losing that first fight. But yeah, in losing all of those units, Mosca just takes the reins and he runs with it. He's in his element right now. We got one final game here to see who moves on to play the Mista, who's sitting there waiting, just going, I don't have to do anything here. I'm just chilling, guys. I'm waiting for you. Who's gonna come in? Who wants to play me? Who wants to play me more? That's the big question. Let's jump back to the draft. See what they're going to pick for game 7. There's 2 gods to pick for each player. It's a big decision. Alrighty. We've got ourselves one final game. And to be honest, I don't think it's going to be a surprise what these guys pick on this one. We're going in onto the map, Mirage. We've got... Actually, there is somewhat of a surprise. There is a potential here for Rapple to go 2 ways in this final. And same for Mosca. Both of these guys have got very strong gods for this final map. But it's going to be the gods they picked very early on in this draft. They've saved them for the final game. It's going to be an Isis versus Tsukiyomi on the map Mirage Affair here. And, well, this is going to be fun. I don't know what else to say. This is going to be very, very fun. Both these guys, absolutely insane gamers. Whoever wins this one or whoever loses this one, hold their head very high and say they put an insane fight up. I'm sorry to say to my guys in the Challengers League waiting here, gonna have to wait just a little bit longer. You're gonna have to wait just a little bit longer. We've got one more game to go. Let me just double check and see if these guys have drafted at the moment. They have. So we'll be able to jump straight into our games with Nullis and Deceive next. But these guys are off to the races. We've got ourselves another 4 minutes and 30 seconds here until we get into this next game. All right, guys. All right. Let's do another key giveaway while we wait. Let's do it. Like, this is worth it, right? This is the time to do it. Let's do another little cheeky key giveaway. Here we go. You got another 2 minutes. Spam the thingamajiggy and do all the good stuff. Alrighty, so this final matchup, Isis versus Tsukiyomi. We have seen Tsukiyomi on this map before, but what? Well, Isis is an absolute menace on this map, but so too is Tsukiyomi. They're both timing attack gods, which is absolutely wild to think about. If you're a timing attack god and you're playing against the timing attack god, like, what else? That's absolutely insane, right? Like, that's all. I don't know what else. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. All right. So what's the actual threats? So Tsukiyomi has this one threat with Oni against the Isis, which hits much harder on Mirage than it would on any other map. He's also got... Wait, does he have Oni? He does, right? No, he doesn't. He doesn't have Oni. He's got the Heroic Age Tengu and he's got the Raiju. But Raiju and Tengu don't cost food, so you don't really have that. You'd have to get to the Mythic Age and go for something like Omuraki. Omuraki seem really, really strong versus Egyptian because you can just utilize the special ability from range away from the priest and then send those guys straight in. Wait, he does get Oni? My brain is... There are Oni. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oni on this map are going to be really good because you're just going to beat through everything. No amount... Like, I was in a bind the other day. My opponent had full pop army and I had like a half pop army with like 5 Oni in it. I won that fight, basically, against Isis. So you guys might say I harp on about the Oni too much. But the thing is about it, is all you got to do is get to an equal position with those Oni intact. And they are an absolute menace. An absolute menace. All right, we've got about 20 seconds left on this little cheeky key giveaway. If you do end up getting picked... Actually, no, I can just find you. It's all good. It's all good. What are you guys joining at the moment? What is this exclam join thing? I don't even know. You guys are crazy. I'm forgetting things, guys. Don't mind me. Oni and Mountain Giants on storage. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, let's pick a winner. You got Colo Kopos. Congratulations, my guy. Colo Kopos. Can you just make a little comment in the chat quickly for me? Colo Kopos. There you are. Let me send you a cheeky little whisper with a thing. If you've already got Age of Mythology, make sure you share it with someone who you think would be very much interested in giving the game a go. Share the love of this beautiful game. Should be in your Twitch inbox. But, alrighty. One final game for these two players. Well, one final game for one of these players in this tournament. The other player is going to have to play a potential at least another 4, if not another 7. A potential 7. So, there's a lot going on here. There is an absolute bonkers amount going on here. All right, guys. One last game. Onto the map. Mirage. Let's not wait anymore. Let's just go. Let's just go. Onto the map, Mirage. Been an absolute insane tournament thus far. Both of these players have fought so hard to get to this moment. It might not be the grand final, but it's going to have to feel like it right now for these guys. One final game after playing 6 already. The first best of 7 they've played in this tournament. So the first time they're going to be feeling this pressure. In the left-hand corner of the map, Mosca. In the right-hand corner of the map, he's been in this type of position before. It's TheRapl. We're on the map Mirage. Tsukiyomi versus Isis. And a very... The nerves. And a very, very spicy matchup, to say the very least. Now, what is... For those of you who are new here, what's special about this map? Well, there's backfish. This just changes the dynamic. And of course, there's also town center shenanigans here, which changes the dynamic as well. Over on this position as well, for example. There's back food. The map is shaped a little bit differently too. But it's mostly just the fish on the back that changes everything. We've seen a myriad of different gods on this map. We've seen Zeus. We've seen Freya. We've seen Gaia. We've seen Kronos here. We've seen Isis and Tsukiyomi. So, all in all, it seems like there's just a ton of different options here. Let's check out the relics and see if there's going to be anything super impactful for game number 7. Dwarven Horseshoes, movement speed plus 5% there for the cavalry. Over onto the right-hand corner of the map, there is the Harmonia's Necklace. Villager Gold Gather Rate plus 10%. Over onto the left-hand corner of the map, Pelt of Argus, Line of Sight plus 6. Onto the bottom side of the map here, we've got the Ogre Bitten Helm. Hit points, plus 10%. Is there any relic that matters? Well, Ogre Bitten Helm is really nice here for the Egyptians. You're probably going to be needing some priests. I don't think there's... Like, Dwarven Horseshoes is obviously really nice for Rappel if he wants to go into Naginata Riders. It's going to shut down those Chariot Archers from Isis really, really nicely with that extra speed, especially if you mix in a couple of Kitsune as well to boost them up. They can go up to like 7 speed or something. It also affects the Yumi Horse Archer, which might be enough to make it feel very, very useful. But that's kind of it. Of course, if Mosca spots that relic and he just has his priest over there, he can just take it all the way back home. No real problems. I've been having this thought lately about the relics, and let me know if you think I'm really silly, because I do this a lot. I come up with silly ideas. 50% of the time I'm right on these ideas, and 50% I'm wrong. So you got to be careful when you take my thoughts seriously. But don't you reckon relics should be off limits until the heroic age? Then you actually have to fight over them. 50% right is an exaggeration. Oh, I thought I had good numbers. What a weird take. Okay, fine. We got Inari Orkami over here for the Rappel and Anubis for Mosca. I'm not exactly surprised to see this. The boosted spearmen are going to be really, really helpful. Anubite's also going to be very, very helpful for the Isis here against those Naginata Riders. Inari Orkami obviously is like the only god that we see Tsukiyomi going at the moment. I have seen a couple people like dabbling with ideas of using the Goshin and Boku tree and things like that for myth unit orientated strategies, but with this Ivory Netscape technology attached to Inari Orkami, it just doesn't make any sense to be going for a myth unit orientated strategy without that tech, because it's just so good, so impactful. Meanwhile, the Anubite making its way across the map now. Can be looking for just a little bit of pressure as immediately a guardhouse to kick things off for Rappel. Whoa. Hello? Hello? What? You can't get this... I don't know what Rappel is cooking up. Oh, he's waiting for the Plague of Serpents. Who drops Plague of Serpents on the water here? That doesn't even make any sense. Yeah, you drop it on the villagers. Of course. That makes way more sense. Now the ramming Wasson has been wasted. Ha! Big brain got bigger brained. All right, Anubite trying to finish off this commoner over here. It's getting healed up. It might actually end up falling. It's trying to get to the tower. One villager down. Mosca diving back in. Is Anubite will be getting taken out. So Anubite and a Plague of Servants for a lot of idle time and a villager kill and a ramming Lassen. So massive gains for Mosca. Spearmen now making their way over onto the right-hand corner. Going to be looking for another little bit of a raid over here. Got to be careful because there is that Jiragumo sitting on this position. And she will be an absolute menace to defend this type of an idea from. Or these type of raids. Over here, random cow getting brought back home. Onto the bottom side, the Kitsune just checking things out. There's the Spearmen. We'll make their way over onto this side, and we will be seeing Sobek coming through pretty quickly here. Meanwhile, as the Spearmen come through, Rappel does need to react. This villager here is right for the picking. It kind of gets missed as he just dives in here. Jiragumo picks up one Spearman, immediately going to take that one out. One villager goes down for 3 Spearmen. That doesn't feel worth it, but maybe it is. Armory down for Rappel. Rappel also going to be wanting to go to the next stage, even though Sobek has come in first and foremost here for Mosca. The Hachiman will be coming through very, very quickly because you do have that Tsukiyomi bonus. 56 seconds there for the Heroic Age. Onto the front side now. Monument to the Soldiers. Mining camp will come through. And also Necropolis on the way. You also have to remember with Hachiman, or not Hachiman, with the advancing to the next age as Tsukiyomi, you do actually gain villagers with that bonus. So it's kind of like, it's kind of like a pretty hidden OP unique bonus. Like an extra villager just because you aged up. That's pretty nice. There's the Spearman diving in onto this spot. There's one villager here. That's a really nice little defense there from Rappel with the Miko. It's really tough to kill off villagers if the Miko is there, and Rappel baits that in nicely, gets another Spearman. But not very much loss there at all. Migdal Stronghold, however, for Mosca to come through. And now the Tengu is in, and look, there's a lot of favor in the bank. So options for Rappel at the moment. What can he go for? Option number 1 is drop New Moon on the temple and just make a ton of Tengu and just go raiding. 1 town center game. Of course, this is incredibly strong. Option number 2 is to just go up to full armory upgrades and then drop New Moon onto the armory. Obviously, also very, very strong. And he's just going to start building his Tengu out for the time being. There's the Tengu over here, kind of losing its life for the time being. Apple does turn his special ability off there, so finally someone's listened to me about the Tengu at the moment. Oh, over onto this side, the Rock just hanging out, checking things, what's going on. As Prosperity gets dropped, New Moon comes down, and to some degree here, actually, you know what? No, it doesn't. I was about to say to some degree this Prosperity kind of counters or kind of keeps the differential equal here in terms of like upgrades and things. But Prosperity gives about 30 gold per villager, and there's only 13 villagers, so you're looking at like 390 gold or something, which is a lot less than full bronze. One of the fishing ship upgrades. Mosca's got his, and Rappel is missing just a little bit there. As the Camel Riders are going to sneak around the side. This is all walled up nicely. There might be an angle to get through here. As the Camel Riders will come through. You just take out one Camel Rider there. But the army here for Rappel is looking like he says, let's take a fight here. Unit's going to be diving into the Migdal Stronghold for the time being. This second Migdal Stronghold attempting to come up as well. Is it going to be finishing in time as we got the Locust getting dropped down onto this here as well? That Petsukos on the back, they're going to be getting sniped too. Over onto this side though, the units popping out, sniping a couple of those Bushy on the back there, and Rappel does overcommit just a little bit, but he has to keep staying in here. He can't drop the Swampland either because of this monument to the soldiers. And now Rappel pulls back, picking off a couple more units there as the Priest Pharaoh trying to take out those Tengu, but Rappel will be able to get back to his main base, heal those up, and keep going. But he's losing villagers in the main base. Mosca is going for kills. He's still got an advantage. Even after all of those villager kills that Rappel got, Mosca managed to equalize here. It's 23 to 22 at the moment. 23 to 22. Another Tengu over here going to be looking for raids into the main base. The villagers can come forward here and grab this Zebra sitting under these Migdol strongholds. A very, very nice defensive position. Armories into the main base now for Mosca to boot up to the top side, just checking things out, making sure it's all copacetic here as the upgrades are going to slowly start coming through for Mosca, but Mosca still has to just play defense here. Rapple coming over onto this gold mine. He's going to be in this position like he was last game where he's got weaknesses all over the map. Weaknesses here. Of course, the fishing ships are not that weak, but weaknesses here. But the army for the moment here sitting on this position, so no weaknesses. It's completely safe until Rappel drops a castle or something like that. So the Camel Riders are just going to be pulling back over onto this spot. Rappel continuing along. Mosca prodding everywhere. He probably wants a Mythic Age in as fast as humanly possible. Oh, this one Tengu not going to get caught out here as he does jump in, but you just run away from this one. You don't want to fight the Tengu while he's got that special up, because he does go up to an insane amount of armor, like 60% plus. You can see he's normally at 35%, but he goes up to like 60%, especially when he's got the upgrade, which he does have. Nice. Rappel is going to be searching all across the map for things to kill, but look at this from Mosca. He's on the wood here. He does have wood here, which is probably not that good. Pull back over there and grab some cows and he should be okay. As a monument to the villagers coming up onto the front just to slowly start wandering forward here. The thing is, with the Tengu, once they jump in onto a villager, they two-hit them. So with that special being activated. And Mosca very quick to run away here. You don't want to be close. Pulls up to the top side of the map. One villager here will get spotted. Dives. A little bit of a misplay there from Rappel. Probably could have got a couple of villagers on that retreat, but not going to come in just yet. As Rappel or Mosca pulling forward. Still not able to use that Swampland. It's the villagers popping back out again. Only a couple of priests here to deal with this as he's going to try and charge forward. But this is Yadi Spearman. We've seen this sort of a situation before in the other Egyptian game that Mosca played. He was having a lot of trouble here with those herdmen. He did manage to find a win there, but this is an incredibly equal position. As the monument to the villagers goes down, but there's still a monument to the soldiers behind this. So there's still no real way forward here. So the chariot archer is going to be getting some kills. Heavy now through for Rappel as well, as he gets to that Bushido tier 3. I mean, do you want to mix in? He's got the counter with the chariot archers to take out the Yadi Spearmen, but he has to poke them down. Do you want to build Axemen here when your opponent's got Yumi Horse Archer and Naginata Rider? I don't even know if you want to. It's pretty difficult to make that work. But then again, you get a front line against the Yadi Spearmen, so then that's really useful too. Or alternatively, you can actually go into a whole bunch of Petsukos here, which makes the most sense. He's got a lot of favor in the bank. He could drop another prosperity. As the Tengu going to be diving forward here. And Mosca will have to be doing some very nice garrison micro. Pulls back the villagers onto this position. Will have to dive into a Migdol or something. Those are going to start getting murdered here as well. as it's looking like Rappel's advantage at the moment is absolutely gigantic. The Camel Riders diving around here as the Chariot Archers getting split off. Mosca trying to micro this. The Camel Riders can pop through here, but even this with the Yati Spearman on top of those Chariot Archers getting bonus damage. So tough to make this work as the Monument to the Soldiers goes down. Is there a potential way to drop this into the main base? Yes, there is. Swampland comes forward and Rappel in complete control right now as he's going to be murdering villagers left, right, and center. Mosca just can't get himself stabilized here. Onto the bottom side there, the Naginata Riders getting somewhat picked off. Mosca's got 27 villagers there, all idle in this town center and this town center. Still no answer for all the Yati Spearmen. There's no axemen here. There's no axemen here for Mosca. I think he must need them. The Chariot Archers are just not cutting it at the moment. As the Migdol strongholds on this front, yeah, they're getting some value. They're killing a lot of units here. Look at that damage. But it doesn't matter because the units are just going to keep flowing in here. The villagers make their way over onto the left side to grab at least a little bit of gold. So these Chariot Archers are going to be picking off a couple of units here. He doesn't have full armory upgrades, but he's kind of getting close. One Migdol goes down. Walkini Nushi is also pre-queued. Getting that means he's going to have to face full iron next. As Rappel goes, all right, that's enough damage. Let me pull back and we'll start thinking about what to do next as the castle gets dropped. Villagers over here getting chased down by the Tengu as the villager differential is getting absolutely out of control here. Deletes the marker to try and get back home. Rappel could also literally just use these Tengu to massacre these buildings. They do so much damage. Over onto this right side now. The villager's trying to grab this gold mine. Rappel does spot it. And he dives over there with that jump. Not quite close enough there, but Mosca trying to raid himself back into the game. The castle's already up, and with a wall, you can't get past that. There's the Pharaoh over here trying to deal with those Tengu. A couple of Chariot Archers in as well, but they don't... Oh, they do have ballistics, so they're going to get some good damage done. But into the main base, the Tengu going after this Townsend are just idling villagers. He doesn't even care if he's losing them here. Just the idle time on those villagers is just brutal. A Townsend are going to come through. Okuni Nushi is in, which means very shortly, 90 seconds. For a Mythic Age, for Ombaraki, for full iron. And a very, very difficult game ahead for Mosca to try and bring this one back. To the very top at the very least, a priest. I mean, I actually think these Tengu will kill the priest off. I mean, they're low HP, but they're not that low HP. As Mosca now does manage to get in onto this position. He's still looking for some villagers to kill. But I feel like at this point, even if Rappel had 0 villagers, I don't think Mosca is ever killing his army. There's a couple of villagers do end up going down. The Yati Spearmen are over here to defend. Okuni Nushi comes through as the Sacred Gate gets dropped down. New Moon onto the armory for full iron. As the army returns back over onto this side as those Camel Riders just out of position, and these are this full iron Naginata Riders with bonus damage versus Cav. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? I've actually got Champion Stable Soldiers also going to be coming in manually, because why not? It's the Ombaraki in, starting to rain some fire from the sky. These wretches, they're not that strong unless you get that Plague Bringer technology, that the bonus, the boosted Ombaraki, but man, they're very, very strong regardless, and it does look like that is the game. And Rappel manages to pull it together here and break through the ironclad defenses of Mosca as he wins in 7 games for the privilege of going on to greet TheMista for his rematch in the grand finals. I don't know what else to say. Better luck next time for Mosca. An insane path journey through Champions League Season 4. 3rd place is an insane effort. He's shown everyone how strong he is. He can compete with the best. We're going to have to wait for the Rappel versus the Mista because we have a completely different series to come at you. We've got the Challengers League finals to come up. Nullis and Deceive have been waiting patiently behind the scenes. We're going to have the shortest of breaks before we jump into it. Don't you guys go nowhere. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. Well, it was very difficult for me to set this up. So we're just going to do it right in front of your face right now. So that's totally fine. And then that's what we're going to do. That's just the life. That is how we're going to do this, because it was impossible to do it any other way. So, take that. So those are the maps. These are the god picks. For some reason, Mosca and Rappel are hanging out there. And this is going to change as well. If I hit update, what happens? Deceive is looking very strange. I agree. Deceive is looking very, very strange. How do I get rid of... Wait, what if I do... Oh, are we actually already in the game? I think we are. We might have to figure this out a little later. Alrighty, so we've got ourselves 2 minutes and 50 seconds until we're into this one. Actually, you know what? Let's jump over to the standings, and I'll show you what's been going on. So we've got, here is the route that these guys played. Nullis has had a pretty tough one. He only barely got past Garneth. He did then 3-0 Izamato, but not the easiest of shenanigans there for him. And then he does get to the finals. Deceive, on the other hand, he hasn't dropped a game yet. He hasn't dropped a game. Deceive is looking incredibly strong for this best of 7. He hasn't dropped a game. He took Adipes out 3-0, incredibly strong play in his own right. Took out Tiger Boss, who is one of the favorites to actually win the whole thing in 3 games. And now he's got his toughest challenge yet, though. Nullis is a player. Actually, let's jump back over to here. Actually, we can do this. This is not the first game. Let me do this here. Our first game is... Let me have a quick look. I should have been more prepared. I was trying to eat something in that 5 minutes that we had. It's Gaia versus Skyomi. Wait. Can someone explain to me what's going on here? Did I not change it here? I must not have changed it here. Hold on. What is happening? My brain is hurting. Oh. That's better. How did we get a Gaia ban and a Gaia pick from Nullis, though? I'm super confused. Hold on, let me try this again. This is looking very strange. I'm very confused. I'm sorry, but I need to try this again. No. Wait, what? That is legitimately what happened. How? What? Explain? Yeah, this is weird. I would I am the tournament organizer. This is strange. This is not what's supposed to be happening. Well, it's happened. And first pick here from Nullis was Gaia. So it's not like I can go in and say, well, we'll just change that pick afterwards. Maybe the Gaia ban meant something else. I don't know. Let's get into our first game. We are going in onto the map Key. We don't have time to mess around. Let's go. Alrighty. In the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Gaia. His name is Nullis. Unfortunately, we don't have any player cards for these guys. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Tsukiyomi. His name is Deceive. Now, we are in the finals of the Challengers League. Now, this is the sister league to the Champions League. Champions League is the top 16 players. The Challengers League was the next 16. There's a $1,000 prize pool here, so the winner of this game will take home a cool $200 dues. And those are not the dollary dues of the Australian variety, but the United States variety. Don't ask me why they're called dollary dues, but they are. So let's have a little look-see at the relics and see how this game is going to go. We've got ourselves the Wuhao Bow of Huangdi. Which is going to be nice there to give those archers a little bit of snare effect. Over here we've got that Scarab Pendant, which is going to be giving the siege a little bit of a boost. Over to the side there is the Nose of the Sphinx, which is building hit points plus 15%. And finally, the Blue Crystal Shard. Boosted economy. Yeah, I didn't get to look at this before they started. At this point, I am just going to say these guys did not raise any complaints about it, or Deceive didn't, and now I can't do anything to solve it. So I'm not going to stop them playing. We're just going to go on. We're just going to go ahead and see what happens. Alrighty. Up onto this top side, Temple coming up for Nullis. He's gotten himself his economic upgrades, as you would with Gaia, obviously. Now we've got the Oceanus to come through as well for Nullis. And we are going to be having an Inari Orkami for Deceive. Now, the hardest part about this, I guess, from the perspective of the Tsukiyomi player is getting in food, securing food. You do have on the bottom of the map the Sero, only 4 of them there. You've got berries, you've got chicken. And Deceive's only found 3 cow. I was about to say it doesn't matter on key because you're going to have a ton of cow. But for some reason here, Nullis has found 8. Are there other cows missing or something? There's 2 over on this spot. So there could be an extra 2 cows coming into Deceive's back pocket, but he sees 1 there. But missing those cows is really big because, well, this is, like I said, this is the big problem for Tsukiyomi in this matchup is getting food. If you got the cows, you can just jump onto that food and you're going to be totally fine. I didn't update my thing. All right. Let me do this as well. We are having some issues in my brain right now, but that's okay. All right. Nullis opening up double military barracks. This does cause a lot of issues for Deceive. Deceive has scouted this, and he does decide to actually go for his own dojo straight away. But there's also the issue here for Deceive, while he is trying to deal with the Murmillos, is that if you're going to build Samurai, then your opponent is then going to drop a Carnivora down and kill said Samurai. Very, very close. Very, very quickly. What are the stakes for winning this one? There's no promotion games, so to speak. We used to do a promotions thing, but it doesn't really work, unfortunately. So, basically in the tournament bracket or the tournament circuit, there's an ELO getting assigned to players. So their ability to get invited into an S-tier tournament or not is based on their performance in these tournaments. So there's no promotion, so to speak, but there is the prize money and tournament experience and all that other good stuff, so that they can have a lot more of a better run of it when they have to jump into these tournaments and play the really strong players. Also, for those wondering when the actual grand finals for the Champions League happen, it's directly after this series. There's a best of 7. Can either take anywhere from 4 games to 7 games. So keep your eyes on the stream and watch, because this is going to be a really fun game. Like, both of these players, I should remind you guys that Nullis was the literal winner of Champions League Season 3. So, yeah, he's kind of a big deal. And Deceive is an up-and-comer. He's new to Retold. He only started playing it when Retold, or he's new to Age of Mythology. He only started playing Age of Mythology when Retold came out. So some very, very high-level players here. And they're both in, like, the top 20 on the ranked ladder as well. Now Nullis is going to start going into his Caraballister. Picking some things off. Over onto this side. Takes a little bit of a fight. Got to be careful with this one because those Samurai are so strong. It might not be a terrible idea to just drop Carnivora down, eat this Samurai, and then start slapping the other one. Now I got the Onnamusha coming in. The Bushi as well for Deceive. Needs to have some heroes to deal with that Carnivora. Nullis is just going to be starting to move himself out across the map. Relic situation from what people have picked up. Nose of the Sphinx only there for Deceive, and all 3 of the relics, all 3 of the remaining relics there, Blue Crystal Shard, Scarab Pendant, and Wuhao Bow of Huang Di through for Nullis, as Deceive is going to say, all right, let's move out. He's got a pretty strong army here. Taking this fight without using Blue Moon might be a little bit of a... No, Blue Moon? What am I talking about? New Moon? Might be a little bit of a mistake here. Because you want to be dropping it on something to hit your little timing. But that being said, there is going to be Swampland, of which Nullis he is aware of. And he's like, okay, I'll run. He's got to get out of here. Villagers pushed off of the Sero for now. A little bit of a target onto the mana to take this one out. Where Hirama Miller is getting converted in, as Nullis is ready to take somewhat of a fight here. As those Samurai getting caught out. Great little split off, zoning the rest of those units in. But Deceive is calmly pulling back as some more reinforcements are going to be joining in. There is going to be access to that Swampland here. Dropping it on directly on top of the Caraballister is the game plan, because those Kappas are going to be feasting here on those Caraballister. He only gets a handful of kills, but it is enough to send Nullis packing for the time being. As now the Carnivora to come down. Bushi plus Onnamusha to take this one out very, very quickly. But no answers for those Caraballister now on the back line as that Jiragumo goes hunting a villager. And Nullis looks to have held here perfectly fine and reasonable. Deceive, very big overcommitment. No Naginata Riders for the Caraballister. The Jiragumo is also a really nice counter, or a unit that can deal with the Caraballister. She will one-hit this bad boy. Does 150 damage with that special ability. So you just can charge her in to take out the Caraballister or something like that. There's the Terma charging after those Jiragumo here. Watchtowers coming through for Deceive. But his gold mine is very out of position. He might need to get a wall down or something on this spot. Because this tower is not going to be helping. This tower is not going to be helping either. And it's a very exposed gold mine here. There's Nullis jockeying in. He does see the tower and he goes, okay, I'll pull back. I mean, 18 range. You can still sit here with the Carabalister and start poking the gold mine, but Nullis doesn't want to do that. He's going to just pull back, play defense. Deceive, on the other hand, says, time for Hachiman. He wants to get to that heroic age. He's got a lot of favor in the bank. A lot of angles there for Tengu and all the other stuff. Now, I'm loving this from Nullis. He moves up to the top, drops the mana here, grabs this hunt over onto the bottom here, armory, mana, all the other good stuff on this location means he's going to have this position very nice, well defended. Really going to be any angles for raids or anything like that. As now heroic age is coming through. And while the armory upgrades were grabbed, he's got so many villages on wood that it almost makes me feel like he's going to go for the Tengu or the temple for his new moon. We'll have to wait and see what the plan is going to be because, I mean, you're going to be running out of gold. I think that's the big problem for Deceive. So myth units with Ivory Netscape is going to be a big, big help to keep him afloat here. The copper weapons on the way. We've got that irrigation coming through as well. Farmer's just going to be starting to motor around this position. And now I guess we'll see exactly what he's planning to do because there's not really much point in waiting. There's the armory here starting to get some upgrades. Same too for Deceive. He wants that copper shields in. Then New Moon onto the armory. Gets him everything. There's the Tengu. We'll pop back for the time being. Gets a little bit caught out. Sashimono Bannerman gets researched there as well to boost up his Yumi Horse Archers. But like I said, he's going to be out of gold. So that's going to make life very, very difficult for him. And we do see it on the armory as the Economic Guild over here getting dropped down. Not only that, the Daimyo is out and... I mean, what's another angle here? I don't really know. The Miko healing everything up. Save up for another Swampland before you move out. It's 170 pop, though. I don't feel like you can win this fight. There's just no way. At the very least, put everyone onto wood first and then get yourself your Tengu through. There's more buildings coming in for Nullis. Nullis is pretty much full commit on this. He's also got a Carnivora that's going to be able to help out on this fight as the Daimyo to come in. Get a couple of smacks away at that one as the Murmillo's charging forward. And Deceive sees this army and he's got to be like, oh dear. As the Yumi Horse Arch is sort of getting pacified up by the Caladria as well. We've got that heroic age now coming through for Rhea there for Nullis. Because why not? You can pick whatever he wants here at the moment. He's got a gold starve. In fact, it makes more sense. Yeah, Rhea makes the most sense. You could get the Behemoth in to just siege down the main base and clean him up. So those Yumi Horse Archers getting pulled back. The Tengu going to dive forward here as well. Whole bunch of Hero Millos getting converted in for Nullis just to have an answer for whatever gets thrown at him in the next little bit. If he goes full heroes as well, he plays around Swampland because that only hits human units. Nonetheless, the Terma getting couple of shots off. Man, Terma are such a... These are an insane hard counter for the Yuumi Horse Archer. They are a very big hard counter for this. Meanwhile, Rhea now through. Upgrades are pretty cute, so he's going to get himself that heavy infantry, heavy range soldiers, ballistics immediately. Nullis is like fully set up to break through this position. Pushing in, pulling back, poking some villagers. All the upgrades, got that Orichalcum mail as well on the way. As Deceive is desperately trying to just grab this gold mine. He has managed to get himself up to 145 population. And, oh, bit of a trader there onto the Tengu. He's going to be diving straight forward here. These are now heavy samurai as well, though, but it's heavy units versus heavy units. Villagers getting picked off to the left there as the samurai charge forward into those Karabalista. And now there's nothing sort of left to deal with the Murmillos as the Terma can absolutely erase those Yuumi Horse Archers. At the very least, the Shogun can get a samurai back in, but it's looking like the Nullis army is just way too powerful at the moment. The house gets cleaned up to the top, and Deceive in that moment, yeah, he has to tap out there. I think there's one too many mistakes here. I think the first mistake here was making a big push without using New Moon. Like, whether or not there is a usage for it there, you really shouldn't be looking to make a big push with Secure Me without that New Moon getting value somewhere. Whether that be on your temple, on your armory, on your stable, or something on your, like, you've got to use that god power before you go for that initial fight. And Nullis played it perfectly there to defend it all. And he goes up to a very quick 1-0 here in this game. You can kind of see this crazy advantage that kind of cooks here from the way that Nullis played this out. I mean, the other option here from Deceive was just to sit in his base, play defense, get Heroic Age, and then go for Tengu, or do what he did anyways. Like, the second movement through this play from him, just get Heroic Age without losing the army, and then you've got a whole bunch more units to actually take this fight with. But nonetheless, let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Our next game is going to be on step. It's going to be Poseidon. Oopsies, not Poseidon. It's going to be Fushi versus Poseidon. Alrighty, so where are we? We've got the first win there was for the somehow banned and picked Gaia. I'm here not asking any questions, but nonetheless, now for which one got this one? He lost. So now Poseidon as game 2. It is a best of 7, so it could be a 4-0, it could be a 4-1, it could be a 4-3. We don't know. We'll see what Deceive is going to be able to do. I think Nullis is playing an incredibly strong Age Mythology at the moment. This is the wrong way around. Let me fix that up. All right, let's jump into this next game. Where are they at? All righty, let's go. We are going in onto the map step. As we step into it, ha ha ha. All right, here we go into game number 2. Nullis played a textbook Gaia for game number 1, completely dismantled that Tsukiyomi from Deceive. Into game number 2 here, Nullis takes Fushi on the map Step, and he is now up against Deceive playing as Poseidon. I think Poseidon's a really good god here, especially versus China, but it's not simple. You got to put the early pressure on. You've actually got to go into... Actually, you know what would be really nasty here? You know what would be really nasty here? A whole bunch of Centaur. Well, you do have the Pioneer and you do have a Nijar. If you go Centaur with an early Spirited Charge, you're never going to get caught out with him. And you're not even going for raids or anything like that. You're just making a mass of them. And then all of a sudden, if your opponent wants to chase you with the halberdiers, they have to run through the arrows, the rain of arrows. But nonetheless, Temple coming up now for Deceive. And we'll see exactly what sort of a plan he's going for. It looks like he is going for a fast classical age to some degree. And on the other side here for Nullis, he's got his Temple up already. The Kwafu is coming through. And he does click up there for Chiyao. So we'll see exactly what the plan is going to be. I guess Deceive there does go for a slightly later advance time as well. So Nullis does get that advance through first into the main base here. Not really that many villagers on the temple. It's looking like it's not going to be a town center with only the one villager on wood for the time being. Oh, no, he does actually bring some villagers over to favor afterwards. So just getting something through. We didn't check the relics just yet. So let's quickly go and check them out. We've got the Cathara of Apollo over here, boosting up villager movement speed. Up to the top side here, there is the Hecate's Torch, which is going to be making the recharge time of God Power recast minus 10%. Over onto this side there is the Heavenly Jeweled Spear. Makes Prodromus, Spearman, Herdman, etc. go up in range. Was there another relic already grabbed? Am I missing one? There it is. And there is the Hermes' Winged Sandals, making the heroes a little bit speedier. As Nullis going to drop his military camp, a couple more buildings to come down and all that other good stuff. Over here we've got the Atalanta coming through for Deceive as the stable comes down as well. And Deceive is going to be looking for some early game pressure or playing defense with the Atalanta to try and deal with this Yatza. As that is exactly what's going to be going on here. The Yatza dives away. You have to sort of chase this down, but a little bit tricky where that's concerned. Into the main base of that Centaur, just trying to get some early damage done, but you really can't do this versus China because the Pioneers are just, they're going to be sitting there. You take a ton of damage. But there's really no problem with just having your Centaur and saving them for later and massing them up. Nonetheless, Deceive going to be pulling in that final boar over here. As the Atalanta on the back, Theseus on the front, and Deceive just pumping some dudes out. And same too over here for Nullis. Both of these guys just going to be getting their units together, seeing what they can do. Got some cheeky little walls over onto this side as well, so that Nullis can play around any of those raids. Very, very important. I mean, most of the time you see Fushi players kind of against Poseidon, against Tsukiyomi, against Amaterasu, against Norse, and all those sort of raidy civs. They're just going to be using their buildings like normal to start off and just locking up their base because they don't want to get raided, don't want to lose villages. Nonetheless, Deceive now circling around here. But Nullis obviously sees that very, very quickly. In order to be super sneaky, where do you have to go? I mean, probably entering the base from here as an angle. It's a couple of smacks over onto that Yatza before retreating. But yeah, there's not really any weaknesses in Nullis' base right now. So no potential for raids. couple more cavalry coming through, but you've got to be careful with these because you need like archers and all that other good stuff. And now the very scary master of weaponry technology coming through, turning those pole axes. What do you call these? Are they actually just called halberdiers? I'm kind of interested. Is it the dagger axe, harvesting scythe? Okay. Anyways, turns them into some sort of a ghostly thing. But basically what this does is it makes those hippias or those cavalry units get double snared, basically. Now the two yachts are into the main base here as Nullis does finally catch Deceive with his pants down as the Theseus is going to come over here and attempt to defend all of this, but the villagers are going to be sitting idle here into the main base trying to get some revenge fire in, but the halberdier come through. Good reaction from Deceive to get out of there as the yachts are getting chased down by the Atalanta over onto this one. I should call it Ge. I don't even know. Unless those hippies do manage to get back home. So I haven't seen Deceive move away from these cavalry just yet. You do want to go into Toxotes in this matchup, I'd say. If not Toxotes, a whole bunch of centaur. And I mean like a lot of centaur. Because you need the centaur numbers so high that it makes the halberdier want to pull away from your hippias with that rain. If they stay on the hippias, they're going to lose all of those halberdier, and then you can charge to and kill off their back line of pioneers. Nonetheless, all the upgrades coming in here for Deceive as he wants to go straight into as many of these centaur, I guess, as he wants. He's up to 3 villages now. Onto the temple. 4 villages onto the temple. I mean, this is scary for Nullis because he's going to have to get onto a second town or a second gold mine here. And it's going to be really, really tough to wall this off. Now, if you are playing against this type of thing, I recommend going for not the close gold mine, but the safe gold mine at the top with the walls. That'll be your best bet to kind of play around a huge amount of centaur coming your way. Nullis is trying to foresee some Toxotes coming through, but that's not Deceive's plan. Deceive's plan is going to be centaur and only centaur as his option here. He's got 5 villages now on favor. It's not a crazy amount of favor income, but for this early stage of the game, it's going to be a very nice amount for him to try and get in and get some good damage done as the Atalanta gets a couple of pokes away at that Yahtzee before pulling back. And I guess we'll see how this idea for Deceive is going to work. It's going to have some very good control. And all the other good stuff. But nonetheless, over here onto this side, those halberdiers still causing some issues. Got to be so careful with that. Nullis pulls back, but man, he would have probably killed off a couple of hippias if he decided to charge in onto that one as the villagers will make their way over onto these poor. He's going for a town center? Deceive is absolutely crazy. As Nullis' halberdier making their way out over onto this side. You can easily take this little fight with those centaur there as he does pull back. Now you can actually turn around with a halberdier though. 2 halberdier go down. He turns and you're so hard to run. Now he pulls back, but the town center, he's running straight to his town center. Turns around with that special to get a little bit of damage done as the pioneers come forward. Lots and lots of favor in the bank for Nullis as he is heading straight to that next stage. Did Nullis just spot the town center? No. He does not see it. But I don't know if it matters here. I just don't... The town center kind of helps defend the gold mine, I guess. Kinda. He gets those boar that he can eat over here. Archery range is getting dropped down. I mean, realistically, what's the game plan? There's going to be a Najar getting built out fairly shortly, I'd have to imagine, for Nullis. Has he got the building down, though? No. I don't think he does. So no big fat superhero. Is Deceive going to continue to just try and poke? If you're playing this situation as the player against this as well, with like ranged heroes, if you can just send your heroes to be like in the front of your army, like this as a separate like entity to your actual army, then he can't just move in, poke and get some damage. Of course, I love what Deceive is doing here as well as he moves forward. Nice little snipe there onto the Yatsa. He charges in yet again, but the Tao Wu says, get close to my halberdier, please. And now the Pioneer getting involved as the ballet will get completed. There's not going to be any angle to finish the game here for Deceive. Some Toxotes starting to get mixed in as well for Deceive. He's on this gold mine, but he doesn't have any defenses up. So maybe like a wall. Like finish this wall off a little bit with another building here. And then get this wall off over to here. That would be really, really important. Meanwhile, Gong Gong on the way now for Nullis. He is like, I'm just going to go... If you're going to do what you're doing... Wait, does he still not know there's a town center? He does. If you're going to do what you're going to do, let's just go Mythic Age, and then what are you going to do? I'm going to have Super Pioneers. They're up to 14 range. I think they go up even further when they get to the next age. No, they say... Maybe they do? I don't know. But you're going to be able to get Najar as an adult. And you're going to be able to get John Wick. John Wick comes through. Okay, not John Wick, but still. There's the walls going up all over the place now. I like this. This is what he needs to do to keep himself going. There is a ceasefire, a heroic age, maybe a bronze or something to help with everything. He's going through Dionysus. And realistically, as the 2 TC play here for Deceive, he just needs to be playing a really nice defensive game. He's got ceasefire to play around lightning weapons and also to play around the Great Flood to some degree. But we'll see how it's going to go. Town Center coming through for Nullis. Yeah, I'm a bit confused on this one. I would have expected like an extra ballet and a whole bunch of villagers over to food to go into Tiger Cav. He does have his Najar out. Wait, does he? Hello? He doesn't have his Najar out yet. You definitely want to build this one before you hit the Mythic Age because it does cost quite a bit. He hasn't eaten his Peach Blossom Spring here yet either. That's a huge amount of resources he could be grabbing to help him out. Upgrades coming through for Deceive as the Halberdier come through. They do manage to catch one Hippias. Taowu charges in here, and these Centaur have got to get out of here. You've got to be so careful with them. Meanwhile, Mythic Age is in, and that is the Great Flight. But Nullis drops both of his God Powers in there. He drops that lightning weapons as well, and Ceasefire is going to be able to keep these units alive. He's going to retreat into this position here, and he might be okay. Everything stays intact here for Deceive, but there's no way to heal this army, or at least there's no way to heal these Toxotes. The Hippias can go up in HP as a Fortress getting dropped down. A bit of a blunder from Nullis to drop the lightning weapons there. Just Ceasefire, just the Great Flood was fine, and save that lightning weapons for afterwards. It's the Dragons floating in onto this position again. Bronze does get dropped down now as Deceive charging in here, and Nullis says, all right, I will pull back to my ballet. I will drop my upgrade, my god power, forest protection, and I will say goodbye to you, sir. Meanwhile, villagers are being pulled back off of this position, back into the main base, dropping some farms there. And Deceive going to just look for any amount of value with this bronze, as the dragons will come back in, and they're going to make life very, very difficult. Very, very difficult for Deceive. As he's getting pushed back. Now, Deceive right now, he just needs to play defense. He doesn't need to take fights. He's got a fortress, he's got a town center, he's got a gold mine, he's got all this position walled off. He can use the town center to sort of garrison micro to deal with the Qinglong. But what Deceive needs is a mythic age, he needs a Phaistos, and he needs to get to full iron Greek late game. That's super important. And here is John Wick right now. His name might read Yang Jian here, but we call him Yang Wick at the very least. He's still Yang Wick, right? He was being nerfed about 10 billion times. He's still Yang Wick. Up onto the top side. Nullis getting his base prepared over here. There is this one little cheeky Pegasus checking things out, but for Deceive to get over there and hit that raid, it's going to leave him open elsewhere. He's swinging around to the top. Going to try and sneak all the way around here to just get a couple of kills. He does have a villager advantage, so the longer this goes on, the more advantage it is for Deceive. And Deceive here has got himself an extra ceasefire while he's going to the mythic age. But he does have to wait on this one. It's still going to be 40 seconds away. Now an axe cart coming through here for Nullis. Nullis is like, let me through. Let me in. Kwafu here will not be going down. We'll make it to the town center. Vibrant Lands does come through there as the houses are going to be sprouting trees. As the army out of position. Now Deceive is in a lot of... there's only a handful of Hippias, but still out of position. Nonetheless, heroes to come through. Got to be taking out those dragons. They do some good damage there when they're in range. There's still this ceasefire available, but it's just 7 seconds away, and Nullis is saying, get out of this position, my guy. I'm going to kill all your guys. All the Toxotes fall in there. The axe cart going to town on this fortress. Ceasefire is now available, but what is it going to matter here as he's going to start losing everything? Nullis going to keep on getting these Qinglong through. Slowly going to beat down on this fortress now. There is a world here where Deceive can bring this one back, but he just lost so many villagers. He was in front by a ton. He was up to like 70 plus. Now he's down to 52. He could have just sacked the entire position and just retreated into here, grabbing food and gold and getting more buildings down and trying to just delay. But Nullis is pulling further and further in front right now. As the town center falls, Hippie is still looking for kills up here, but there's just nothing up here. Hephaestus does manage to finish up here, it looks like, for Deceive. A Plenivolt is going to be somewhat of a help, but all of a sudden now the Azure Dragon, the Qinglong, coming down to the bottom side of the map, going to be looking for villages to poke at. Polyphemus going to be coming in as a bit of an assistance at this point as well. And I don't know what else Deceive can do. Like, he's got no units. 7.3k to 1,000 here. Nullis is playing such an insanely high level... such an insane high level game right now. As it's just been 0 weaknesses for him here. Charges forward, taking out those back Hippias there. The village is going to pop out of the town center, start repairing everything up, but... as soon as this special ability comes up, not the best uses there. You can drop it straight on top of those villagers and kill them all. The town center does fall, and Deceive in that moment goes, all right, I will tap out. GG. Man, Nullis hits so many. Like, okay, so the first Mythic Age, this is just a weird town center from Deceive, first and foremost. Sure, it's fine to grab the town center in some positions, but I think you need to get some damage or something like that. It's probably better to just drop the fortress down and like start looking for siege if you're going to be looking to push through this position. Otherwise, you get hit with Mythic Age timings and things like that, and Nullis went for exactly that. But I guess on top of that, then going to the Mythic Age behind this, he's what he wants, but potentially in this specific position, he should have just gone for full pop in the Heroic Age and played defense on this position. Because these units here, they're not that strong. Like, the army that Nullis has here is not that strong. What's strong is the Qinglong. And if you've got your heroes, you just stick them in the town center. Once the Qinglong comes in to hit your army over here, you pop them out, you get the damage done, you kill them off. It's difficult, but the micro is there. The possibilities are there to outplay. But yeah, it doesn't work out for Deceive in game 2. We'll move into game number 3 here and see what they're going to pick. Alrighty then. So our next game is going to be on Elysium. An Elysium game for us. And the matchup is going to be Noir versus Oranos. This is Deceive on his main now. Deceive loves his Oranos. Thanks for all the donos and subs and everything, guys. You're all legends. Okay, so that game there went for Fushi. Noir here for game 3. Oranos is game 3. And Poseidon is a loss. Do I have some coffee here? Man, it's 2:37 a.m. If I have a coffee now, I will probably never sleep. So we'll see how we go. I do have my bottle of water here. So that's one thing. We're going strong. We're going strong at the moment. But yeah, at the moment, right, we got these players are just about to jump into the next game. We're at 30 seconds-ish until we get into it. Oranos versus Noir is a bit of a difficult one some of the time, and a very, very difficult, like from both sides. Just depends on how the map spawns and how the usages of things like Earthwall come in and how defensive the Noir player wants to play. You used to be able to play a really, really aggressive kind of one talent in a classical fight that it didn't feel like Oranos could defend, but now definitely does feel that way with some recent buffs and nerfs and sideways movements and all the other stuff. So it's much more of the Oranos has got the advantage type thing, and the Noir is trying to weather the storm until they kind of get out of the problems. But let's jump in and see how Nullis is going to approach this one and what Deceive has got in store for us. In onto the map, Elysium. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, the right-hand corner of the map playing as the blue Noir, it is Nullis. And in the left-hand corner of the map playing as the red Oranos, we've got ourselves Deceive. Currently 2-0 here for Nullis. He is playing an incredibly good series thus far, really showing exactly the level that he's at. I think to tell the story of Nullis, he is a player I expected to be in Champions League. I expected him to be in there, and I actually would have had him probably coming top 8 in Champions League. But he fell to a couple of very, very talented players who got some really nice strategies in there, some really nice execution, and Nullis was not at his highest level in that moment. He had a break, and he came back for the tournament and things like that. But he did qualify for challenges, obviously. And he is, ever since then, his level has just shot into the stratosphere. He is in an incredibly high level. And Deceive as well. I mean, Deceive here, how do I put this? These are the first losses he's had in this tournament so far. These are the first losses he's had. So, do with that what you will when you realize what level Nullis is playing at right now. Nonetheless, let's have a little look-see at what Deceive's build is looking like. He does go for some wood, does put a mana down. Temple as well. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a delayed advance time from Deceive, not a 3:30 here. He's going for the 4-minute advance. Oh, never mind. I lied. He is going to delay his advance time. His temple was not in correctly, and he goes up that little bit late. Nope, I'm going crazy. He built the citizen. He built the citizen. Okay, never mind.
Sure enough.
So now the Kwafu out for Nullis, going to be putting up walls and just making sure. Like, how you don't see this very often. This is such a big brain, very simple play for China, especially Noir, that helps you out so much here. Why? Well, now this isn't easy to raid, and you can also drop a house here and a house here quickly afterwards to lock up to the berry bushes. And now to attack this position, you have to come through here. And you're going to continue to build out this base in a way that it's going to make it very tough for him to take any early game damage. However, I was talking about how to in this matchup, but Juan knew? Oh, he pre-queued this. Okay. Well, I mean, that's not really that bad. I think a lot of people overrate how bad it is to pre-queue out a villager here. It's not the end of the world. Anyways, let me finish this thought. Juan Nu in this matchup is effectively necessary when you think about it. What this does is it allows you to play around chaos spamming. It allows you to play around a shockwave carnivora or something like that, where you just drop the vanish and you're completely good to go. Is now Nullis just searching with his chillin. He's going to be trying to hunt oracles here, but Deceive, he's very quick to protect these guys. Galadriel flapping overhead, just hanging out, doing all the good stuff. And we are going to be seeing the first of many, I assume, sky passages. Oh, no, he deletes it. No, he puts it back down. He's like, let me get up here. Do have the Pioneer coming through to start picking up relics. Let's have a little look see at what the relics are. 9 cauldrons is beautiful there. Adamantine shingles, not that important, but 9 cauldrons boosting up Tiger Cav and White Horse Cav. 5% reduction in Pierce vulnerability and Hack vulnerability is very, very nice. We're onto this side now. Deceive happily just grabbing food in the middle of the base. He's got himself a couple of Mermillo in the main base over here. It's going to be some Fire Archers, some Dow Swordsmen, and all the other good stuff. Bite of the Shark on the way now for Deceive. And the Mermillos to be charging in onto this position as basically Nullis perfectly content to just sit back, play some defense for a little bit, eat the chickens, eat the berries, and then think about leaving his base for some deer or something like that. Little cheeky house over onto this side as the temple's going to start getting beaten down. But with some fire archers over here, this is not going to be an issue, I think, for Nullis to hold for the time being. There's Deceive popping out with a couple of extra oracles at the moment. There's a couple of weird ideas here, like just massing out like 5, 6, 7 Caladria, which can be very, very strong. I haven't seen many people going for those sorts of ideas, but you just get so much healing that your army just feels insanely strong. Couple more Hero Mamillas getting converted. Counter barracks up for Deceive. Little cheeky mana in for Deceive as well. As the temple just going to get repaired up here. But Deceive now with a couple of hero units. Let's make things a little bit scary. He's all, oh, Nullis grabbing this reincarnation tech. That when you grab this tech is really important because you don't want to grab it after you take any fights, but you don't want to grab it too early in case your opponent, in case you're not going to take any fights and lose any units, because it's just value for losing units. Shockwave coming down and Vanish to say, sorry, we will not be losing a whole bunch of units here just yet, as the Pioneers going to be taking out the Carnivora over here, trying to pick off the Caladria at the top. Does manage to do so, and the Carnivora goes down, and all of a sudden Deceive, he is down a Shockwave, he's down a Carnivora, but now Nullis is down a Vanish, which does give an opening for Chaos and a whole bunch of other stuff. Nullis dropping his armory down and going to be getting some upgrades and all that other good stuff. There's a whole bunch more houses coming over onto this side. As we've got the medium infantry, Dow swordsman, all the other good stuff there. Over onto this side now for Deceive. He's getting himself this sky passage up so he can move these villages quickly up to this position. At the moment, there's no real advantage for Deceive, so like the thing that's the most scary about Uranus in these sorts of positions is when they've got that early game advantage. So why did we see that Shockwave Carnivora when there's a Vanish there? Well, if the Vanish doesn't come down and Deceive wins that fight, or at least gets an advantage there, he's going to be able to spread out all across the map with sky passages in really aggressive positions and start strangling Nullis. But he can't do that because there's no advantage to be had. He can't just sneak. Well, he could sneak a sky passage down here and do it anyways, but realistically speaking, it's not the best of ideas, as Pickaxe, Hand Axe, and a Hyperion are going to be on the way. Meanwhile, Walt getting up here with this Kwafu hero. Protect me, he says. Military camp coming through for Nullis as the wall's going to continue up. You can go for a... He doesn't have Divine Books yet, but he could get Divine Books, then he can go for a cheap tower attachment here if he wants to, just to defend himself. But Deceive, his next move is very obvious. He's like, let me go Hyperion, let me get that going, and then we'll think about whatever happens next. Nullis, on the other hand, going to start building up his chillin' numbers. He still just has to play defense here. I mean, this is just the general game plan of China for most situations. Sometimes you got to play aggressive, but for most matchups, you want to be, especially Noir, you want to be on this defensive position and just be deflecting raids. But Deceive, he is a patient player, and he's also got some very, very nice technique with the sky passages. So taking age ups, getting extra units in. He's got so much favor for tons and tons of satyr. In fact, he could probably throw a whole bunch more villagers off of gold and put them all onto wood and just pump out like 5, 6 satyr immediately. And that's going to be scary for this army. Now Deceive on the way forward, looking for something to hit here. But there's just nothing. There's nothing in this spot, and Nullis, just literally, he's not even moving his army. He's just sitting, waiting, making sure he gets all of the right techs. He's getting his upgrade for his chillin'. Still staying in the classical age though, not going to the next stage. The only thing I would like to see is this area get connected up, just like a house here. One house here to connect this whole area up. It's not connected to the favored land, so he's missing out on a fairly large amount of bonus favor here. Nullis pulls his units back ever so slightly on this position. Satyr's coming through. Got the Gemini to come in. Bowsaw. Of tower attachments will get dropped. And do these have the... They still doesn't have that divine books. This is such a good tech. I don't know why we're missing that one. Nonetheless, now Rappel on the way. With Nullis having farms up. I mean, this is wild that he does this. This puts him so far behind. Like, but it protects him in a big way. 0.62 food per second versus 0.79 on the husbandry boosted herdables. Versus over here, grabbing Hunt, 1.55. Obviously, this is 2 villagers, but 2 villagers at 1.55 versus 1 villager at 0.62. You do the math. That's advantage. Citizen. But Rappel will come through. The Satyr numbers are starting to pick up. And Deceive here is like a forward sky passage. That's what I want to see. One like little cheeky forward sky passage, pop in with the Satyr, throw the damage, retreat into the sky passage, and just do that, rinse and repeat. As Deceive now ready to start moving forward. He says, I can think about an attack here. I still want to see that forward sky passage. Like as a play around Fate Beasts, as there's so many good ways to play around this sort of an idea of god powers and things with this god. As the Satyr come through, they're getting a couple of shots off, pick up a couple of units there, and Nullis has to pull back, which does allow him Deceive to push through this wall over here. And now Heroic Age is in for Nullis. He needs heroes through first and foremost. Absolutely needs those heroes through first and foremost. But Deceive pulls back. He'll be rotating around this side now, looking to get maybe a little bit of damage done with that special yet again. As Nullis, has gone to... Oh god, there's that chaos to come through as he's trying to get something happening here. Fey Beast onto the back line. Immediately gets taken out. Shockwave onto the army here as Deceive says it's time to go. Military differential here is still looking fairly close, but the Satyr are all alive and healthy here as the army pulling back. Where are the heroes for Nullis is the big question. He's only got 1 Pioneer. A couple more Pioneers going to be coming through. He doesn't have an Imperial Academy, but Deceive not able to break through just yet. Some more Arcus to come in for Deceive at the moment. Over here, got Divine Judgment for Nullis too. As Deceive wanders in. Can he deal with what's getting thrown his way? Nullis here charging forward here as the Satyr are going to be doing some great shoot and scooting. Great control here from Deceive. Look at this. He pulls the entire army back, protecting his Satyr while he does this. Getting damage done. A ballet now coming up for Nullis. Couple of snipes onto some villagers here from Rangers. Oh, and the Kwafu also going down. That's got to hurt there as Nullis is slowly falling further and further behind in this game from this pressure. Does he still not have himself that Imperial Academy? Still doesn't have it. So he's not making Sage or Zhang Xia or any of that stuff that could be a big help for him. Now, Deceive says, all right, time for a town center, because why not? He's also got oracles down onto the bottom side. He's got 7 oracles out. I would love to see Deceive. I know he's focusing a lot on the army, but I'd love to see him be up onto this side with the Sky Passage. So he can have one here, maybe one here, one down here, one in the main base. Maybe not even having this one here. Put one onto this side as well, one down to the bottom, and then he can just be everywhere. So there's no real opportunity for Nullis to move anywhere. And now Deceive is doing what Mosca probably should have been doing in the other game, but he's going to get spotted here. A little bit difficult there from Deceive to get this one up without having all of his units in position. He could have snuck it over onto this side or something, but he's sent back. Couple of Contarius popping through to try and deal with this. I love that Nullis is using this spread formation to play around the Satyr at the moment. As the Satyr are going to utilize the Sky Passage, dive in, dive out, but this army of Nullis looking like it's finally hit that power point. As he's going to be able to take out a bunch of this stuff. He can clean up the Contarius, or the Sky Passage as well, but the Chaos gets dropped down. Is there enough stuff here for Nullis to take all this down? The Pioneers are there. He's got to be targeting those Satyr. He's doing a good job of it, but the Contarius coming around onto the back for the time being here. There's no favor for that Vanish, as while there is still a military advantage for Nullis, it does... No, it looks like the military advantage for Nullis is staying strong here. Even after the chaos and everything else, the amount of units for Nullis and the army quality seems to be enough here. And Deceive continues to throw units in onto this position, as Nullis is able to take the win on that fight. It is 2 TC versus 1 TC. We do see a little cheeky palace coming up as a ballet over onto this side. Nullis now moving for another another gold mine, but with a palace here, this is a little bit spicy. It's going to be able to hit the enemy ballet and hit this gold mine. So Nullis needs to move up here, take the palace out, which will give Deceive a little bit of time here to play with. Deceive dropping the Sky Passage over here, so at least he can bail on this position. The citizens coming through to try and repair this up, but this does look like a little bit of a weak spot. Deceive actually went for a whole bunch of hero units. He loses a lot of them before they actually pop out. Where are the rest of his units? I mean, in the main base, he's got a couple of units to pop through into the Sky Passage. The palace does end up falling as Deceive is going to continue to break through onto this spot. I mean, Nullis has got a lot of time here, but he is falling behind on economy. Does that matter? I think the answer is a little bit of yes and a little bit of no. Because he's got such a strong army here, but the problem is you're playing versus Aranos. So you need to cut off gold everywhere, and there's going to be villages spreading out like wildfire. I wouldn't be surprised if Deceive sends a villager down to here, just one villager over to here, so that if this Sky Passage ever gets attacked, you can just drop another Sky Passage over here and you just start teleporting places. Palace up for Deceive on this spot so he can try and hold. Units are still coming through. There's a lot of gold income here for Deceive as well. He's got so much food over here that he can just pull the villagers off of and just grab that. You've got that sky passage to send villagers there as well. When he is over on this position for the time being, is now Nullis is going to say, all right, let's just go Mythic Age and we will continue along this position. At the moment, Deceive, he is missing a house as it is coming through now, though. Does he have enough favor for another chaos? Answer is yes. Answer is yes, but we'll see how things are going to go. There's really no weak points in Nullis's base with the exception of the villager count. It's the only real weak point for what Nullis is doing here. He's going to get Mythic Age, which is going to put him even further behind on the villager count. But Deceive has got a limit here. He can only build another 10 citizens as the White Horse Cavalry charging around the map, searching for oracles to pick off. We have got this sky passage over onto this side. And the units here from Deceive can just pop through here and get some defense as he catches out 4 of those White Horse Cavalry there with that sky. And he picks off the other one as well, shutting down that raid beautifully. Now Nullis says, okay, we're going Mythic Age. Just get our town center and start getting our resources in, or our villagers in for later. No real problems. And now Deceive is going Mythic Age himself through Helios. Now, what does Helios bring for Uranus? You get this Hecagigantes or Centimanus. Using that with Sky Passages seems to be a decent idea because you can just pop him right into the fight. If your opponent's going to fight on the Sky Passage, you just wait for him to charge in, pop them out, and you get some really big value from them. You've also got Vortex to do the same. Vortex plus Chaos is a really nice combo. Generally with a whole bunch of Mamilla or something like that. And there's also this other tech which is called Halo of the Sun, which does give an extra range onto the Arcus, which can be a really, really big help. As Nullis pops forward, going to try and grab this gold mine. There's only a little bit of gold here, so Nullis does have to start thinking about, well, where is he going to get an extra gold mine? And Deceive is playing gold control beautifully here. He's going to wall this off on the bottom. And onto this side, though, taking that fight. There is still this chaos to get dropped down. That's the Baihu dives forward. Mythic Age comes through for Nullis, though, as he does hit this great flood onto this position. Still, though, Deceive sitting with a fairly healthy amount of units. But Nullis is now moving everywhere to take him out. Over onto this side, Hero Arcus getting converted in. But Deceive struggling to hold the line. Over onto this side, the Dow Swordsman coming through, going to start a little bit of whacking. They do have that divine damage, so that's going to be a big help. Now Nullis is pushing over onto this side, but with Helios and not much of an army, what is he going to go for? What's he going to be able to do? There is, like, the Centimanus is somewhat of a help. There's 74 favor, enough for a chaos, I guess. As Deceive pulls all of his units over into this position. He's like, I need to get out of this spot. Get me to safety. Sky Passage coming in onto this position to try and get these villagers out of this spot. Losing the town center is not the end of the world here for Deceive because he's got a villager lead. He just needs to get himself back up to population here. So the town center will go down. Halo of the Sun plus champion range soldiers plus champion soldiers to come through. With this as well, Nullis claims another gold mine, but there's just not much gold there. As Deceive is going to be taking this gold over to here. Buildings coming down. A palace coming through. I mean, in losing the town center, there's also fortified town center, so he's not actually that far behind. He's only 5 pop behind the 2 town centers of Nullis. But Nullis can go for a 3rd town center right in the center of the map. No problems here. Now, Halo of the Sun almost in. It's going to be a big help for these Arcus. Take a look at their bonus damage going up just a little bit. Now to 9.3. Still no champion range soldiers in just yet. As Deceive going to pull to his Sky Passage, pull around onto the backside, and he's just going to play, get out of my base, Nullis. I am going to take your units down whether you like it or not. I'm going to grind you down to a bloody pulp in this game. The Centimanus runs forward, gets a little bit of damage done, but will inevitably get cleaned up here. Does do 40 damage on that attack to everything it hits, so it's not nothing, but he didn't attack it quite the right way there. So the Sky Passage gets cleaned up there, but Chaos gets dropped down. Just does not seem to be quite enough units here, or production maybe, for Deceive. Maybe there is? I don't know. It's 190 pop for Nullis. He's got seemingly an infinite supply of army. As he's just charging into the main base, slowly sieging it down with these crossbows, grabbing this town center at the top. I would love to see him put a ballet somewhere, maybe a market, and starting a trade route. That's exactly what he's done. How much gold does he actually have left, though? 800? 900? This is the game plan from Deceive, though. He's saying, hey, I'm just going to keep on getting good trades here, slowly wither you down until you have 0 gold mines left, and then we're going to find that advantage. Is there enough time, though, is the big question. Of course, he can come down to the bottom side here and start grabbing these positions as the axe cart comes to a couple of citizens getting cleaned up. Another siege crossbow to come and join in over here as the units continuing to charge through here. Some Javelineers. Going to be a big help here to take out all of those Arcus. 19 range versus 21 range is advantage Arcus, but you do have to shoot and scoot to get advantage from that. As Nullis slowly managing to break through this main base. The town center falling over here. Town center falling on this side. Deceive has got 110 population of 170. Very little remaining. Town center completes for Nullis. He's up to 3. A ballet coming in onto this position now as well for Nullis as he wants to grab that last, or that next gold mine. If he can take it, which I think he is free to do so, as Deceive has got no units. Well, life is about to be very, very tough here for Deceive because this is his win con. He needs to block off this gold mine at the very least. Deceive is getting some nice little trades into this main base here for the time being, but he still has to deal with a full population Chinese army. The ballet will get finished up here. Citizens get spotted onto this side. That's a ton of citizen as Deceive is forced to vortex in here to try and hold this, but there's already a whole bunch of units here for Nullis. As he's slowly finishing up this game, there isn't much else that Deceive can do. It's about to be 4 town centers. He's got this gold mine. He's got a trade route started. He's got himself 8 mechanical ox caravans there. As the sky patches will get dropped, he will be able to escape from this spot. Over here can chop wood wherever he really wants, but the map is slowly but surely becoming blue as the red getting eliminated. And now Nullis, to add insult to injury, it's not going to be 3 town centers versus 2 town centers. It's going to be 5 town centers versus 1 town center, with this town center at 1,000 HP. Nullis potentially here might win this game from town center victory. If you guys don't know about that, if you control all the town centers on the map, it takes 2 minutes for you to win the game. It's the fire siphon will clean up this ballet. And now Nullis can look to pressure down the town center here. And walk around the left side of the map trying to clean up these units. There's still some gold left for Deceive. He's trying to get an army together, but even when he gets the army together, it's just not seemingly able to compete with the power that Nullis' army has got here. Nullis has got a slight armory upgrade advantage. Carnivore gets dropped down over here in an attempt to save these villages, but another axe cart to come in to clean up this town center. And Nullis, I wouldn't be surprised if he just grabs the villages and tries to take the town center straight away. I mean, you look at the villager differential and it's still kind of close. It's just military might of China plus the advantage here as a second Great Flood getting dropped down, and that's going to be enough there for Deceive to say, okay, I'm going to tap out. As Nullis, man, Nullis is playing a scarily good series here. This is absolute domination. I mean, Deceive pushes it to 31 minutes, but he's just not able to make it work. Like perfect execution to go in to those satyr and all the good stuff that came with that. But I guess after all is said and done, like, Nullis is just on another level right now. On another level of defense. He catches the ballet coming up over here. I think if the ballet was up on this position, then maybe Nullis could have had a bit of a difficult time, and you could have played a little bit of Ring Around the Rosie, a little bit of Sky Passage, jumping over onto this side, making sure that everything gets sniped here. In fact, potentially if there was a Sky Passage here before the villagers walked over here, you could have ran away through the Sky Passage over here, picked the villagers off, come back, take the fight, and maybe been in a different, a better position there. But nonetheless, a well-played game there from Nullis. We'll move back to the draft. It's a best of 7. One game from complete victory here for Nullis. Let's see if he can make it happen, or if Deceive is going to be able to strike back. Alrighty, so our next game is on Okuchichibu, and it's going to be Amaterasu versus Hades. Amaterasu versus Hades. Alrighty. So that one there was won by the Nuwa. As we move over to Amaterasu, who is number 4. And Deceive, unfortunately, loses with the Uranos as he's going now into his Hades. All right. How do the 2 DLC feel? They feel amazing. You're watching it. It feels like really, really fun, right? The campaigns are really good. The game is in an amazing state. Feels great to play. I am giving away some keys here. In fact, after this game, before the grand finals starts, well, not after this game, after this series, I'll be giving away another key. So make sure you are sticking around to hit that join the raffle, enter the raffle type thing. That'll be after this series. I've got another, I believe, another 3 to give away. Appreciate the kind words, Mr. Chunky Rat. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be getting into this next game momentarily here. It's going to be a Amaterasu versus Hades on Okuchichibu. This is a little bit of a difficult one for Nullis here, to be honest. Nano, appreciate you, my friend. Production value for this tournament is amazing. I appreciate that a lot. Huge shout out to Uros and the team at Wolf Studios. Also for Gerbot for everything that he does over at aomstats.io to help put through all this stuff. And a proper gentleman. Specific shout out over there as well. Okay, let's jump into this this game 4 here. Not last game. It could be the last game. But let's jump into it right now. Okuchichibu, Nullis, Amaterasu, Deceive, Hades. All right, guys, in the left-hand corner of the map, Nullis here up 3-0, looking absolutely untouchable thus far. An incredibly, insanely well-played series thus far for Nullis. He's going to be playing as Amaterasu. His opponent today, in the red color, playing as Hades. His name is Deceive. Or is it Deceive? Have I been saying this wrong the whole time? Probably. As we do see Deceive going for the simple opening. I really like this opening as Hades, because what's really important here? What's the most important thing on a map like Okuchichibu? Is it getting to the classical age at 4 minutes with a Vaults of Erebus? Not really. Is it getting to the classical age with the fastest Vault of Erebus you possibly can? No. What's important is these things. Goats. You've got to get the goats. Yeah, seeing Deceive getting that scouting in. He's going to be finding as many as they possibly can. Why do you need to get the goats? Well, you don't want your opponents to get them. Amaterasu with goats is just an absolute menace. An absolute menace. Let's check out the relics. Have you got that Kopesh of Horus? Plus 1x for myth units there. For those heroes. Over here, that Hermes' winged sandals. Boosting up the heroes there as well. Two really, really high quality relics there for both players. Up onto this side, the Hori's hunting bow. Boosting up hunt gather rate is really, really nice. 5% might not seem like a lot, but it is. And finally, Hestia's Hearth. With the villager. Train time minus 5% there. It's now Nullis getting himself his Kagura technology for a quick extra Miko. And the temple now coming through for Nullis as well.
Nani?
Now, Nullis is searching out. I mean, he's getting himself this Sacred Custodians technology so he can come and grab himself the Hermes' winged sandals in the center of the map. This is going to be a huge boost for him. Deceive, on the other hand, doesn't have his hero out. Wait, does he? He doesn't have his hero out, so he can't claim those relics just yet. Uzume to come through. And it is a pretty quick advance, I think, from Deceive. It's looking like a 418 or something like that. It's now Deceive searching away over here for a little something to find. More goats to come through and all the other good stuff. Finds this one there. After the end of the classical fight, Archaic Age. Let's see the difference. 12 and 8. So a little bit of an advantage there for Deceive after all is said and done. Nonetheless, Athena in and Amino Uzume going to be in as well for Nullis. I'm really interested in how Nullis plays this. He's going to drop that Goshin Boku tree there straight away. Drops himself a stable as well as the Katoskopos will spot the Kamotachi making its way across the map. You guys want a little bit of POV action? Here we go. We're on the way through the misty mountains of Okuchichibu. It's the small things in life. The small things. Over onto this side, the Kitsune just dashing through here, looking for what he can find. I see Achilles just hanging back. And Deceive is going to be looking for his second town center here. So this town center is amazing. It's got a gold mine here that can be defended with a wall and a potential tower. It's got back food here as well. And the Minotaur will bash the Kitsune away, but not before the Kitsune gets eyes on the Deceive town center going up. So now, I mean, he can choose to send his Naginata riders over here, but he doesn't have any answer for the Minotaur, as I haven't seen any sort of samurai Ondomusha action or Bushi coming through in the main base over here. Solar Shield to come down, just getting little bits of damage done as the villagers will have to dive into the tower there, but that Kamatachi will go down. This one over here getting sent packing. Town center will be getting finished up. As the Minotaur says, "No, Nullis, you must run." But for the moment here, I think Nullis is going to go for his own town center. He doesn't want to play... He doesn't want to play a 1 versus 2 town center matchup here. He's, generally speaking, it's fine to fall a little bit behind in villager count as Japan. Why is it fine to do this? Well, Bushido. Bushido is the unique sort of thing from Japan. You get free line upgrades by getting to that next tier. So you can fall a little bit behind on economy, you catch up with Bushido, or get equal with Bushido, and you can play a nice game where that's concerned. And then you say, well, why don't you just take the town center first and be in front? Well, the reason is it's incredibly dangerous because you need to have units out to defend yourself as Japan, because there's no way to make like heroes out of a temple like the Herser or the priests, or like out of the town center with the Ajax and Achilles and things like that. As the Kamatachi comes through, this villager is going to be very, very safe over here. As both Ajax and Achilles are going to be chasing down this bad boy, and Nullis has just really not found the damage with the Amaterasu here. But that myth unit will come back. It's not the end of the world losing that one. You get it back in the Goshin Boku tree. I don't think he's actually spent any favor just yet. It does make me wonder what his plan is. I always, like, Amaterasu gets the most favor. She is the favor god, so to speak, for Japan. Like, you could think that it's Susanoo. You'd probably be right that Susanoo, for the most part, gets more favor because he gets that favor stipend every time he gets to the next Bushido tier. But Amaterasu can put more shrines down. She can get more Miko out. So her favor generation is going to go through the roof. Also, when you go this way, you get the Golhei wands, and then an 0.09 favor per second will turn into a 0.1 favor per second there. So Golhei wands, a whole bunch of Miko, and your favor will shoot into the stratosphere. Of course, you have to sacrifice economy to make that happen. As he does pull in with this Kamatachi. Can he get that final pick? Ah, it doesn't quite get there. And Deceive, great defense here thus far. Onto the top side, does spot a very low HP villager. Picks that one off, and he's going to just pull back out. The Kamatachi over here just playing a little bit of keep away. As Achilles is getting kind of blocked by the Ajax, but he does manage to pick it off nonetheless. So it's only like a 4 villager differential, and there's 3 Miko in, so let's call it a 1 or 2 villager differential at the moment. So very, very close. Not enough of an advantage for Nullis, for Deceive here to find any sort of an advantage, but also not enough of an advantage or disadvantage for him to really make. I don't know what I'm saying. Deceive doesn't have any real solid advantage here at the moment. That's what I'm trying to say. After all is said and done, we got Raijin coming in. Neither play. It's an equal game. Raijin coming through. Aphrodite on the way. And we'll see what type of a game plan here Nullis has got. There's going to be enough favor almost for a second Goshin Boku tree. I've never seen someone like put a second one down. Reason being is, why would you do that? You don't have any myth units. You need to have 4 myth units out before you put, or 3 myth units out before you put a second Goshin Boku tree down. Basically to get value from them. And generally speaking, well, when you get, if you get to the mythic age through Walkini Nushi, you get that second Goshin Boku tree with that technology called Divine Prefecture. You can get a lot of myth units out or reborn very, very quickly. There's copper weapons, copper shields coming through. The army all just going to pull back for the time being. Hanging out on the Mushirin Q, Naginata Rider, Samurai, and all the other good stuff here. As the walls finishing up for Nullis here as well. It's now the Raiju and everything else. He's actually going for Den drums. I could be wrong, but he might be thinking about just mass thunderbursts. We saw that once from Kavoth against Recon, that it didn't quite end up working. Another idea could be for him to be going for like mass, what's it called, the divine slashes. There's a castle coming up on the front. Both players are just playing incredibly defensive. For the moment here, like Deceive, what can he do? Walk forward, put a fortress down, start sieging this position. Nullis is starting to set up walls all over the place as the Hanya Mask coming in. Katagi coming through. A couple of Bushi also on the way now for Nullis. To have that heavy archers, bowsaw, shaft mine, heavy infantry as well to come in. That Pegasus does end up getting sniped, and Nullis could be thinking about taking a fight here. The thing is, he is still at Bushido tier 1, right? So he doesn't even have medium. He needs to take a fight to get up to medium pretty quickly. Or he has to just research the upgrades. Like, there's not really a negative thing to doing that. He's going to charge over into this side as the villagers going for a forward fortress here. We're trying to catch Nullis out. There's Chaos, Curse and Restoration here as well, though. So there's not really that many units for Nullis. Nullis looks like he's looking for a Heroic Age. A little bit of light pressure and then pull back. The gold is coming through, and it is going to be Takemikazuchi. I'm still confused as to why he grabbed Den drums, though. And I guess we'll see, because this is all this comes down to is how well Takemikazuchi with that Divine Slash is going to work. So how good Deceive is at splitting up his army and dodging that. We're seeing another little attempt at a fortress on the front here as the Naginata Riders are just checking everything over here. Well, he does have a Sura here. That's another... But going Den drums means he wants to do something with those god powers, right? That's his plan, so to speak. Nullis pokes his head forward. Heroes come over here. And Nullis is not going to be able to take these fights in the slightest. Curse up to the top. Does leave one Naginata Rider here. He could drop Solar Shield onto this if he wants. He's not going to. But now tier 2 Bushido has come through, so now it's got medium upgrades for Nullis. His Mythic Age is very, very close to finishing. A wall and a castle is a very nice defensive idea, but what Nullis needs more than anything else right now is units. As the Raiju are going to slowly start coming through. Castle getting sieged down by the hoplites. The Toxotes are getting slapped on the back here as The Thunderdome getting thrown down here, and Deceive still not reacting to run. I'm really confused. He's sort of just sitting idle here. Restoration on the back here so he can keep everyone alive and at full HP. He gets back out, and Nullis has held that little push. Gonna have to get some units together, but he is going to have some very powerful dudes very, very shortly here. Petropolis to start sieging down the castle. As Nullis comes forward. Mythic Age comes in and the split comes through, but there's still going to be a big amount of damage from that Divine Slash. Good split there from Deceive though. But Deceive now has to retreat. He's going to be losing all of these units behind this. There is this fortress. There is going to be a Sentinels that can get dropped in here. I mean, you say he dodged it, but I see his army went from 4K down to 2K. So you tell me what you want. Still no Sentinels getting dropped down as Nullis is just breaking through everything here. Nullis breaking through everything. Villagers coming back in onto this spot as they're going to dive into the fortress. Over onto this side, the Samurai. Yeah, picking up a couple of units over onto this spot. Also a little cheeky Omyoji to come through here. Needs to have a couple of them. You can run it straight. It doesn't have minimum range. So just run it right underneath the fortress and it's totally fine. That's what Nullis is going to do there. Now you can't fire back at it and take it out with the fortress. And this will end up falling as Deceive is now in a very, very difficult position. The villagers will pull back over here. They're going to start falling. Heavy is in. We got that sumo wrestling training coming through as well as 10 Fist Sword. I'm pretty sure Nullis has got all of his upgrades after those both come through. And Deceive is just not able to match what Nullis is doing in this game, in this series at all. A couple more from this Goshin Boku tree, just bringing those guys back. Where is the Asura? Did I miss there he is. I was like, did I miss my guy? Asura coming through. He's probably my favorite myth unit right now. Look at this guy go, just holding two fireballs. What does life look like from his perspective? Everything's tiny. Anyways, all right. At the moment, though, Deceive still fighting. He's up to 160 pop. He's getting out his Toxotes to try and deal with all these samurai. Wait, did these guys heal as well? I had no idea. I guess they're priests. I had no idea they healed. How did I miss that? I did know they healed? I forgot. I forget things, okay? I did it in the campaign, did I? Well, look, the campaign was a long time ago, okay? All right. Nullis now looking for somewhat of a surround here. This army is looking scary. There's no restoration. As the Raiju comes through, gets a big fat splash there. As the Asura just wanders in and smashing the ground. If you can get that Asura directly on top of the Toxotes, he's doing a huge amount of area of effect damage, and that's hack damage. So you absolutely erase the backline with the Asura there. As he's now charging forward, the Toxotes have to start pulling back. He's taking a lot of damage regardless from all of the projectiles getting thrown his way. Like, Deceive still getting some units together, but realistically what he needs is buildings. He turns around. Oh, no. He doesn't have the resources for that next solar shield. But up to the top side, going to break through this wall. Look to hit off this gold mine. I'd love to see Nullis coming up here and just walling this off. Just to lock this top gold mine off as well. Deceive has managed to click up through Hephaestus, but is this going to be a similar situation to when he got to the Mythic Age with Poseidon, where he gets there and his entire base is dead as he's clicking Plentyvault? Sure enough, there is enough there for that big solar shield onto the Asura Overlord. He's got the upgrade for the Asura. Let's go. The Asura Overlord in all of its glory. Coming through and dominating this fight. I'll end up losing it though to the Chiron and everything else, but there's so many other units behind this. No gold income right now for Deceive as he has to move up to the top gold mine there, but he's not going to go for it. And in the end here, it is going to be a clean sweep. Nullis proving way, way, way too strong for Deceive on this occasion. Nullis, this is vintage Nullis for me. Like, this is the Nullis I know. This is the Nullis I remember. Perfect defensive decision making. Perfect army movements. Just, like, economically always on top of everything. Just strategically sound. Like, this is one of the best players in the world right now, Nullis. From this specific series, it's just looked so obscenely clean. But ladies and gentlemen, it's that time of the day. There is no more waiting around. We will be moving over to TheMista versus Rappel for the Champions League Grand Finals. Don't you guys go nowhere. We're going to get that sorted very, very quickly. It's going to be fun. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, assorted members of the jury, distinguished guests, everyone else who thinks I was muted, I was just messing with you. I didn't say anything. I was just, I was moving my mouth and nothing was going wrong there. It's been an insane road. An insane road to the finals. An insane road to the finals. The Mista is literally undefeated. He hasn't lost a game. Every single game he's played thus far has been every series he's played thus far has been a 3-0. 3-0 in the quarterfinals, 3-0 in the semifinals, that's 6-0. 3-0 in the finals, that's 9-0. Is he going to be able to make it 11-0? Or is Rappel going to be able to get some revenge here? Those are the questions we're asking. Wait, what happened here? Okay. We had a little bit of a mistake with the draft. This math is wrong. Math would be wrong. 13-0. This final Chronos pick here for Rappel is actually Odin. It is not Chronos. Oh, it's Loki? It's Loki? Excuse me, it's Loki. Not Odin. Loki. Loki. Hang on, let me see if I can just ask someone quickly to Alrighty. We're 2 minutes away from game number 1. Game number 1, as you can see down in the bottom of the map here, or the screen. This is going to be a Susanoo versus Poseidon. We have seen one of these already, and it did go the wayside of the Susanoo already. I can't even remember that game. I got no idea. I can't remember that game to save my life. Looking at the God bands here and picks, I don't know what to think. TheMista grabs Tsukiyomi first. Rappel takes Isis. We see Mista banning out Anatolia so he doesn't have to deal with it. What a wild situation here. Also, Mista grabbing a couple of Norse gods to end out his draft. He's got Tsukiyomi, Fushi, Zeus, Hades, all the Greek gods that he loves. The Susanoo Uranus in there as well. Odin and Thor. Rappel with Isis, Nuwa, Shinong, Poseidon, Amaterasu, Gaia, Ra, Kronos, and apparently the god which Recon was so afraid of was not even picked here. Was not even picked here. No Freya. DLC god? Where is it? This is the spot. You can't tell me a DLC god's not getting first picked. This is absolutely insane. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, it's been an absolutely huge day. One final series to see who gets crowned the winner of Champions League Season 4. Taking home I can't even remember what they're taking home, but it's the large share of the $10,000 prize pool. Let me have a quick look here. $2,400 dues to the winner, $1,700 for the loser. There's a lot on the line here in terms of like just history even. Will this be the 5th S-tier tournament that Mista is going to win, or can Rappel be the first to stop him? Let's jump in to game number 1 on the map, Elysium, and see how it's going to go. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Champions League Season 4 Grand Finals is upon us. TheMista, in all of his glory, spawning on the right side of the map, picking Susanoo. His opponent today, his brother from another mother, his training partner, one of his good friends, playing as Poseidon. It is TheRapl. What is the game plan going to be here for TheRapl? Early game aggression here is generally what we're seeing against gods like Susanoo. You get in there, you try and smack some villages. Mista is going to be looking to drop his temple to defend these villages on the front here. Does have this shrine already up. One villager over onto the gold mine. One villager on this olive tree. Starting to get just a little bit more wood in. He wants a fast advance time because he does have to defend himself against things like Atalanta rushing in and all the other good stuff where that's concerned. But we'll see how it's all going to go. Relics on the map. We've got the Wuhao Bow of Huang Di. Very, very important relic here for the ranged soldiers to get a little bit more effectiveness in the game. Up here, we've got that Gambantine Odin's Wand with food, wood, gold. Favor research cost minus 25%. I love that relic for Poseidon and all the good stuff that comes where that's concerned. Over onto this side, the Hori's Hunting Bow. Gather rate for huntables plus 5% there of base. And at the bottom of the map, we have Dwarven Horseshoes, which is going to be that movement speed plus 5% for the cavalry. So a huge relic down the bottom of the map. Does this get spotted? No. And no. Not yet. Like 5% movement speed on the cavalry might not seem like a lot, but any differential in speed is going to completely change the dynamic of the matchup. For example, if Rappel spots that relic and gets it, all of a sudden his Hippias will be faster than the Naginata riders, and then he's just at an advantage for the entirety of the game with speed in order to catch your opponent out. As the Kitsune coming through. Hermes just about to pop. There will be that Inari Orkami in as well for Mista. No surprises there. I mean, you can go for a more like slow route where you're playing for the heroic age as Susanoo, and you go for the Shrine of the Hunt as a wall does get dropped down. Not quite going to be finished in time as Mista does have to pull off of this wood line, go elsewhere. He's going to pull back over onto his straggler trees for the time being. Villages over here are perfectly safe because the Miko there to sort of heal them up. As the Juragumo to come through and just be the defensive menace that you know she can be, as the Centaur will just come through, get a little bit of shots in as the Theseus, excuse me, is coming through. But with the Miko in, just going to heal that one up, no problems. The Centaur coming over onto this side there. Definitely want to be picking off that Gazelle if you can. Otherwise, you know, it could get dragged underneath the town center or worse. Dragged away from this thing. Anyways, Rappel going to continue to put this light pressure on for the time being as Naginata riders are now starting to come through. This control from Rappel looking very, very nice as the villagers do get pulled off of the gold mine for the time being. The Juragumo going to continue to get healed up, but Rappel does need, Mista here, he does need to just get some units through, and with more Miko, he's going to be okay to heal them up and actually just fight this all off. Because there's no healing on the side of Rappel as the Naginata riders charging after that Centaur. It might not be a bad idea to just get a second Miko out at this point. Plenty of healing can be very, very useful. As Rappel continuing to push through here, the Bushido is starting to tick up. As Mista back onto his gold. He knows he needs a little bit of it. The Juragumo to come in and try and snipe a Hippias is absolutely gigantic. The Hippias can't really join in on this fight as Swampland gets dropped down, but gets 0 kills. 0. The Hippias were out of there too fast. And where to next for the Mista? Going to come up here and just say, get out of my base. Any little bit of fighting here is perfectly fine. Healing up his Naginata Riders. He gets little bits of damage done. Of course, the Hippias can get some healing in themselves as well, as Lord of Horses is going to be coming through. Meanwhile, the Shirakumo wandering forward here. Got to be careful there. Atalanta getting poked down now. And now we've got some hoplites getting mixed in as Mista will have to start going for something else. He's now opening up with another stable. I would have expected to see maybe a samurai or something, or dojo coming through, but the temple here is going to be falling for the Mista. He's in a lot of trouble to kick this game off. This is the most trouble I've seen him be in. As the temple falls, and now Rappel is going to be ready to start putting pressure over onto this wood line. Of course, Mista not going to be losing any units here. He pushes forward, gets a couple of smacks in, retreats. Even if he doesn't kill anything, it is, and everyone gets healed, this is still advantage Susanoo because he's going to get closer to that second tier of Bushido. And funnily enough, this Shirakumo has not managed to get any damage in just yet. Like 0 kills, which is a credit to the Rappel's micro here without question. There we go. One Hippias gets picked up, gets sent back, and will end up getting picked off. So first kill there, claimed for Shirakumo as the Naginata, oh no, the Kusanagi blade getting dropped down there. Low HP Naginata Riders coming through, and Rappel says, I think I can take this fight, but the longer this fight goes on, the closer Bushido tier 2 is going to be in, and that's going to be medium upgraded units there as it does come through. And look at this control from the Mista. Is it going to be enough though, as Rappel has just got a military resource advantage here? He's taking down all of the Naginata Riders. The Miko numbers not enough to keep everything alive here, as tiny bit of HP, slivers of HP remaining for the Rappel as he's pushing through, and the Mista taps out as the Rappel claims first blood. The first loss of the Mista has been found, and the Rappel shows he is here. He means business. The king can bleed. I don't even know what to say here. Like, of course, actually, I think the one thing that Mista probably could have done, which would have helped him out a ton here, is go up to like 5 or 6 Miko. Because this would have given him more healing to actually take these fights instead of poking forward and running back. He could use all those Miko in the army, heal up the units, stay in the fight for longer, and maybe he would have been able to get some early game kills and actually like limit this. And then of course afterwards you can just drop those Miko over onto shrines all over the place, and you're good to go for a whole bunch of myth units or a whole bunch of swampland casts. There was about to be another swampland to come through. If Mista could have just held on for just a little bit longer here, 10 seconds, he would have been able to drop down that second swampland, but he just could not manage to do it. The wood lines, I mean, you look at this base and you go, where are the wood lines for the Mista? He's missing them. He's got one here, he's got one here. Where's the back wood line? There's 3 trees here. He's literally missing a forest. I can't say anything else apart from that. He's missing a forest. All right, guys. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Alrighty. And everything is fixed up here. All right. So let's get these in the right place. Let's pop back out over here. All right. Let's try that. Maybe that'll do. What is going on here? All right, let's get this next game going. My brain has left my body trying to put out fires. We have our next game is going to be on Giza, and it's going to be a cheeky little something something. All right, let's do this. Actually, let's come over onto this. Okay, so it's going to be Giza, and it's going to be Fushi versus Nuwa. So first game there does go for the Susanoo. Not for the Susanoo, for the Poseidon. 1, 2, 1. And our next game, Fushi for Mista. What did I say? Nuwa? Nuwa for the Rappel. Did we get... Yeah, the only way we can do a rematch, like, so there was a question. I mean, I could just tell them. How do I do this? What am I trying to do? I need to find the game. They didn't give me the game. Very rude. All right. Have it. Stop searching. All right, we are back. My brain is now switched on. We got about 3 minutes here until this next game is going to be kicked off. So yeah, that technically speaking, that map there for Elysium was missing a forest. It was supposed to have an extra forest, but the guys didn't pause, so there's not really a whole lot I can do with that. There's no remakes unless they pause and they say something, right? Like if the game is already over, then we don't change the result. That's not how things work. But yeah, Rappel got the win, managed to take advantage of it, and that's the story there. But the series goes on. Our next game is on Giza, which is going to be a Fushi versus Nuwa game. So we'll see how things are going to go. But nonetheless, we'll see how things are going to go. I mean, Fushi versus Nuwa, we've seen a little bit of this, but we've seen a little bit of this one, but I don't know if we've seen TheMista playing this matchup very much, because it's like this is normally advantage Nuwa from my recollection. Of course, both players have got access to the same type of things, but the Nuwa's got more economy, more advantage with the raiding, with the cavalry, and the hit points on the cavalry and things like that. Of course, Fushi has got the superheroes as well. But I guess we'll have to wait and see how it's all really going to be coming to fruition here. yeah. Both players have got Gormang, but you've also got one angle on the Fushi side, which we've already seen with. Actually, did we see it? No, we saw this matchup maybe with Recon versus Rappel, and Rappel went for a big fat all in with a fast heroic, which managed to find a win. But on Giza, this sort of idea doesn't really work that well because you've got such a good second town center and Earthwall and all the other good stuff that comes in with that, and back gold mines and all the other good stuff. So there's a lot that's going to be going in onto that. A lot. We'll have to wait and see and how it's all going to go. But ladies and gentlemen, game number 2, Rappel up 1-0. A really good start for him. I think this has been one of his best starts in this tournament, actually. I think a lot of the first games have been a little bit of a tricky game for him. But let's jump into game number 2 and see how things are going to go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 in the left-hand corner, playing as Fushi. His name is TheMista. Just taking a look at the map, he does do something a little bit interesting here. He drops his Peach Blossom Spring right next to the town center. I don't know why he's done this, with the only thought process being that he wants to grab it really early on. That's like all I can think of. Because it's just like you wouldn't drop it out, like you're just losing out on favor. But nonetheless, there is also a back gold mine over here, so it is a little bit of a aggressive or defensive-ish game or map for this one on Giza. His opponent here, Rappel, very happily up 1-0. He's going to be playing Noir for us. There is one little scary angle. One little scary angle is creation on top of the tree. The only problem with that is it doesn't work if you have a silo or a tower next to the tree. So when you drop the tree somewhere, you want to put it, say, over here, right? You put it over here or on the back here, and then you just drop your silo next to it and chop wood next to the thing, and it's totally fine. All right, nonetheless, now we've got the Chiyol on the way here for Mista. Pretty quick advance time. Rappel on the other side is going for his hero, Kwafu. Tries to drag in that hippopotamus, but does miss that one a little bit. If you... Oh, what's he done? What's he going for? He could go for a silo over here to at least give a little bit of an expansion of expanded land or whatever else is going on there. All right. It's now Hal 2 on the way for Rappel. A little bit late. It's not the biggest of issues here. We haven't checked out the relics just yet. Harmonious Necklace going to be boosting up the gold gather rate. Always nice. Up to the top here, there is Dar's Scepter, getting some cheaper farms. It's going to be beautiful. There's also up here the Gugnir Odin Spear, making the halberdiers a little bit more effective in this matchup. And onto the bottom side, there is the Blanket of Empress Zoe. As Mista is just going to be pumping out the Quafu at the moment. It doesn't quite look like he's going for another Townsend. I'm really not sure what he's going for. He's just grabbing relics for the time being. Wait, what is the goat difference? Oh my god. That's an insane goat difference. How did he get 20? Mista has 6. Wait, let me just see the scouting pattern. Like, how does that even happen? That's an insane amount of goat. Nonetheless, the earth wall gets dropped down. Rappel making his way up to the top side here. Clay Peasant's going to be getting the town center through. And this is going to be a very quick town center up for Rappel. As the Mista is now going to make his way down to the bottom town center here as well. There is a Cheongchi over here. And at the very least, Mista's defending his town center. He's looking for little bits of raids with the Yatsa. But he has to sort of dive into the... He can't even hit this. He has to dive into the earth wall if he wants to. And then you're playing right into the Pioneers. It's a little bit tough. There are a couple of villages over here, though, if Mista notices it. But he's going to be pulling back for the time being, saying... Oh, never mind. There he goes. Might be a villager pick here. No, he doesn't quite get it. Good control from Rappel. Good reaction. Gets back. Keeps that one alive. And Mista is out of there. So, town center advantage ever so slightly in the favor of the Rapple. Also, Rappel is now getting a whole bunch of Quafu through, which he didn't have before. So that's going to give him even more of an edge here. As now Mista grabs his position. It's double Rhino. There's a back gold mine and all the other good stuff. As the goats get claimed. And this Rhino does end up starting to get eaten. But it's going to be a little bit of a boom off here in this one. Just on the fact that, like, why, like we'll go into this sort of an idea. Why do we see some matchups where top players decide, let's go full aggression, balls to the wall, and other matchups we see one player deciding, let's go 2TC, and the other player going full aggression, and then other maps we see, or matchups we see, both players deciding 2TC. Well, in this specific matchup, and this specific map, back gold, double Rhino on the second town center basically means that any sort of one town center regression isn't going to have a whole lot of success. It might catch your opponent off guard because you wouldn't expect it on the fact that it's not going to have a lot of success. But at this level, both players are scouting very, very well. And you're not going to be able to get any of those sort of things done. As Rappel's Cheongchi getting sent packing for the time being. Not able to get all too much value, though there is this zebra over here. Rappel zebra, on the other hand, just hanging out onto this side. Mista being on the zebra probably means, well, Rappel might be over there, so better check it out. As double walls coming up over onto this side. I love these ideas because what this is setting up is a Yatsa jumping over here into this position to try and get onto the back gold mine, but you're not going to be able to do that because there's two walls there. As the Yatsa comes through, the Najjar is in and harassing off of these chicken and these berries is going to be very, very nice. It's now Gormang is pre-queued for the Mista. And I imagine the same thing is going to be coming in for Rappel very, very quickly as the players are going to have to start expanding out onto the map, which does mean that the White Horse Cavalry are going to start becoming an absolute menace to deal with all across the map. So the thing is, right now for the Mista, he has a lot of defenses he needs to start setting up. Walls over here, getting this position locked up over here and here. Locking up over here. There's so many walls, whereas Rappel doesn't really have anything else he needs to place down for quite some time. As the Yatsa almost going down here. It's got a couple of smacks off, but will end up surviving, it looks like. But both players on the way to Gormang. And Shaft Mine, Bowsaw, everything just pre-queued. Getting those in, very important. A little bit more harassment onto the main base here, but a couple of Javelineers are in there to just say, excuse you, get out of my main base. I don't want you here. Couple of villagers making their way over onto this food. Does get spotted by the Cheongchi there, and Rappel. I mean, it's a 65 HP Cheongchi, so Rappel probably can't get any value here. He can just turn around and shank this if he wants to. One Pioneer on the way, and the Cheongchi will not be able to get out of here. It'll run and fly up, but I think it'll fall as it jumps up. So good control there, good defense from the Mista. Still looking for more pressure in onto the map here from the Rapple. Rappel's got some very, very nice defensive positioning sorted out, and Mista is looking to exert his pressure, but there's not really anything to be attacked. So he just kind of has to go for the next thing as he's pre-queued out that Gong Gong. East Wind coming through. We've got that Jiangxia as well as White Horse Cavalry. There's the Nijar on the way, poking down those Pioneers a little bit as the Chiao, not the Chiao, the Tao Wu to come through. And both players have got one, so a little bit of that defensive shenanigans is going to be very, very nice. And he charges over here, and he's going to start at least starting to headbutt down this earth wall, making little bits of damage done. I mean, this, funnily enough, this Jiangxia is an amazing unit to be trying to take out those Pioneers. As one wall goes down, Mista trying to just pry open this position. As he pops through with a couple of White Horse Cavalry. There is an Imperial Academy coming through as well. As Mista says, let me in. I want to play. You've got nothing in here. You open the door. As he says, Lightning Weapons gets dropped down as we do now have that forage protection into the main base on a silo here. Of all of the things to drop it on, a silo. Of course, it's right underneath this town center, but that is a very low value or very easy to kill target to remove that from, as Gong Gong is coming. Peach Blossom Spring getting eaten as well. Up to the top side, that ballet is through. With this quick Mythic Age from the Mista, Rappel using his forest protection, all of this pressure that he exerted was just almost a fake. Rappel's got more stuff than the Mista. He's got more villages than the Mista. He's got more population, obviously, there. But what can he attack now? As Mista's gold is safe with the ballet. He's going for a third town center behind this all. Basically, Rappel has to find some serious value here. Otherwise, Mista might just end up pulling ahead. Heavy White Horse Cavalry without the upgrade. On the other side, no upgrade for Rappel either. So there's the only difference in this is that the Rappel has got those new Wild Cavalry. Now Gong Gong coming through. He's not that far behind on the Mythic Age, but a lot of the time it's the player who drops this God Power first ends up having the advantage, so to speak. Plus also being able to go into Tiger Cav as fast as possible is a big, big advantage too. As the village is going to be eating up the goats. The thing is, Rappel has got goats for... Never mind, all of his goats seem eaten up. There they are. He's got goats for days. He's got 6 remaining. As he's slowly dropped farms as well. There's Tai Chi to come through. I imagine the heroes are going to be on their way as well. Up to the top side here. Rappel has got his walls up. Mr. is trying to say, let me in here. But Rappel is like, no, not today. Get out of here. We're going to play very slowly as the map is going to slowly start coming the Mista's side as a ballet in the center of the map to start looking for this gold mine. Because here's the thing. Once this gold mine's gone and this one's gone, then the units have to start making their way over here and over here. Take a look at the scouting here. Mista has missed a gold mine. He has missed one, which is a little bit on Mista-like, but he's going after the main town center, trying to snipe this one as he does drop that great flood in. Is there enough time here to actually clean this town center up? Does he know this is not the town center that matters? He picks it off though, as the villagers here are going to start getting taken out. Rappel bringing his army through, still has his own gong coming through, but the villager numbers fall here up to the top side as well. There's the Xinglong going after those villagers. Gong will be in for the Rappel. Gong will be in for the Rappel, but the Mista gets a huge amount of damage done. He's 3 town centers now as the army charges forward. The flood coming in, and the cavalry dodge it! The cavalry dodge it! Are you kidding me? He pulled forward away from it. The cavalry dodge it. But Rappel does manage to get a little bit of return fire over here. He is chasing the Singed. But now the cavalry move up to the top side, away from this, looking to try and poke past this position again, try and take out the ballet. But now Tiger Cav are going to be on the way. And so Rappel moves up here. He still has got the stronger Cav, so to speak, like 209 HP versus these 194 HP units. You do have an option here as the Mista to go for some Chi Yao Halberdier to kind of level the playing field a bit. Of course, heavy Tiger Cavalry numbers are going to be very, very important as well. But yeah, here's the most important thing. Because, I mean, look, the Mista, he could count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and go, all right, I missed a gold mine. Where could it be? But in the moment, you have to be thinking about that. He just doesn't, he's seen everything except for one black spot. How often could one black spot turn a game? How many times do we see it in literal grand finals? It seems to be the most common occurrence. It's the Tiger Cav all accruing. Rappel not able to get himself up to this town center. I mean, in a way, like, that gold mine doesn't really matter that much. This town center matters a lot here. That's the fight going to be ensuing here. Who's got the armory upgrade advantage? Mista going up to Iron Mail. That's going to give him a big advantage here, I think. As he immediately returns over onto this ballet, trying to poke that down as the Tao Wu falls. Mista getting a little bit out of position over here as he's got to pull back. Lightning weapons gets dropped as the White Horse Cavalry going to pull back here. And we do also have a little bit of an Earth Wall getting dropped in. Does the Mista even care about this? I think he should. Slowly starting to poke this down, but I mean, this stuff comes up so fast. This god power is so strong when used in the Mythic Age. And all of a sudden, Mista is kind of stuck here. He's going to try and poke through this, maybe some siege or something, but he does have just an overwhelming advantage of an army in here, so I guess it's not I'm stuck in here with you, it's you're stuck in here with me. Though he's not, he can run out of the Earth Wall, but still. Champion Cavalry also coming in as the army is slowly falling. Tiger Cav do beat these nicely, but now Champion is in, and that turns the tide even more Mista's favor. As Rappel will move over here, gets his ballet down, going for this gold mine. Into the main base, however, there's a completely valid target here to go after these villages and everything else. And Rappel is just not able to stabilize. He's 80 villages to 100. He's behind 4,000 military resource value. 171 population to 91. Villages idled in the main base. An axe cart to come through, and Mista strikes back as he levels the series 1-1 here with pretty devastating efficiency. Rappel was playing a very slow defensive game. I mean, here's probably the biggest thing. One player got max value out of their Mythic Age God Power, and the other player had his Mythic Age God Power dodged. Now, if it connected with those units, let's have a little look-see here. If it connected with those units, like, was it here? Let's go 14 minutes or something. Then, you know what? Maybe Rappel is in a good spot. But it didn't. And Mista takes that advantage to the bank, runs away, and says, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Let's go on. So, 1-1 now. Let's move back over to the draft, see what they're going to pick for game number 3. The next map is going to be on Ghost Lake, as it's going to be a Tsukiyomi versus Ra affair here. Tsukiyomi versus Ra. Alrighty. So we'll see if these guys are ready to go. Looks like they're not ready to go. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to be doing a CD key, a key giveaway right now. You guys are ready? Let's go for another AOM retold key giveaway. You guys know what to do by now. Let's go. Just have to put an exclamation mark raffle in there. If you've already got the game, make sure you find someone to give it away to. Someone you think is going to really enjoy it and all the other good stuff. A huge huge shout out to World's Edge for providing the keys and for all they do for Age of Mythology and for Age of Empires, for sponsoring the tournament and all the other good stuff. We've got, I think we've got about, we've got about 2 more keys to give away from this one. So we will be giving them away towards the end of this thing as well. So make sure you get that spam in there. All right. I should fix this up as well while we're waiting. Alrighty. Got the win there for Fushi and the loss for Uwa. Our next matchup is going to be Tsukiyomi versus Ra. Has this been full advantage for... I think it has. I think this has been full advantage for Tsukiyomi thus far. Let's have a quick look at it. A little bit more of a close-up. So it's been 6 wins and 1 loss for Tsukiyomi in this matchup. So a lot of players have tried this one out in this tournament. It's been a bit of a popular matchup, but Ra has not been able to find those wins at all. Well, 1 win. I remember the game as well. I think it was Grass versus Tunis. It was a very, very fun game early on in the tournament. So if you haven't seen that one, go back and check it out. All the VODs are available on YouTube and all the other good stuff. But that is, I believe, time up for this little cheeky raffle. So let's see who wins. Dun, 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 dun. Ragnaroks. Ragnaroks is the winner. I hope you have a friend to give that one away to. I'm going to send it to you here. Actually, no. Let's go here. Alrighty. Beautiful. It's the least rigged it can possibly be. It's literally random. How long did these codes last for? I've got no idea. Don't ask me questions. Just give them to someone who likes RTS games. So yeah, basically this is we've already seen Tsukiyomi having a lot of success in this matchup, right? There are a lot of ways for this to go. I mean, what can you do here as Ra that would catch the Mista out? If you're thinking early game aggression to stop the Tsukiyomi from getting going. Is there any reason to go in for like Sphinx early on? Maybe? Maybe some Sphinx or something like that could make sense. Maybe some Wadjet ideas with a classical fight. Scarab Rush from Mosca. I like the idea. I like the idea of a little cheeky Scarab Rush. Shifting Sand Siege Towers? Yes. I mean, there's a lot of tricky stuff. Ra's not the best at the tricky stuff. That's more the set category of shenanigans, but it could be very, very interesting to see what's going to be happening here. But all right. Let's get excited here. We're going to be jumping into this third game here. It's 1-1. As tight as it could be. Tsukiyomi versus Ra, though, on the map Ghost Lake. Let's jump into this one, hey? This button. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Another game, another you, another me. Grand Finals time, Champions League Season 4, top of the map. Mista striking back in the way that the Mista does best. He's going to be playing that Tsukiyomi for us today. A terrifying god that has felt terrifying, but also felt very mortal in this tournament at times. Rappel on the left side. He's gotten past the first challenge to get to the victory of Champions League Season 4. The first challenge is winning one game versus the Mista. Then you have to just do that 3 more times. Just do that 3 more times. Simple. Absolutely simple. We'll see how it's going to go. Let's check out the relics. We have seen a whole bunch of goats getting cleaned on this left side. Over here we've got the scales of Catopulbus. Up to the top there is the heavenly jeweled spear, making those Yati spearmen a bit stronger, as well as the normal spearmen a bit stronger. In the center of the map, there is the Tusk of the Iron Boar. Cavalry hit points plus 10%. Always nice. Really, really good for both players. Whoever finds that one first is going to be in a really nice position, as well as Hecate's Torch, which is also another nice one. Let's check out what the players have seen. Rappel just barely missing that in the main base, or in the main of the map. Goats getting sent back home. There's some goats over here as well. Mista has not spotted it just yet, but he's going to be moving over there soon. So I imagine he will see it. There's the temple going to be coming through. And the big question is, what sort of a situation is Rappel going for? He is empowering his monument. I must say, I don't like doing this anymore. Early game. Like, I like doing it later once I've got all my villagers out onto separate resources and things like that. But if I've got the majority of my villagers on food, I much prefer to just empower the source that the villagers are dropping that into. But it does help out with the houses and things like that. So that's going to be getting the villagers back to gathering just a little bit quicker. Got a question for how much favor this Miko is grabbing. Just 0.1. It's a very nice place. She's got the chickens here, as well as... It doesn't have any chickens, actually. It's just wood. There's a couple more goats getting claimed here. Oop, finding more over onto this side is Rappel. Still not spotted the relic. He still hasn't. But neither is the Mista. Meanwhile, pretty quick advance here from the Mista. He's going to be getting out that Inadi Orkami. He wants to put pressure on. He wants to be in command in the main base. Still no second monument from the Rapple. He's already gone to the wood. He's going through Dar here. So I imagine a second monument will get dropped at some point. It's a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake, so no boomy shenanigans here. We got to play for second gold mines and things like that. I got to keep looking. He still hasn't spotted. Both players haven't spotted. God, it's just so obscenely insane how that relic in the middle of the ice is just going unnoticed. Meanwhile, over here, Miko grabbing another little shrine. And we're going to be seeing some Naginata riders to come through now for the Mista as well to clean up obelisks, clean up a cheeky little priest that might be onto this side. Does spot Hecate's torch over here, so I'm sure he's going to be making his way over onto that side. As Tar has popped up, and it's going to be a barracks for the Rappel. It's going to be some spearmen and a whole bunch of other shenanigans to come through momentarily. Rappel just waiting on this one. He says, give me that Heavenly Jewel spear for some powerful spearman dudes. But I mean, like, powerful spearman dudes or cavalry? That's the question. I think after all this... Oh, he has spotted it. Finally, but I don't know if the Mista will have actually noticed. Like, oftentimes you don't process... Oop, priest gets spotted. Oftentimes you don't process the relics... for myself, unless you see them really early. Like, if you unveil them, like, much later, you're just going to be like, oh, what's that? Meanwhile, some Bushi to come through in the main base here for the Rappel. Just going to be pumping out Spearmen in order to deal with these early Naginata raids and things like that. The Miko going to be coming through is... Mr. is just going to be setting up his Miko favor gathering network. It's the spearman to come through, but the Jiragumo is in to say, excuse you, this is my land. Get out of here. Into the middle of the map, though, the Naginata riders do manage to spot a Wadget here as one Kitsune goes down, but the Wadget getting picked off is gigantic there for the Mista. Not having to worry about that for ages is going to be huge. As the Shuragumo to come forward, he's also got that Bushi on the back. But does decide, nah, let's not risk that. We don't need to take any silly fights. Play very slowly moving forward here. And the relic has been picked up now by the Rappel. He's noticed it. Tusk of the Iron Boar is huge because it makes your chariot archers and camel riders stronger. As a watermill for the Mista. Shadoof coming through. And, I mean, it's an early Shadoof. I don't expect to see the Rappel farming here anytime soon. He's got plenty of goats. Unless his plan is to go mass rains or something like that with all the favor. Go 3 monuments and just drop a butt ton of rains. That is probably the only angle for a fast farm type idea. But when you've got your gold mine here... like this, it's not an angle. If you have like 2 gold mines in your main base, maybe it's an angle, but nonetheless, slingers, priests, all the other good stuff coming in, and Apple pops over onto this wood line. Meanwhile, Hachiman queued up. There is this very sneaky shrine up next to that town center there for the time being. As the Miko getting poked back here, but I don't know exactly if Mista is going to be able to hold this easily. And that Shuriguma picks off one of those spearmen by picking it up. Almost going down. The Shuriguma does get picked off there. Good snipe from this priest as the Miko just not quite strong enough. Pushed off of that that shrine there as well as, I mean, I've seen this so many times in this tournament. So many times in this tournament where a Tsukiyomi player goes heroic age and just gets pushed right in that moment and is all of a sudden in a lot of trouble. Automil gets dropped down. Losing out on this shrine hurts because I've got this feeling that there is some sort of Tengu ideas to come forward here. Lots of wood income, taking his villagers off the gold a little bit here as well. Trying to snipe the temple is going to hurt. I mean, if you can kill the temple while new moon's on it, it does cancel out the new moon. But Bushy over here having some troubles as the Tengu pops in, and he does drop this one onto the temple. So Mista wants himself all of these Tengu, every single one that he can. The question is going to be, can Rappel deal with this? He's got Shifting Sands. It's not a terrible idea to just run with that one as Swampland gets dropped down here and Shifting Sands comes through and the army is out of here. This gives Mista a little bit more time to play with. He's going to have to heal up his low HP Tengu. Daimyo coming through for the Mista as well. But the problem is, now, sure, there's no Swampland. But there's no Shifting Sands either. The gold mines are going to be expiring, and one player probably doesn't need to leave his base for gold anytime soon. And that player is the one with the Tengu to get himself a butt ton of gold from just raiding, fighting, and all the other good stuff. But there are a hefty amount of priests in, so for the moment, should be kind of fine. As obelisks going up all over the place for the Rappel. The Naginata Riders are managing to sneak through here. They will spot a couple of spearmen onto this side. Mista kind of just high-fiving everyone. He's like, "Hello there, good sir." Loses one Naginata ride for the drive-by. He will be able to get back home as the upgrades are slowly going to start coming through. This is going to come over, start slapping a couple more obelisks and all the other good stuff. The big problem here is that the Tengu can just enter the main base, hit this position, walk around the side, hit this position, and just pick off villagers. As he is trying to make this happen. Oh, gotta turn this off! How many times do I have to say it? I've seen one player listen to me, and that was the TheRapl. Gotta turn that special ability off the Tengu. That's how you get the max value out of them. Don't use it on autocast. Just don't. Alright, Rappel now over onto this spot. Grabbing himself Boar, grabbing himself the gold mine. Doesn't have any towers or any Migdol just yet. He wants to get to the next age. Hasn't dropped himself that rain in just yet. Only a handful of farms. 9 farms here for the time being, but that's kind of enough for him. Because he's got the balls and everything else on the other side. He will be going to the next stage fairly shortly as Naginata Riders searching over here just to making sure that there's nothing on this spot. Shrine going to be coming through. Up to 4 Miko. And Sobek now to come through for the Rappel. Over onto the bottom side, Naginata Riders are just trying to spot some priests and things like that, but Rappel very quickly dealing with it as the Tengu searching for something to pick off, like pick off the priest, pick off the spearman, all that other good stuff. And now the Yumi Horse Archers are on the way. Watchtowers coming in. A little bit of damage into the main base as the villagers do have to pull off the farms. Picks off the spearman, gets out of there. And I guess with this amount of priests, how many does he have total? Let's have a look.
Great.
There's 11 priests. With 11 priests in, do you really want to keep pumping myth units? Or do you just save up for another god power usage or something like that? Is this relic going to go untouched as well? There are a couple of villagers over onto this gold mine for the time being as the spearman coming around the side, spotting a Miko. We'll jump into that position there as the... Unfortunately, the Tengu were in the wrong spot. If they were in here to help defend this, they would be getting a lot of value, but not there just yet. And Mista now pushing out of his base. Let's have a little look-see at his armory situation. Still a lot in there. It looks like he's saving up for another new moon. Onto the armory again. But this is going to be quite a bit later than you would really be expecting. So there's not really a timing or anything for the Mista, I don't think, coming from it. It'll just be equalizing, so to speak. There's these spearmen to come through. And the Tengu diving forward. Just trying to get a little bit of damage in. He's just like, let me fight you. Is the horse archers ready to start engaging? Nope. I mean, Slinger Spearman is so strong. A whole bunch of Wadgets here as well. There's no shifting sands at 40 favor, but he's going to have that soon. Rain gets dropped as Rappel, 12 farms for the rain. It's not a lot of farms for that rain, but it's going to give him just a little bit more of a boosted economy here. Meanwhile, heavy upgrades coming in actually from the Mista. He says, I don't want to wait on this. Let me just grab these. I'm not going to take that Bushido tier. Let's get our upgrades in and almost scare the Rapple a little bit. Does he have Sashimon Bannerman? No. It's not in just yet. Of course, he's saving that favor for a very specific cause at the moment. As he drops that new moon onto the armory. Now he's up to full bronze. I guess the next bit of favor can go back over onto something else. Do you save up for another Swampland tier? Probably not. Mista going to be poking his head forward. Going to be tough to break past this Migdol stronghold and all of those spearmen. Man, both of these guys just facing off, just not able to really do a whole lot here. I mean, the movement around on this side is nice. You can come in and actually poke the units here. Any little bits of damage to come in as the Tengu dive forward. Lucas gets dropped in onto this spot as Mista tries to just pull off to the side. Is there actually enough units here to take this fight, though, for the Mista? He is seeming very confident at the moment. As the Spearmen charging forward up onto the top side, though, the Yumi Horse Archers doing what they can. A lot of them starting to come through as more Tengu are going to start getting trained as well. But Mista does not win that fight. He gets a lot of good damage and does get himself up to Bushido tier 3 from the fight. But now he's going to be needing something like some of those Yadi Spearmen or something, right? In order to actually help take out the rest of these units. Also, still no Sashimon or Bannerman doesn't get that bonus damage versus the Camel Riders. As Rappel's got himself Horus Precube, but that's going to be a ways away here. A couple of guardhouses coming down for the Mista now as he realizes, yes, I do need some Yadi Spearmen. But Sashimon Bannerman is going to be a nice little help for a little bit. But he does have to be careful with these Yumi Horse Archers, because 5 speed, it seems like a lot. It's not. It's really not that much. But both players are at full pop. Let's check out the actual upgrades on the other side here. Full iron, full bronze for both players. So there's literally there's no advantage here as the Yadi Spearmen are queued up, but there's no pop to play with. Meanwhile, Scalloped Axe to come through as Rappel has to know that Yadi Spearman is going to be an option here momentarily. As the Camel Riders popping in, but now the Spearmen are going to come through. We do have those Naginata Riders onto the back line there as the Yumi Horse Archers trying to shoot and scoot back here. He's dropping tons and tons of population as Rappel is all over the Mista right now on this gold mine. Those Wadjet doing huge amounts of damage here. And Mista taps out in game number 3 as Rappel manages to find another win here with the 1 in 6 Ra. The 1 in 6 Ra managing to take out the Mr. Tsukiyomi in this one. What went wrong here for the Mr. is the big question. I don't even know. He couldn't find any value from those Tengu. 0. The Migdol was in the right place. The villagers were nice and safe. Rappel used that shifting sands to escape the swampland. There was no pressure onto this position. Obviously, Mista doesn't want to just sit there and wait. He could have gone for a more slow approach, maybe tried to get to the Mythic Age or something, but then you're playing against the Mythic Age Egyptian, which is also a little bit scary. And he goes for that big fight, and he just can't manage to win it because he didn't have those Yadi Spearmen in there, I guess. But nonetheless, Rappel up 2-1 right now. Got to be feeling good. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what we're going to see here for game number 3. All right, our next matchup is going to be on the map Step. And it is going to be a Hades versus Amaterasu affair. Hades versus Amaterasu. We might be seeing all the Japanese gods losing here. They were all picked pretty oops, that was a win. They were all picked pretty soon on, but you never know. Let me get this all sorted. Elysium was 1. Giza was 2. And Ghost Lake was 3. And Step is 4. Step into Step. Ugh. All right, guys. Considering these guys are going to take just a little bit of time to get going for the next game, I know that Mista's got a raging. Let's not talk about it. Let's do another key giveaway. Let's do another key giveaway. Boom! Off you go. Keys for everyone. Please enjoy. All you got to do is go !raffle and you give your chance to enter. There's 2 minutes. It's a completely random entry. Subscribers do not get any bonuses. This is a retold premium key, so it comes with Frere, China, and Japan. You get all of them. If you've already got Age of Mythology retold, I would recommend giving this to a friend who you want to have try the game out and all the other good stuff. Does not work on YouTube, unfortunately. It's just for Twitch. So if you are on YouTube, you can pop over onto Twitch and enter as well quickly. You've only got 53 seconds remaining. It looks like these guys are about to kick off. I think, maybe. All right, we've got about 15 seconds left. Make sure you get that Exclam raffle in on Twitch. Alrighty, they are off to the races. So we've got ourselves a bit of a cheeky 4 minutes. And, oops. Can I sort this out, please? 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Alrighty, and the winner is dun, 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 dun. Der Super Saiyajin. Oh, wait, are we saying it's rigged? Like, hello? What do you mean? What do you mean it's rigged? I can't remember which one I'm up to. I'll just give this one. I think we've got this here. Ordered this I'm sorry, I'm not sorry. Alright, guys. We got about 3 minutes here to wait for game number 4. Mr. The most losses he's had all tournament in a series. I mean, it was already at that point, but two wins for Rappel, 1 win for the Mista. The UI is incorrect. You're absolutely right. Look, it's currently nearly 5 a.m., so you're going to have to excuse me for my ability to click buttons. So let me fix up the button clicking. Game 4 is the game we're going to be going in onto. We are going in onto the map Step. Have a little look-see at the stats here for this matchup. Hades has been dominating this one with a 100% win rate. 2-0. 2-0. Can Rappel pull this one back into the advantage of the Japanese? It is a nice map for Amaterasu. There's a lot of ways to play this one on Step. You can play aggressive. You can play a kind of defensive idea. Nice early Shrine of the Hunt type ideas and all the other good stuff. There is no bracket reset, so to speak. I see that in chat. That's not what we're doing. No. The advantage of getting to the finals was you didn't have to play 2 best of 7s. All right. Let me explain it again. So, Rappel already played a best of 7 today. He played versus Mosca. It was a 7-game series. It went 4-3 for the Rappel. So, instead of there being a bracket reset, if Rappel wins, as would be the case if it was literally just the 1 game on the day, there is no bracket reset because they played. Rappel has played. This is his 2nd best of 7 for today. In other words, who wins this series is the champion. They get the championship. They get the cup. They get the deck of cards. All the good stuff. I'm really excited to see the Mr. on Greek. He's so good at Greek. And we've already seen Greek having a lot of success actually today. A lot of success today already. So I'm almost assuming that we're just going to see more success here. But guys, let's not wait around. Let's jump into the 4th game here. 1-2 for Rappel. Mista going to try and pull this one back into his favor here. Let's get it. All right, here we go into game number 4 in the right-hand corner. Mista on his tried and true, insanely powerful Greek. He's on Hades here. He does open up with a shared storehouse, getting the temple down very, very quickly. And he's going to be looking for a pretty quick Vault of Erebus here, it looks like. His opponent today in the red color, having an absolute tear of a day. He is playing as Amaterasu. His name is TheRapl. Let's check out some relics. On the bottom side, adamantine shingles, plus 200% of base there for the hit points on the house. Over here, the ring of the Nibble Lung, which is plus 0.5 per second. The gold trickle. Up to the right here, Nose of the Sphinx, plus 15% of hit points there for the buildings. And finally, Hermes' Wing Sandals, boosting up that hero movement speed by 5%. So the big question here is really going to be, what sort of idea is the Mista going to go for? Like, is he going for a quick advance, like 4-minute advance with Vaults of Erebus? Is he going for just whatever, like kind of random, just get to the classical age nicely, get the Vault of Erebus in when it gets in, get the Achilles out, put some pressure onto your opponent, do all that good stuff? Meanwhile, we've got that Uzume to come through for the Rappel. No real surprises there. Very, very fast advance. He did this in the other series as well that he played Amaterasu on. So this seems to be very, very stock standard for him. He does skip that Kagura for a little bit. Make sure he gets to that next stage. Gets that one in. And he's going to be looking for potentially another shrine. He might go for this upgrade that comes in for the more spicy weasels if he wants to. Can also walk forward and start looking for some relics if he goes for that custodians there. We'll see where he's going to go. As a couple of goats attempting to get back home, but there is one very, very angry farmer Katoskopos. Is he angry enough to stop the goats? Answer is no. He misses them by just that much. Into the main base there. The Goshin Boku tree does get dropped down. We do have ourselves now the Kama Itachi to come through for the Rappel. As the Miko here will pick up a Ring of the Nibelung. Bring that back home. And Mista is going to be the first one under pressure as the Kama Itachi dodging the Ajax, charging into the main base. And the villagers all need to run. So he pulls underneath the town center. Kama Itachi charging in here as the Solar Shield does get dropped down. Minotaur with that defensive headbutt as well pulls into that town center. Another Kama Itachi comes through and a perfect defense from the Mista here to kick this game off. Next move, Dojo down for the Rappel. He's already got a stable in as the Naginata Riders are going to be making their way across the map. And Mista is looking for maybe this relic. He wants that Hermes' Wing Sandal so his Ajax can move quicker and his Achilles can move quicker. Minotaur is just sitting on this position saying, this is defended. Get away from me. You're not allowed in here. As the Achilles comes in, Katoskopos sitting, waiting, watching over on this side. There's no way in here at the moment as another Solar Shield to come through and Mista will be pulling off of the gold. He's going to have to pull off of the wood here as well. Just takes a little bit of damage at the end of the world as the Solar Shield finishes up. And that will be a dead weasel, but that'll go into the Goshin Boku tree as the villagers can make their way back over onto the wood. Just tiny little bits of idle time here as the Ajax will be able to get back home, I think, and drop off that relic. No problems. Meanwhile, upgrade's going to come through. Husbandry pickaxe for the Mista. She hasn't dropped any buildings just yet. But he's got enough sort of defense with the Achilles and all the other good stuff. 5.3 speed Achilles is going to be moving up to like 5.5 speed, I believe. That's going to be a really, really big 5.6 speed. It's going to be a really, really big defensive, like, mammoth to help deal with these Kamatachi and things like that, as Rappel going to charge in yet again. He does get spotted and we'll lose that one. So no final or third Solar Shield to try and get some more value there, as the Kamatachi will get reborn in the main Goshinboku tree. Moving forward onto these Gazelle and seeing what they can do. Military Academy comes through. And with Sentinels up, there's really not a whole lot of options for Rappel to make any sort of push. We actually got watchtowers coming through as well, as I still haven't seen a single building up for the Mista. He's just like, I want to go heroic age. I want to play defense. What are you going to do about it? Rappel's like, I want to attack you. Let me attack you. No, we don't want to play it. You're not allowed to. You can fight my Sentinels. Fight all this other stuff. A little bit of a headbutt there onto that Naginata Rider as the Minotaur gets pushed back by the Ondamusha. An armory up over onto the back there from the Mista as he's trying to get this next age in. He's got to fight off the Ondamusha somehow. Where is the Ajax at? Ajax playing around in the middle of the map. Got to bring that one back there, as well as the Solar Shield gets dropped down onto this Naginata Rider. Watchtowers still not in. These villages, I don't believe they've got enough wood for it. Picks off the Ondamusha, however. And they can move back over onto their wood. Get that sorted out. Oh, he's so close. Does he have this? No. I don't even know if he wants watchtowers at this point. He's got wood coming in over here, so I guess he does want it. And that's going to be enough to defend all of these little niggly attacks as Mr. tries to get full value out of this Minotaur. I imagine it's going to be an Apollo angle from the... Never mind. I was going to say I imagine it's going to be an Apollo angle from the Mista, so he can sort of underworld and get to a gold mine or get Manticore in and things like that. But Aphrodite, the god of choice, as he's slowly getting to this next age. Watchtowers in. One little cheeky Kamatachi. There is enough favor for another sort of spicy usage of that Solar Shield. As the villagers have to all keep pulling into their towers, but I think Mista is getting so much value from this. Let's have a look at the damage that these Sentinels have done. Oops. Wait, can I select this? 1,060 there, and the towers, just 242, but they've only just come up. As Rappel now goes, all right, time to pull back. Not able to do all too much. Archery range coming up now for the Mista, as he can go into a couple of hoplites. Probably wants Hypaspis mostly, but hoplites and Hypaspis and Peltast and Toxotes makes a lot of sense. So what's the plan for Rappel is the big question. He's gotten a lot of Bushido in from these early attacks. He's at 80 pop. He doesn't have to leave the classical age to get to heavy, so he can sit it out and just look to sit on the gold, but there's plenty of gold remaining for the Mista to get a very, very scary army out. It's an Nemean Lion coming through here. It does curse that and gets 5 incredibly fat pigs to be sent back home as the samurai turn around and say, hey, I will turn and give a special attack onto you, no problems, and then I'll run, healing myself up as I go, as the Nemean Lion trying to get close here, trying to get a little bit of a stun off, but this is dangerous for the Mista because there's going to be units coming through very, very quickly. As he does decide, all right, that might be too much. The hoplites will sacrifice themselves a little bit, losing a little bit of HP, pulling back into the main base as Mista goes, all right, I see what you're doing. You're spamming units. I shouldn't have ran at you. I missed that, but that's okay. Couple of hoplites going down, and I guess the game will continue now. Couple of armory upgrades also coming up in the main base here for Rappel. He's got 2 dojo, 2 stables. His army's looking strong. He's moving over here, dropping stables on the front, and he's going to be looking for a little bit of a strangle. Keep the Hades in his main base. Got the Kamatachi on the right side. Full vision for the moment for the Rappel, as the Mista is incredibly constricted here. There is, however, still a restoration. 2 Nemean Lions in. Chiron going to be coming out here as well. This Mista is just consistently trying to just get out of his base. The Chiron now out as well. 5.8 speed. He's just... He does take a long time to shoot, though, is the only problem. But 5.8 speed is a lot. He can really, really get around this map and get some pressure on somewhere. How much gold is remaining, though? So 1,000 gold in the main base as Mista is just playing the most turtley game you'll ever see. Conversely here, Rappel not taking a town center, just spamming units. Might seem crazy, but this is the only option. Well, he doesn't know. He Watchtowers was grabbed. Your opponent grabs Watchtowers. You can just say, okay, no worries. I'll grab a town center. That does work a lot of the time, but Rappel is not playing that way. He's like, no, we're gonna keep sending it until we can't send it no more. As Rappel actually drops an armory directly under the Pegasus. Now, this might be to sort of confuse the Mista. The idea could be here now for the Rappel to actually just get upgrades. So, shows the armory off to the Pegasus, goes, I'm going to the Heroic Age. That's not what Rappel's doing. He's just getting armory upgrades. Good little shoot and scoot there from the Mista to get just a bit of damage done. Military differential is just gigantic, though, as somehow the Mista is going to have to get himself out of this bind. You can use the Nemean Lions to disengage a little bit, and there he goes on that one. Pulls in so many on the Musha, and Mista doesn't really lose a whole lot there, but Rappel has shown his hand. He sees exactly what's there. Can he pick off at least that one low HP on a Musha? Yes, he does. In the main base, though, 400 gold there for the Mista, as Rappel continuing to try and utilize these Toxotes. Shoot and scoot back. Myth units come forward. Distract. Push back. No problems. Chiron also going to be getting involved in this hunt, so to speak. Oh. A little bit of a solar shield in as the Nemean Lion comes forward. Drops that stun. Doesn't quite hit the stun all too well. There's another Nemean Lion going to be coming through to join in. It's another little bit of a stun off. Both of them going in as everything sort of blocked up onto this spot. And now Mista does need to drop restoration, but Heavy comes in mid-fight and Rappel says, no worries. I got Heavy now. I'll run. I get a bunch of HP back from just playing Amaterasu here. Another on the Musha goes down. The myth unit numbers starting to pick up here for the Mista. He's got 3, or he had 3 Nemean Lions. He must have lost one. The back line of Toxotes getting dove in on yet again as, I mean, with the help of a Hades Shade, the Chiron as well. Hoplites coming back here to try and help out. Rappel trying to break through here, but it's looking like Mista's control just that little bit too strong for the moment, but it's still a very, very close fight. Heavy Archers does manage to come through as Mista going to continue to try and take down those Samurai. Over on this side, Hoplites distracting a ton of units there as realistically you need those to be actually fighting something, and Mista does manage to hold as he pushes Rappel back. And he's going to be able to move out of his base, grab a gold mine. Mista pushing forward yet again. Those Samurai are looking incredibly weak here, just on the fact there's that many Toxotes to deal with them. Up to the top, random Nemean Lion. searching for villagers to pick off. The Naginata Rider are in hot pursuit, but not going to be able to get onto them just yet. Any sort of idea of a fortress to get dropped down onto this gold mine? Looks like Mr. playing with a bit of fire here. Moving forward, that's a lot of Razorwind, Kama Itachi, which are an amazing counter to this ball of Toxotes. Unless the Naginata Riders going to push forward. Mr. pulling back. That fortress is on the way. But does he have an answer for all of these Kama Itachi is the big question. It's looking like the answer is maybe. He sacks in onto the front there with all those hoplites. The fortress getting spotted here as the Toxotes have got an amazing choke point. However, the fortress does get denied as the villagers will have to pull back. Is there enough stuff here for the Mista after all is said and done? It's looking like the answer might just be no here as Rappel continues to charge forward. The Toxotes ball still looking very, very strong as he's scooting as best as he can, but the Kama Itachi now getting on top of him with that arrow of effect damage as he's trying to pull back into his main base now underneath the towers, underneath the sentinels. The villagers on the front running around here, slowly starting to fall as well. The numbers for Rappel do seem to be dissipating, but so too are the numbers for the Mista. In the main base here, fighting underneath the town center towers and all the other stuff is such a big deal, but look at the villager differential now. All of a sudden was equal, and it's now 53 to 37. 53 to 37 here. So villagers get over onto this gold mine. Rappel getting pushed back yet again. But all he needs to do is just wait. He just needs time because he's got such an economic advantage. You just wait until you're at full pop again, and then you can just push back through. Naginata Riders is the main unit of choice. Rappel just staying in the classical age, because why not? Stay classical age. He's going to be champion soon. Like, look at this Bushido meter. 9,450 remaining. He does manage to spot some villagers over here. This is exactly the kind of hit back that Mista needs. Levels the playing field just a little bit, but the villagers getting targeted down here. There are some Hades Shades in position and a couple of Toxotes as the Toxote ball attempting to get back over onto this position. The villagers will need to pull off of this spot here, though, as he's going to lose a lot of them. As this Toxote's trying to get back forward. The Chiron getting some good damage done. Restoration to come through as well. Is there enough stuff here, though? The front line looks very bare for the Mista. All the Toxotes in the world. Great control over on this side from the Naginata Riders, though. All the Toxotes in the world can't be enough, though. Surely, as the Naginata Riders coming in, another Solar Shield to come down onto these guys as Mista has to run, and it looks like he might be out of steam here with 0 gold income. 0, or going down to 0 units. The Naginata Riders cleaning everything up. And Rappel is one step from being your Champions League Season 4 champion. One game he needs. This game was wild. Mista goes for a turtle fast heroic. He manages to push out fine, but he didn't get the fortress down fast enough. If that fortress was up, there's probably no way that Rappel would be able to stay classical age and keep fighting here. There probably would have been a sentinels onto this. But he just, I don't know, Mista just didn't prioritize it afterwards or something. I don't know exactly what was going on there. But he just didn't get that fortress down and got caught trying to put it down a little bit later. If it was up, it would have been fine. He would have been able to continue along, no problems. But man, Rappel executing incredibly well in this game. Post-game will tell a million stories. Fights won, fights lost. But everything very, very close here. Statistics, military units killed 116 to 105. Super, super close. You have to remember, though, Mista's units are mostly going to be 2-pop units. And Rappel's are mostly going to be 3-pop units or 4-pop units. So Mista killed a lot of stuff in this game. But this tells another story of Naginata Rider versus Toxote. This should be the answer, and Rappel does manage to break through with it. Nonetheless, let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 5. Alrighty, game number 5. The spice is absolutely clear right now, as we're going to be seeing a Zeus versus Loki affair on Mirage. We've seen Zeus a million times. We haven't seen Loki here once. Not once. But what we have seen is the Mr. Zeus being untouchable. That being said, we haven't really seen the Mista losing this many games in a series this season. So I guess we'll have to wait and see how it's going to go. I don't know what else to say. All right, guys. Shall we do... Do we do a key giveaway now, or do we do a key giveaway at the very end? Let's do the key. Let's do the final premium key giveaway now. I've got a whole bunch of standard keys to give away. I've got 5 of those to give away as well. But let's do another one. You guys know what to do at this point. A little bit of exclam raffles. Get in. Try your luck. If you do end up winning this raffle and you get the key, just remember, if you've already got Age Mythology, to give it to a good friend. Say, try this game out. It's really cool. I got a key from this random dude who likes to just yell at his computer screen. All right. While you guys do that, let's take a quick look here at the map stats. Zeus has beaten Loki 2 times in this tournament. I can't remember any of them. To save my life. I don't feel like I've seen this matchup once in this tournament. So, well, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. Yeah. So these win rates are this tournament. All the stats you're seeing are from this tournament. I must also say it is now 5:24 a.m. We've been going for ages. I think this is the longest stream I've ever done. We're at 9 hours and 30 minutes. 9 hours and 30 minutes. Are you kidding me? All right, guys. This could be the final game of the day. It could be. I see what I did. Hang on. Let me fix this up, guys. Hey, it's better. I fixed it. It's fixed. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh, we have to give away this key quickly. Alrighty, let's pick winner. Axel Fregler. Congratulations, my guy. Mr. Axel Fregler. Please make yourself known to your nearest human. If I was an Axel Fregler, where would I be? Can you make yourselves, can you make a name? Can you say something, Mr. Axel Fregler? I need to see your name. I can send you a, so I can send you a message on Twitch. I mean, I can do it like this, I guess, but. Let me have a look. Can I do this? Is this guy? Yes, it is. I'm sending it. It's being sent. I could have the wrong account. If you don't make your name known. Oh, there it is. All right, good. That's fantastic. Oops. Hold on. Don't you go nowhere, Mr. Axel Fregler. Perfect. Whisper. All right. Here you go. So this is the final premium key that I have for today. Please enjoy. If you already have the game, give it to a friend. That's the only rule. All right, guys. We are 35 seconds in from jumping into this Mirage shenanigans here. We've seen so many good games throughout this this season. Mista's got his back up against the wall, but he has been in this position so many times, and he's brought it back as well, right? So many times. He's a very, very consistent performer when it comes to these types of tournament situations. But being down 1-3, he has to win the next 3 in a row to take home the championship. Let's jump into the game. And here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, in the left-hand corner of the map, life on the line. It is TheMista. He is our GOAT. Will he be dethroned? That is the question. His opponent right now in the red color, 1 win from complete victory in this tournament. He's playing an amazing series thus far. It is TheRapl, and he's going to be playing some Loki. This is spice as it can possibly be. I haven't seen Loki on this map. You guys haven't seen Loki on this map. Nobody plays this god. In fact, a lot of people have told me Norse unplayable. Norse worst god. Yet, we did see a whole bunch of Thor getting played in the loser bracket finals, the winners bracket finals, the semi-finals on Anatolia. So maybe Rappel is cooking up something here for the Loki on this map, especially versus Mista's Zeus. But But Mr. Zeus is... let's just say it's a little bit good. Mr. Zeus is just a little bit good. So we'll see what he's going to be able to come up with. The spy does come onto the gold mine. Fishing ships are going to be making their way out. There's plenty of villagers on food. Once Mr. has got the wood here, he can pull them off and grab Gazelle if he needs to. There are going to be 9 fishing spots on this map and consistently 9 fishing ships on this map. As Rappel pulls back to his main base, with plenty of time to spare, he's going to be able to drop his dock, or a house first and then his dock, his temple. His dock is already up. Just needs a couple more fishing ships in, and he is good to go. I mean, this is not a 2TC map here for the Mista either, which is probably what he's well practiced on. In fact, we were talking earlier. There was some little cheeky interviews that we had with the Mista, and he was saying he tried to play 2TC versus Norse, but he put it in the bin. He put it in the bin. He said it's not possible. It doesn't work. We're not going to go for it. So I imagine we're going to see him try and play a one town center type game here. I imagine that's what he's going to go for. Athena on the way for the Mista. Over here, we've got that 4-setter to come through for the Rappel as well. So it's not going to be a Heimdall shenanigans. Tear comes to my mind as we salute the Heimdall Loki on Anatolia by Mr. Husk Sober. Super. But it's just going to be some stock standard 4-setter shenanigans here for the Rappel. Jason going to be coming out. I haven't looked at the relics yet. Also, one thing is that the town centers are quite bad here for a 2TC play anyways. So, matchup says don't go 2TC. Map says don't go 2TC. What are we going to see? Blue crystal shard on the map, always nice. Boosting up that economy there. Up to the top, Svartalfar's sledge can be a very nice help as well. Making those fortresses much cheaper for the free cost. 0 favor. As Mister's just hanging out in the center of the map thinking about where to go next. Does have his eyes on this nose of the Sphinx. I think it makes a lot of sense to grab this one versus Loki. Keeps you gives you a lot more time to sort of play defense against any sort of flaming weapons type ideas. Great Hall comes down. Longhouse as well. More Herser to come through. It's another house is going to get dropped in. As the Jason picks up that relic, going to take it back home. This Raffle going to grab Eyes in the Forest. Super important tech. Just to see stuff on the map and all the other good stuff. He's already got his walls set up all over his base, so no sort of entrance for a Minotaur or whatever. Hoplight's going to be coming through from the Mista. It's just such a slow start. But here's the thing. I don't think Mista is going to be wanting to take any early game fights here. Generally speaking, you just kind of scout and wait as Greek here. You normally just scout and wait. As the hoplites come through, the Herser will be making a bit of a run for it. There's still not a whole lot to comment on. We got that Hall of Thanes coming through, Eyes in the Forest as well. Mr. has already pre-queued out that Sultan for us so he doesn't forget. I like those types of things. You know, you realize there's some sort of a thing that you forget to do. So just pre-queue it. Dionysus now on the way for the Mista. So he hasn't been pumping units out in the slightest here. He's just gone, oh, well, we're just going to get to the heroic age so we can have access to Hypaspis and Peltast and a bronze, potentially some Hydra, a Skylar as well. There is a world here where Rappel goes Njord in this matchup as well. Is there an entrance here? I don't think so. Well, maybe there is. No. Military Academy up. These Hursa trying to get in and look for a little bit of damage, but nothing here just yet. Just spots in. You have to take a look at this Eyes in the Forest here. You just see so much for so long. Of course, this will end up disappearing if you leave that position, but still. Rappel looking in for some more pressure. It is a good time to actually be hitting the Mista because he's going Heroic Age. Once he hits Heroic Age, he gets a Hydra, which is not going to be that helpful as well. So units circling around over onto this side does get spotted by the Mista's Pegasus as the Toxotes. And a little bit of damage done here as the Hoplites are going to be running forward trying to deal with this. Villagers get pulled off of that temple there, and Rappel will pull out of here. As he does see, okay, Heroic Age in for the Mista. Is this going to be a similar situation to the Amaterasu game where Rappel... No. I was going to say, where Rappel stays in the Classical Age and just tries to keep Mista put. Maybe getting a whole bunch of but trolls out with all the extra favor he gets. And we are seeing some extra Hydra in for the Mista, which is a little crazy to me considering the amount of Hursa that are here. Paspist, Peltasts, all the good stuff queued up now for the Mista is Rappel does need to figure out, okay, how am I going to deal with these counter units? Of course, Bragi gives access to Jarls, to Huskal, to Godi. We are going to be seeing these military buildings getting dropped all over the place as Rappel going to just get a little bit of favor. You don't get a lot of favor for this, for killing off these animals, but I mean, any little bit of favor is nice. He gets an Iron Respawn, which is going to be beautiful. And we are seeing more Hydra actually coming through for the Mista. He wants these Hydra in. He's like, yep, Hydra sound good. Why not? Let's move forward. It saves him on the gold spend as well, which is kind of big. Gives him some very, very big fat units, but he does have to figure out how he's going to deal with those Hursa here. Is the house going to get taken down? And these villagers need to run. So it doesn't pull over. He's going to try and just repair it up for the time being. Into the front here, taking out this armor. He's going to be delaying copper weapons, or copper mail, copper shields. There's a villagers coming back, or army coming back over here. Hoplites are in. A couple of myth units to join in onto this fight as well. And Mista slowly starting to move forward. Rappel pulling back over onto this side. Does spot that gold mine there. You can send everything up there. It's going to be pretty strong. But there is also flaming weapons now. Very much needing to be dealt with. Mista charges forward here onto this position. Flaming weapons gets dropped. Hitting over here and over onto this side as the bronze onto this position is going to be the way to go. Restoration over onto this side as Mista has been split up as the flaming weapons gets good value, but I feel like I don't even know how to call this. Mista's going to try and get over onto this gold mine. He's got to get those units in as well because these guys are going to clash over onto this position. The villagers will pull back. Mista might want to just pull back and just regroup his army here. 75 favor in the bank as well, though, for Rappel, so he can make a whole bunch of trolls if he wants. He can make a whole bunch of whatever he wants here. Battle board troll, but he needs gold. Moving over onto this side now as well. A little bit of a you go this way, I go that way type affair. Just seeing more Hydra coming in from the Mista. Does he have the upgrade for them? No. How many Hursa? There's 9 Hursa at the moment. Ironry Horn comes in. Bolt there onto one of the battle boards. The Hursa numbers are getting demolished here. As is there going to be enough Hydra to take the rest of this out is the question. Still a very, very close fight. Where are the heroes for either of these players? There's one Godi there as the Hydras do end up falling and Mista will have to pull back. He needs his heroes in. Another Hydra going to be coming through. Rappel now with 142 favor in the bank, and the mass myth units from Rappel need to start coming in, because this is where Greek has got the biggest troubles, right? He does spot the units up onto this side. There's not going to be any clean, easy win here for the Mista in this game, as Rappel is pushing him to the brink. But Hoplite raids are very scary. Sneaking up to the top side as the raiding cavalry are coming up here, but the Hoplites... What does he do? He's going after those raiding cavalry, not quite going to be able to get all that stuff in. Does blow that horn on the ironry so he can catch up with those thrown axemen. Picks one unit off there, as now Mista going to be looking for another fight here, as the Jason going to be getting taken down very, very quickly on the front here. Another healing spring from Rappel though, as he's like, let me just get this all sorted out. Jason here should be able to take out the ironry, but another ironry spawn to come through for the Rappel is going to be absolutely gigantic, as the army of the Mista melts to this. How many ironry do you want? The game says have all of them. Mista's unit production is in a very, very strange place right now as well, as his villagers getting pushed off of this position there. The ironry helping out just immensely, and Mista taps out, and Rappel takes the dub with Loki. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, your Champions League champion. Your Champions League champion is the Rappel. Absolute gigantic congratulations to him. There's nothing really else to say. When Rappel does it, he manages to pull through somehow, some way. I don't even understand what happened in this game. The ironry happened. Oh my god. The ironry happened. All right, guys, we're going to see if we can get a little bit of an interview going and all that other good stuff. I'm gonna have a short break before we get Rappel back in here. I don't know what else to say. We're gonna get him in very, very shortly. Don't you guys go nowhere. Gonna have a bit of a chat. We'll see you guys shortly. Alrighty. Oh, we've almost in the right place. Let me just quickly fix this up. We're doing this live because that's how we roll. Rappel, congratulations!
Yay! Thank you, Boit.
I don't know, man. That was absolutely amazing. You played 2 best of 7s in one go. I don't even know how you can get through one. You went to 7 games versus Mosca. Let's start with that. Let's start with that. Walk me through it. What was going through your head?
Yeah.
How did the series go? Start from game 1. You know the drill.
Yeah, against Mosca, right?
Yeah, we'll start with Mosca.
To be honest, I didn't expect Mosca to perform this well. It's not like he's a very strong player, in my opinion, and he really managed to get a really good draft against me. So I was kind of scared against Mosca. I was quite confident in the first 2 games against him.
Yeah.
Because I had practiced those matchups. But later on, I had to play some weird matchups that I think I wasn't able to practice much, like the Nuwa against Thor. Even though I won that, it's a matchup I've never played in my life.
Yeah.
So I nicely adapted. Yeah.
That was it was a close. I mean, yeah, like there's been a lot of like recent innovations. I don't know if you've been up to date with this stuff, like Thor going for some really aggressive early game, and it kind of looked like Mosca was going down that path, and then he sort of abandoned the idea in the last minute and went for a later advance time. You know, that 4-minute advance that Soup and Craghack have been sort of going for? He sort of opened like
game?
that. And the Giza game. He opened like he was going for that build, but he like bailed out on it. And I was like, I was going to be full pressure. He's going to completely run you over. Okay, no, didn't happen.
No.
Yeah, that was such an insane series. The like Chronos versus Set game where things looked all right for you. You kind of just got stuck in the classical age, couldn't deal with Satyr, classic Egyptian issues.
I didn't mind that. Yeah, I'd like to talk about that.
Yeah.
And I was full population, 190 to 190 on 2 town centers. So I thought fights would go way better during that game. But then, you know what happened? I have always my heroes on a control group. And at that time, maybe this is a bug and I have to recreate it and report it over to the developers. Because you saw how I started microing the priests on top of the satyrs. And all of my spearmen started running towards the satyrs. And all of them died.
Yeah.
And that happened 2 times. I think even a 3rd time in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So that was insane. I'm like, I see my control group. I only have the priest selected in my control group. No other units are selected. Why are the spearmen? Like every time I take a fight, I attack move, so I don't waste any DPS, with the pathing. And I select with my control group the heroes to start hitting the satyrs. But I only had the priest selected, and the entire army started going towards the satyrs. I'm like, what kind of bug is this? Is this new? So yeah, but it happens.
Yeah, stuff happens.
So
like, the only thing I can think of is that maybe you just clicked early, like right-clicked early before moving on to the other control group. If you
no. I
mean.
checked twice.
Yeah,
it happened 2 to 3 times in a few seconds. I double checked. I'm like, that's insane.
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't run into it, so you go and find the recording. Goes, what happened to devs? Bro, I shake my fist angrily.
It's fine. We won. We don't need to use any excuses. So.
All right, we can talk about the very last game for Mosca and Rappel before we get onto the grand finals. Isis versus Tsukiyomi on Mirage. Is that a matchup you've practiced? Do you know that there was this gaping timing that you had there from Tsukiyomi, or was it kind of just, I think I can just attack, and there's 2 Migdols here, but I think I can, or I better do it, otherwise I'm screwed type idea?
Look, to be honest, I only practiced that matchup the other way around. I was the Isis player, and I was playing against Recon in practice games, and I would win that matchup as Isis. So when I saw that my last game is gonna be this matchup, but reversed, I was like, whoa, I have been winning that matchup. This might not look good for me. But at the end of the day, I played around Moska's mistakes. I don't know if I forced those mistakes, if he wasn't experienced enough in that matchup, but
Yeah.
he didn't build enough priests. All he needed was like 12 priests, and you might want to go Nephthys against Tsukuyomi, so you have better priests. They can
Yeah, I think
easily
so.
deal with the Tengu. You saw how I dealt later with the Tengus myself. I always had priests and widgets for them.
Yeah, priests and widgets are. I mean, anything doing divine damage is good versus those buggers, aren't they?
Definitely, yes.
All right, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this final here. Mista hadn't dropped a game up until this moment.
Yes.
I don't know how much you want to reveal about what happened behind closed doors, but I know that Mista is normally winning those practice games from what I hear. Is that what's going on?
Definitely.
Yeah.
He wins most games in practice, but there is a twist, Boit.
Yeah.
I've played so much against Mista. I have lost so many games against Mista, it's not even close.
Yeah.
That I've reached the point I can predict exactly what he's about to do. I don't know if you remember my interview previously.
Yeah,
You interviewed the top 8 before the finals. I said it's harder to prepare for Recon than to prepare for the Mista. Because Recon is way more unpredictable in tournaments. But against the Mista, I know how standard he's going to play.
Yeah.
I know all of his strategies. I've played and lost against them. And yeah, it was way easier to prepare for the Mista. And I just know how aggressive you should be against him. Because Mista loves the type of defensive game, waiting for my power spikes. I'm gonna be aggressive when I have my power spikes. I
Yeah.
will be defending, macroing, doing everything better than my opponent, raiding with small groups of army. And I had all of this in my mind. I knew exactly how Mista was gonna play certain matchups, and I had the exact counter game plan. I was always planning before starting a game. I had in my mind, I was thinking like the Mista.
Yeah.
You know, when he goes out to have a cigarette, he just thinks, yeah,
Yeah, you have to
I kind
play.
of did that today.
You
It
kind
paid off.
You kind of like play the matchup through in your head and just go, okay, so these are all the
That's
things
what I
that are going
did.
to happen. Let me just visualize it, and then we're good to go.
Exactly. I was making plans. Like I was thinking, how is he gonna be playing this? And I had like 3 different ways on my mind that he's gonna play like that, or he's gonna do the third strategy.
Uh-huh.
And for every strategy that I thought he was gonna do, I always had a counter plan to it.
Yeah, yeah. That's I mean, it's amazing. It just worked. It worked. What can I say? The whole thing just worked out for you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, first game was a bit of a shocker. Like for the Mista, I think he got off to a really shaky start. Kind of got a little bit map screwed with his forests, but unfortunately didn't. I think there is a thing in the rulebook that says if there is a map screw, you pause, ask the admin what to do, and then. But it didn't. Unfortunately, didn't pause, so not much to do there.
Yeah, I sent screenshots of our conversations. I think there was an issue with the woodline spawns. I think the first game.
Yeah.
I think he didn't get 3 woodlines that he was supposed to. He asked for pause, but the messages did not pop up to me. And Mista has no pause button.
Yeah.
So that was the issue. He couldn't pause himself to ask for a remake. And yeah, if you see Discord, you'll see my game and my point of view. Those messages never popped up, and it has happened to me when I sometimes like I write GG and it doesn't show when the game is finished, and I'm like, why are my messages not showing? You know,
it's weird. It's weird. I'm very happy for Rappel. Don't say it. I'm just exhausted. This is a 10-hour stream. I'm exhausted. Man, it's so exciting. Okay, so well, let's move on. So the second, walk me through the second game. I don't even remember what the matchups were at this point.
The second game?
Yeah, walk me through the second one.
It was a Chinese mirror.
The Chinese,
right?
that's right. Oh,
Fujinwa.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I think this is the game that Mista took off you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. In my opinion, Fuji is probably the best in Chinese mirrors. you know, the passive 10% extra economy, Peach Blossom, the fact that you have a nice strong hero in the classical age, and you can choose whether you want to play a defensive game with Xuanu
Yeah.
or an aggressive game with lightning weapons. So I wasn't happy when I saw that I got that matchup, but at least I said, okay, at least I can deal with the Mista's Fuzzy early because I know how powerful his Fuzzy is.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the thing that just happened, I don't know if you remember, I think you're actually in a decent spot. You just missed your Great Flood.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I would have still, I would still lose that game, honestly. It's the
Maybe.
economy difference, and he got a better timing than me. Nuwa is kinda slower. Peach Blossom gives a huge boost.
It does, yeah. It really
Mhm.
does. Okay. Let's move on to the next one. So we have that what's it called? What's the next matchup? My brain is off. So you have to walk me through this. No, I should be there. Hang on, let me get this one up.
I can have a look
That's
over
okay.
the
I got
draft.
it here. We have game 3 was Tsukiyomi versus Ra, right?
Oh
this
my
was-
god, that was such a clean gameplay. No,
Yeah.
know,
The thing
that
that
was
happened,
the best I've played.
the
Yeah.
thing that happened was, and I've seen this like time and time again with the Tsukiyomi god, is that the Tsukiyomi player wants to go heroic age, but when you go heroic age is so insanely important because if you click it at the wrong time, then you're just gonna get your opponent's just gonna walk into your base, cause some problems, and then all of the like advantages out the window. And it
Are we
happened.
talking about New Moon?
Yeah, not
Or-
New Moon, just like when you click up to the heroic age, because you've just spent 1,300 resources, and it just seems to me that we see this time and time and time again that this heroic age from Tsukiyomi, we know that they want to go there, and you go, okay, are you going? No, yes. I feel like there's probably some metagaming there of like maybe not going heroic age, sticking it out a little bit in the classical age, but yeah, it was a really, really nice timing from you.
Yeah, definitely. That's the point. When you play against Tsukuyomi, you have to play super aggressively in the early classical age, so you force him to build units. That's the first thing. You want to force Tsukuyomi to build units.
Yeah.
Then, if he gets a new moon on the armory without receiving any damage, then he's gonna be like super ahead. And since it was a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake, I'm like, okay, here's the plan. We attack. We're gonna force a new moon on the temple. That means he's not gonna have armory, so
Yeah.
I can deal with Tengus. I have divine damage priests. And as for the swampland, you see how everything was connected in my mind. For the swampland, I will be
Shifting sands,
sending
yeah.
back to my and I have a superior economy. Amra can empower everything, and I can have plus 15% gather rates on everything basically, and a nice rain. So if I can just hold and force New Moon on Temple, slow him down, and not allow him to hunt, then I can just grab my own armory upgrades once the next New Moon comes on the
Yeah.
armory. By then I'll have my own armory upgrades, and I'm not gonna struggle to win fights at all. I have a superior army.
Of course. I mean, there's so much stuff that goes into it. I don't even know what to start thinking. I mean, I guess after all of this, with the Ra winning, you got that top 2 Ra is back into that top 2 spot, right? All right, and then we saw was it Amaterasu versus Hades game?
Yeah.
Were you
very clean as
expecting
well.
to? Were you expecting to see a fast heroic and also a fast heroic through
Of course I
Aphrodite?
did.
You did.
What do Greeks have in the classical age to fight Amaterasu? Is he gonna try to classical fight me? I mean, I have
I would.
cavalry, strong cavalry. You would? That's probably the only option. I was very surprised actually Mista picked Hades over there because everything is so unsafe. If Hades have resources, he's like one of the best gods in the game. It's like if he has a back gold mine, backhand, one of the best gods in the game. But on a map like Steppe, I'm like, why is he picking Hades on Steppe? I'm like, I can just control the gold mines. I can hunt on 2 or 3 groups, and my economy will just be superior. I have superior units, and I don't even need to age up. You know how I would lose the game? How you throw that game, Boit?
Yeah.
You throw that game by going heroic. You
Yeah,
wanna stay classical, because why would you invest all of those resources to go heroic? You're gonna get the second or third Bushido tier, you will have heavy units
Exactly.
for free.
Yeah.
He has to pay fully for those resources, and he has to go heroic. So you fully classical fight, you can build your own heroes if he's doing with units, just like I did.
Yeah.
Sit on the gold mines and full population, and just fight for the map control. Hades will not have. Hades cannot fight that, honestly. He cannot, with those resources being so exposed.
Yeah. I mean, there was a moment where I think where Mista pushed you back, and I do believe he had the resources to put a fortress down. I don't know. I can't remember what he spent them on, but his fortress was just late. I think if he got that fortress down, that game would have turned into a very messy game. Very.
I didn't allow him.
No.
Yeah, but I didn't allow him to
He
get
was pushing you back. He had the resources. He had the opportunity to do it. He just didn't do it. I don't know why. I can't explain. You can watch the record game. You'll see. But there was
I will, yeah.
there was a timing there, but he just decided against it. But of course, you hit back exactly when you needed to, denying that fortress, and it was a good clean win after all is said and done. And I guess finally, last game. Where's my thing gone? I lost it. Let me get it back up. The last game. Come on, brain. Function. Zeus versus Loki. You pulled Loki out. Huh?
Yeah, because I knew exactly how Mista was gonna play that. Like, that's the power of having played somebody 1,000 games. Like, I knew exactly he was gonna do a semi-fast heroic and build Hydras. And just like in Woobly times. And I'm like, okay, how do you counter that? If you do a semi-fast heroic yourself, you are going to lose, because he has Restoration, Bronze, Hydras, and counter units that do bonus damage against my heroes. My units do not do bonus damage against his heroes, if it makes sense. So I'm like, all right, let's attack. Let's attack in the classical age. Just force him to, make him scared for a little bit, hit some houses, split the army into two groups. So you weakened, you make weaker the Restoration and Bronze. You saw how he was forced to cast on different locations Restoration and Bronze, and then you can get a flaming weapons, and your winning condition as Loki in that matchup against Zeus is to force a Bronze, trading your flaming weapons for Bronze and Restoration, and not losing a fight.
Yeah.
As long as you don't lose
units,
units,
that
if
went
you just
perfectly.
survive, then that's where Loki has the advantage. Right after flaming weapons with Bronze and Restoration, when they're exchanged, unless you lose units. I didn't lose too many units, only a few, and I managed to escape.
Yeah, you also like split it up perfectly. You're like attacking on the.
Yeah. That's how you play. Yeah. That's how you play against Greeks.
Yeah.
Fighting in one front is something that the Greeks want, because they're slow. They don't have much mobility unless you're playing Poseidon. Things like that.
Well, Rappel, I mean, you got the win. You are the third retold S-tier champion at this point. You have managed to stop the win streak of the Mista. He's been on an absolute tear. I'm sure he's going to be coming back with with vengeance for the next tournament. But
oh yeah.
Have you got any other things you want to say to any fans out there, or any other things before we finish up?
I would like to thank everybody for the support, and I would like to thank you, Boit, for hosting this tournament and organizing it. There were plenty of people who were actually supporting me, whether cheering for me or messaging me. I truly appreciate that, and I love you guys.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Rappel.
We're
gonna be finishing up for today. I'll see you later.
Goodbye.